infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for another Mordian Glory live stream, and it's time for Fun Day Monday, because I'm sure we have all been very busy over the weekend. Lots of painting and games and all that kind of good stuff. And you know what? It's time to talk about it. I had a little busy weekend. Little busy weekend. I mean, as the title may suggest, I was recalled to active duty. I thought I got out of this chicken shit outfit. But the Emperor asked, the Emperor called, and I obeyed. And I went to a tournament. Not only that, it was a Warhammer 40k tournament. Not only that, it was an Imperial Guard tournament. Okay, well, it wasn't only Imperial Guard. I took my Imperial Guard to the tournament. Not only that, I took Recon Guard to a tournament. But not as you may think. So yeah, it was a really interesting weekend this weekend. Lots and lots to talk about, and I'm very, very excited. So, Mordian, where was Mordian when the Westfold fell? Probably in 1947. So yeah, got loads to talk about today, but it's a Mordian Glory stream, and I'm actually surprisingly knackered. It's only an RTT, but I'm still absolutely surprisingly knackered from it. Normally they're on like a Saturday, and then I have Sunday off, and then I stream Monday, but this one was yesterday, so it was a little bit like, I haven't had my day off. Oh, I know, little Timmy Kittens needs a day off. Oh, I know. But I'm a little knackered today. So what we're going to do is just have a good old Mordian Glory, just chatting bollocks stream. Anything goes. Anything goes. You want to talk about Warhammer 40k? I got you. You want to talk about Old World, Bolt Action, Conflict? I got you. You want to talk about any other game systems? Let me know. You want to talk about competitive play, casual play, narrative play? You want to talk about army lists? You want to talk about hobby and shit? am in. You son of a bitch, I am in. You want to talk about one-page rules? We could do that. We can do that. Also, I am a professional streamer. It's just the standards in this industry are pretty low. Is the hot dog a sandwich? Ooh. No. Just like a burger isn't a sandwich. There you go. It's a burger. So it's a good question, but no, hot dog isn't a sandwich. A hot dog is a hot dog. A burger is a burger. A sandwich is a sandwich. There we are. So our first important question of the night is already here. So if you want to talk about some beef, by the way, if you want some beefs, I could talk about beefs. I mean, I haven't got any immediately available, but I'm sure if I dig down the back of the salty sofa, I'll find some. You know, I know I'll fucking find some. I'll fucking find some. Do you know what I mean? I'll find some fucking beef. Low sodium stream, please. Okay. All right. Low sodium stream. I mean, this is the funny thing. Right. For every person that says, I wish you weren't so salty, Mordian. For every person who says, I wish you weren't so beefy, Mordian. I get another person who goes, I love the beef. Because the beef lets me know it's real. The beef lets me know that the pain's real. So, yeah. So, you see, some people love the salt, some people hate the salt. But look, guys, anything goes, right? I'm not coming in here with a beefy agenda today. If the beef happens, if it's organic beef, you know, if it comes from the community, then, you know, I'll talk about a little bit of beef. But truth be told, anything goes. We can talk about beef. We could talk about salt. We could talk about just good times. There's wherever the community leads, I will follow. There we are. See. I know I'm getting off topic already, but even today's towel video wasn't that beefy. Now, yeah, it's got a spicy title, but come on, this is YouTube in 2025. There's no spicy title. You might as well not upload it, right? Right? You know, and not only that, we're in a goddamn drought, a 40k drought. I don't think you guys have any idea how big this drought is. You want a bit of beef? I've been deep diving the drought. Oh my god. The drought is real, boys. The drought. I've been looking around some big fucking channels. The drought is real, right? But moving to one side, even today's video wasn't that beefy. The title was a little spicy, but if you actually watch the video, I basically spent the entire time being like, look, I am in full sympathy with the title community because it's really annoying when people fuck with you, but thank God that it wasn't worse. That's basically, like, look, a lot of people were talking to me about, like, rules and shit. A lot of people were talking to me about, oh, but, you know, now we can't fall back. I'm like, guys, rules are temporary. Models, well, they used to be permanent, but now models are fucking temporary as well. So, like, anything that's like, look, I agree with you guys on the rules point of view. It's a fucking ball ache, but on the models point of view, oh my god, the fact that all your models are still viable, Jesus, man. Take the wins where you can get them. Might not feel like one, but, you know, might not feel like one, but you ask a lot of the factions, and they'll tell you. It could have been a lot worse. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. So basically, we could talk about anything today, guys. So I've got no beef loaded into the beef cannon today, but if the beef comes from inside the house, then I'll go with it. But I will, like I said, it's a Morning Glory stream, so anything goes. So with that massively overlong intro done, now let's get on with the stream. Let's get into the stream proper, as it were, and let us begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest His Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Get those 07s down in the chat. We've got Spriggs, Savaloy, Squawk, Orktim, Aspiring Gladiator, Mostly Harmless, Aspiring Tryhard, Kalanishkat, Tonk, Raygun, Tough Grim Dark, Sabin Wilson, Chicken Detonator, The Lower Deck, Sleepless Eye, Justin Miller, Hunter 404, Funky Chicken, Chris Team Cap, Minecraft Shabronsky, JP Greer, Garden05, Firstborn Forever, Ian Castleman, D-Mac, Squawk, Ness. Ooh, I think I've lost me place. And found it again. Matty 1255-4. The Warp Forge, still unsure. It's me, Rev. Scribbles, mostly harmless. Nicholas Steiner. Chunkules, Flamewave, Mark Coyle. Justin Miller. Megatron's Goldfish. Samuel the Motorcycle Man, a Gaming Stuka. Templar UK of GB and NI. No, that's a 1 minute. That's a political account. 1 minute. Just got to ban that guy. Okay, cool. Big on. Russell W. Russell W. Strass. Savaloy Lover. Godlike Pirate. Commander Crash. 1 minute. XJ, Ajax Zamped, Butt Mountain, a Random Osherot, Stacey Pierce, Gordy Co, Battered Nutria, Freedoc, Zeb Taylor, Still Unsure, Chris K, Matt's Bad Minis, Hi Marshall Bungle, That Rat Bastard. Hey, good to have you back in stream, man, especially after everything that you've been going through recently, dude. Amazing. Still, they can't give a good rat down. Airborne 342, Nez819, Nick Schaefer, Gaming Guru, Killak Nelak, Trench Rat Shovel, Bad Rabbits, say my name, baby. And we've got Roguish Tank. Hey! Welcome. I think I missed the Game Guru. I may have missed Game Guru. Anyway, welcome everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Hope you guys are excited. Hope you guys are excited. Thank you for joining today's stream. And we've got 100 people nearly in stream. If I could all ask you to smash that like button. Go on. You know you want to. Just give it a little. Just give it a little kiss. A little smooch. Like your stepsister. Please. Please. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who is like, I can see the likes going up now. You absolute degenerate bastards. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who subscribed to the channel. We are getting pretty close to our channel goal now. I think we've got, I'm not sure how many we've got actually. We're on 78,882 subscribers. And we're trying to get 80,000 by the end of the year, which is only 5 weeks away. So we're pushing for the burn. We are pushing for the burn. So if you could subscribe to the channel, I would be most grateful. And try to tell you, I've literally never been here before. How was I supposed to like the stream? You join every day. You just say this to annoy me. Right. I also want, oh, by the way, if you don't want to like the stream because you feel like, no, you've told me, Mordian, now I don't want to like it. I'm just going to say this, dislike it. It's fine. Dislike the stream. Go on, I dare you. But you won't do it. I bet you won't. Fucking pussy, I bet you won't dislike the stream. You fools. You fools. Everyone who just disliked the stream, you fools. You have activated my trap card, for you may not know that the YouTube algorithm cannot tell the difference between a like and a dislike. All it sees is interactivity. That's how videos that get ratioed into oblivion still go viral. I should know. All your interactivity belong to us.
Infantry, sir.
I'm going to like the stream and leave a negative comment. It's over. Yes. Yes. Unlimited power. All right. All right, Nez, I always give people the benefit of the doubt. I only like content I finished. All right, 1 second. 1 second. I got you. All right, see, it's finished now, so you can like the stream now. See, there you go. Boom, and now we started a new bit. There you are. There you are. You guys, I'm like 7 steps ahead. I'm 7 steps ahead. You guys are all playing chess. I'm playing checkers. Wait, what? You guys are all playing. You guys are all playing Age of Sigmar. I'm out here playing Conflict. All right, no, I'm joking. Not really. Playing Old World, I should say. That would have been a better comparison. Yeah. 2 streams a day. No, but seriously, thank you guys to everyone that is liking and subscribing and all that kind of stuff. You guys are amazing. And I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good shit. And now let's take a look and let's see what we've got going on here. So, beginning with who had the first big dick in the stream? It is Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. I also want to say a big thank you to Marold, my boy. Speaking of gifted memberships, you can't say gifted memberships without Marold. He always comes in, he always gives one, he always supports. Marold, thank you for the Ursus Infantry, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Thanks, Maud. You're a good lad. We've got more gifted memberships. My God, the gifted memberships are flowing today. We've got Chris K coming in with the big old gifted membership. Thank you, mate, for doing your part. And he's also coming in with the 11-month member flex 007 for the double support. Hail the Mordian! Question in chat. All right. Mostly finished with my second Krieg Lehman Russ. Concerning use of the second turret set of pieces, is there a recommendation outside of the Executioner variant? Pictures listed in chat last night. I think I remember seeing these come through, so. Not sure how much, let's have a look. Not sure how much time I'd have on my hands tomorrow, so I figured I'd share this now. I got cold feet on the Imperial Knight and decided to work on something else first. Hey! Can never go wrong with more tanks. Can never go wrong with more tanks. In this particular case, another Lehman Russ in my pile of shame. Or I don't think at any point over the last like 10 years has there ever not been a Lehman Russ in my pile of shame. And it's not the same Lehman Russ. And I am the proud owner of like probably close to 30 of the fucking things. So I've still got one. I've still got one at least one in my pile of shame right now. I've just ordered some more. I got some fucking coming from Temu now to try to see what all the hype's about. So, yeah. Order some extra bits off Elric's hobby, so jazz it and another future project up. Given the cost, I'm probably not going to do that again anytime soon. I call the tank about 90 to 95% complete at this point. For the viewing pleasure of the group, my second Krieg Lehman Russ. So this is the beast itself, looking good. All of the extra track guards and things, they are very nice. I do love track guards on my tanks. I think track guards make the Lehman Russ just look a lot more realistic, which is obviously a bit, you know, it's a sci-fi tank, but still, I think it's cool. Hey, trench rails, nice. I like all of that, man. Actually, it's got those third-party exhaust pipes. They look like they might be third-party exhaust pipes, but maybe too many Lehman Russ variants are swimming through my head at this point. Yeah, nice. Very nice. I like the transfers and the freehand and the cool pin-up art and all that stuff. Nice. It's Kelly Krieger. That's what it is. Now, that's the freehand. So, the question was about Lehman Russ turret variations, I believe. So, from a practical point of view, you can swap the different turrets out very easily. I'm sure you're aware of this, but the bit that slots in the barrel that slots into the turret on the Executioner, Demolisher, and Punisher variant slots in and out. So, from a practicality point of view, like you can just pick whichever variant you want. From a like actual point of view, the Executioner is the best of those three. The Punisher's dog shit. The only reason you take a Punisher is because you've run out of Vanquishers and you want cheap armor. That's the only reason. Like, I think if you took 6 tanks, if you took 3 Leman Russes and 3 if you took 3 Vanquishers and 3 Punishers, it is 6 tanks at the end of the day. But then the problem is not a case of the tanks, the problem is a case of orders. That's the problem. So, you know, Leontis could order 3. Leontis could order 3. And maybe Creed could order 3 more on combined arms. Maybe. But, you know, that's kind of it, really. You kind of stop. That's otherwise, you might as well take tank commanders, right? And then at that point, you're thinking to yourself, well, why didn't I just take tank commanders anyway? You know, so if I just took 2 tank commanders. Yeah, so you can do it, but I think you actually, it ends up being a lot more expensive than you were expecting. Now, so from a like gameplay point of view, the Execution is the best one. From a vibes point of view, I think the Punish is pretty cool. But the Demolisher cannon is one we've not really talked about. So the Demolisher, I think, will have its time again. It amazes me. Like, the Demolisher cannon just got absolutely fucking curb stomped. And it's like, this is, so, right, I'm not, beef! No beef. Okay. Genuine no beef. All right. But I will say this. It's really weird why the Guard Leman Russ Demolisher cannon got nerfed, but then the Demolisher cannon on the Baneblade didn't. So for the first time in history, in like 30 years, if not more, 30, 40 years, there's a difference between the Demolisher cannon on a Russ and the Demolisher cannon on a Baneblade, which is strange. And then they subsequently haven't updated anybody else's Demolisher cannons. See, I would have no issue if all Demolisher cannons got treated equally. But they didn't. They didn't. And I would have no issue if the Baneblade did get a special Demolisher cannon. Because it's like, pardon me, because it's the Baneblade, so it gets like the best of the best of the best. Okay, sure, I can accept that. But then I'm like looking over at, I mean, I can't really actually, but fine. But then I'm looking over at like the and it's also I can understand it being a better Demolisher cannon on Baneblade because it's like 500 points. You know, at the time this decision was made, it was 500 points, right? It's changed a little bit now, but it's 500 points. And then you look over at Space Marines, it's like, how much is the Vindicator? What, like 170? Let's actually have a look at this 1 minute. I think they're like 170 Vindicators. There might be a bit more now, but let's have a look. $185. Okay, and how much is the Leman Russ Demolisher now? $190. So I don't really get it because the stats for a Demolisher and the stats for a Vindicator are not that different. Let's have a look. So I think it's because they can both fire when they're in combat. They both have exactly the same stats. The Vindicator's got slightly better leadership, but who gives a fuck? So I guess the big thing is that the Marine Demarcher Cannon hits on a 3, and their Hunter Killer Missile hits on a 2, but whatever. So I guess the big difference... I think the reason they've done it that way, though... I think the reason they've done it that way is because the Vindicator only has one gun. So it's like if you make the Vindicator, like, have a really shit Demarcher Cannon, it's got no other guns that, like, can pick up the slack. But that's still a bit stupid. Because why not just have both Demarcher Cannons be good and then just have the Lehman Russ just pay more points for the accoutrement? Or here's a really weird idea. What if, you know, the Lehman Russ had to pay more points for those extra guns that it got? But if it didn't want to take the same guns... this moving swiftly on. No. Anyway, no. So the reason why I mentioned this now is I think Demarcher Cannons. I think it's annoying because I think the Demarcher Cannon should just get fixed. Frankly, it should be D6 plus 3 shots anyway. But I also think that it'll probably get fixed later down the line. I'm sure, like, I mean, if we're looking at if in 3.5 years' time we get to the end of 11th edition and Lehman Russ Demarcher Cannons are still D6 plus 1 shots, I mean, it'll be really annoying. It always comes back to grinding points. It always does, man. It always does. Anyway, the reason this came up, right, is from the tournament that I was at this weekend. The reason this comes up is because I had a proper Demarcher Cannon in my list. I had a Baneblade in my army, but we'll talk. Well, I had more than just a Baneblade in my army. But I'm playing it coy. But it came up because I paired into another Gab player round 1, and he had Lehman Russ tank commanders with Demarcher Cannons because he was playing Hammer of the Emperor, right? So it makes sense for you to have Demarcher Cannons and your tank commanders in that detachment. And it was so different. It was such a difference, you know. He would fire his Demarcher Cannons at me, and he would roll like a 2 or a 3. Right, so he's getting like 3 shots out of his Demarcher Cannons, and then, you know, and then I roll my Demarcher Cannons and basically get the same result on the dice, but I get double the shots. So my Demarcher Cannon was just like smashing the piss out of him, but it should have been it should have been where, you know, I just wasn't afraid of it. I completely disrespected his Demarcher Cannons, and he couldn't disrespect mine. So yeah, it's one of those where it's really when you come across it in game, it's one of those where you know you have direct comparison in game. It's one of those that it really highlights it, and then I think it starts bothering you, because I was bothered for my opponent. Because that situation shouldn't have existed. It was a non-necessary situation. Yeah. So I think, and then it's as we've said before, so we're not going to get too salty, but it's as before. Like, I think one of the big, I think one of the let us use. Nah, fuck that. I'm not self-censoring. I'm not fucking leaving. I think 40k has a problem, and it's a Games Workshop. It's a problem for GW. Okay? All right. Bear with. I'm going places. I'm not gonna... it's not a problem for us, the players. It's not a... Fucking hell, I've got some, like, dinner on my... Is that some... Oh, it's a bit of cheese. Anyway, I often talk about problems with 40k from the player perspective, right? Right. But I think There's a problem with 40k, and GW will want to resolve this, even though right now they're too busy posting record profits somehow. But the problem that 40k has right now is players encounter situations on the tabletop which make them question. You don't want your players questioning your game. You want your players to be immersed in your game, right? So when we get into a situation where you've got a Demolisher cannon and I've got a Demolisher cannon, and we're both playing the same army essentially, but your Demolisher cannon is dog shit for no explicable reason, and my Demolisher cannon is great, and you used to have my Demolisher cannon but now you don't, and no one's ever explained why, then what happens is it creates a break, whether it's a break of immersion or just a moment of frustration. It creates a break. And then the immortal question happens. Why is it that way? You don't want your players questioning why something is the way that it is. That's from and we're not talking like a rules point of view or anything like that. It's, it's like, why? That's the big question. And so, because when players start asking questions, well, then they're not just that when they start asking questions, they start going looking for answers. And when they start going looking for answers, they might find those answers in places that are outside of your control. That's why it's a problem for Games Workshop. They don't want people asking questions. They want people to consume product and play games and have fun. That's what they want. There you go. There you are. So, I love how everyone in the chat is saying the answer is the Rift, the answer is play K47. It's not. So, as much as I am a relentless warlord shill, and I am, I'm actually not going to say the answer is necessarily playing Conflict 47. Conflict 47 and the rise of its popularity against, I think, a lot of people's expectations, and it's only just started, and it's going to keep getting bigger, is a symptom, and it is one answer of many. Because there will be some people that will go and play Warhammer the Old World, which is somewhat within, which is still, for GW that's okay, but still 40k is the flagship, right? But it's people starting to play any game that's outside of 40k. Because for Games Workshop, the ideal scenario is everyone basically plays 40k. Makes things very easy for them if everyone just plays 40k, right? So when people start going out and asking questions, they might find answers that are inside the GW ecosystem, but very likely they'll find answers which are out, well, not very likely, but it's possible they'll find answers outside of the GW ecosystem, which is bad for Games Workshop, because when people start experiencing how other companies do things, they then start asking more questions, like why does GW do things the way that they do? Because if you only live inside the GW ecosystem, then you accept a lot of the way things are because you assume that is the way things have to be, because that is the way things have always been. But if you go outside the GW ecosystem and you see a company which is near peer, or it's not even near peer, is just doing things in a different way, but you like it that different way, you could argue whether it's better or worse, but let's say it's just different, but suddenly you like the different, then you start looking at GW and going, well, why don't you do things this way? So that's why it's a Games Workshop problem. And this is only a small example. Obviously, you might be thinking, but Mordian, you're massively extrapolating things from one game and one encounter and one weapon system. But it's not like that all the time. And it's like, I am using one teeny tiny example. but there is an entire fleet of examples out there. Why have Ultramarines overnight become the best melee faction in the game? Why are Emperor's Children only allowed to take certain things and not others? Why are my weapon loadouts restricted in this manner? Why do the points? Why does the price go up every single year, twice a year, but it doesn't go up on paints, but it goes up on models? Why? Why, brothers? Why? Anyway, moving on. Moving simply on. All of that from one question about Lehman Russes. I want to say a big thank you next to Tonk84. Thank you for 23-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Yes! List and pictures from the last game in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. Tonk, what's better than one bonk stick and one mantle caster? Warhammer the old Beastman Brayherd. So Beast Lord, no armor, Black Maul. Beast Lord, no armor, Cackling Blade. Oh man, I need to get my hands on some of this new weapon, the new war gear. Heavy Chaos Armor, Petal of Midnight, and Slug, dude, yeah, Slug Skin is so OP, I love it. Bray Shaman, 3 Bray Shamans. You crazy. You crazy. 30 Gauze, Primal Warhorde, 14 Ungor. I don't even know what fucking Primal Warhorde is. Warherd, I should say. 14 Ungor, 10 Ungor, Razor Gore, Herdstone, 3 Dragon Ogres with great weapons. How strict is just play on their no 3D printed things they have in their event packs? Asking a friend, can you guess the gimmick of the beast list? And here's a little pick from my last game for a mate's birthday. So, just play. I am not going. You know what? I'm just going to say it. If you don't tell them, they won't know. Yeah, that's it. That's it. All right. That's my advice for you. All right. This is cool though, man. Holy shit. That's a lot of. Is that some hot chaos on chaos goodness? I'm seeing Minotaurs here. I have no idea. These don't look like. Are they Chaos Warriors? Chaos Warriors there. Demons. Oh, man. It's like, you know what, in the, I think it's the 3rd Gotrek and Felix book, whichever's the one where they go in the airship to Karak Va or whatever it is. Or was it Karak? I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, and they're flying over the Chaos Wastes, and they can see all of the, like, at first it's like Beastmen fighting each other, and then it's like Beastmen and Chaos Warriors fighting each other. Then it's like demons and like monsters, and like the further they go in, like they're constantly seeing like chaos fighting chaos, and the further they go in, like the weirder and weirder and weirder and more monstrous and more chaotic the things that are fighting each other down below are. And then obviously there's all of them end up like going towards towards Karak Va, yeah. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of like this is just like that, like looking down and seeing the different chaos entities and war bands fighting each other. Yeah, it's cool as fuck. It's cool, man. Keeper versus Thirster, it went poorly. Well, for the Keeper, probably, right? Bloodthirsters are pretty good in melee. Although I find in Old War, they've only got like 6 wounds, so they're just a couple of cannonballs away. Couple of cannonballs away from eating from eating dirt. Yeah. It is one of those where I know that some people don't like this. I know Simon hates it. Simon absolutely hates it that my answer to anything that he can come up with is cannons. But the funny thing is, bear in mind, I've been on the receiving end of a lot of cannons, right? I've faced into as many cannons as I've brought in my time, right? The thing is, I think it's unbelievably cool that cannons and guns are actually like really powerful, because, you know, there's something just fundamentally fucking square based, you know what I mean, about just, there's a cosmic horror from beyond our plane of existence, a beast that has slain 1,000 mortals. How do we deal with it? Well, why don't we keep launching fucking cannonballs into it until it decides to just fuck off back to whence it came? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just something like, got an undead problem? Cannon. Got a beastman problem? Cannon. Got a chaos problem? You know what the answer is? If you said cannon, you'd be correct. Yeah, so it feels like cannon problem, cannon. Exactly. Cannon problem, cannon. I love it, Aiden. Amazing. But yeah. So I think I do think that cannons are I can understand why some people find them frustrating. I absolutely can do. I absolutely can do. But, and I think you can go too far with it. Like Dustin Polo's said. And I think Cathay has gone a little bit far with their cannons as well. So I do think that there is, you can go too far with it. But the general idea of cannons being good, I think is great. Because I think it kind of shows, like, humans can't rely upon just being like orcs can just rely upon just being naturally strong. Beastmen can rely upon, especially if you're like a Gore, like being naturally strong. And have the favor of your gods. And a lot of chaos stuff can have the favor of their gods, and elves can have like magic, and dwarves have got, their craftsmanship, and also they're just very, naturally they're very magical resistance and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got like humans, you've got like the Empire, and it's just like, yeah, we don't have any of that. So how do we beat it? Well, someone's going to have to hold the pointy sticks to buy time for the guys with guns to do the job. But faith, steel, and gunpowder. That's the Empire way, baby. That's the Empire way. Yeah. Who have we got next? Savaloy Lover. Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. The Lower Decks. How does the ground taste in discussion? Thank you for the 19 months, man. X-Force, baby. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Sir, the melee will be brutal. The crowd, their blood up, roars encouragement. Bookies are taking bets from all and sundry. The many, many bastard urchins are slitting coin pouches open. The women are soon to swoon, swooning or in post-swoon recovery. Sir Humping looks with a sneer in my general direction. He clearly seems confident of his abilities. The cocky bastard is probably going to try and rush me. The fool. As he rushes me for a moment, I consider holding like an edge defense line. However, everyone in the guard knows age defense lines are rubbish. It is, to quote my old school scholar tutor, Vankin time. A quick shield bash sorts him out. Or so I thought. Suddenly, his cronies, kinsmen, and paid lovers rush the field. A whirlwind of fist pummel me and slip into unconsciousness. Asked his impression of the fight before I got jumped. I love this.
Tell me how the grass tastes, little man.
That's so good. Although, to be fair, the other guy, this guy totally deserves it. He ran in there with no... What was he doing? It must be... It must be staged, man. It's so... Like, what is he... Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. Actually crazy. Yeah. How does the grass taste, little man? Stage where the actors had beef? Really? Interesting. Beef! Beef! All right, what's next? What's next? Tough Grim Dark, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Thank you for the support, man. Good day, Mordian. I play Iron Warriors and I love the fluff and lore, but when I play Iron Warriors, I don't feel like I'm playing Iron Warriors. I wish for more artillery. Yeah. I think there's a lot of that going around at the moment. Like, when I play my NIDs, I don't really feel like I'm playing NIDs. You know? I think there's a, like, some factions really pass the vibe check. I'll tell you one faction that I think GW's absolutely nailed in the last few months. Space Marines. Holy shit, man. So I got to play against Space Marines this weekend. And it's honestly, they're playing a different game. Anyone, I have to say it. I have to say it. I'm going to upset a lot of people. Probably going to get told off by YouTube. But I have to say it. At this point, right now, if you can't win with Space Marines, you're the fucking problem. Whether that's because you're just shit, or whether it's because you've not busted out the credit card. But one way or another, if you can't win Marines right now, oh my God, they're just playing a different game to everyone. Oh my fucking God. So yeah, Marines feel like Marines. They really, really do. Marines really, really fucking feel like Marines. And I'm saying that when I played my Firstborn the other day, I loved it. Yeah, they really felt right. Like, GW has made Marines feel like Marines. But oh my fucking God, you play anyone, you play anyone else. You play anyone else and you're like, yeah, my GSC don't feel like GSC. My Guard don't feel like Guard. My Nids don't feel like Nid. My Orcs don't feel like fucking Orcs. You know, right now, Orcs shouldn't be called Orcs. They should be called Codex Gazgul, which I'm sure some Orc players would love, but basically Gazgul's like carrying the entire thing right now, which is crazy. But yeah, like... Yeah, so I think it's one of those where GW has got the Marines sorted, but they need to do some work on... They need to do some work on some other factions. Yeah, Morning says ban Space Marines, got it. The thing with going back to Tough Grim Dark, the thing with Iron Warriors is they've always been a really, really popular faction, but they've never really got the attention they deserve. Pardon me, they never really got the attention they deserve. The only time I've ever seen Iron Warriors really feel like Iron Warriors was in 4th edition, man. 3.5 edition. When you had the Iron Warriors, and when you had the Chaos Space Marine 3.5 Codex, and Iron Warriors could take Guard artillery, like basilisks, and then increase its ballistic skill to Space Marine ballistic skill. That was cool. That was really, 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 really fucking cool. Yeah. So I think, and then to be fair, I think they felt like Iron Warriors in the Traitor Legions book. I think they felt a little bit like Iron Warriors there as well. But yeah, I think it's just I will say this, though. I will say this. Weren't you like 12 back in 3rd edition like me? How well now? I was, but I played 3rd edition. It was actually kind of funny. I basically didn't play 3rd/4th edition. Because I used to basically just play in the local. So I basically played 3rd/4th edition all the way up until I was 18. So even though like 5th edition and a thing were out, because me and my brother basically just played 3rd edition/4th edition because that's what we had. And then when the school we were at had the Warhammer Club there, there was both the school Warhammer Club and then there was there was a Warhammer Club that rented out the school hall for their stuff as well. And none of us moved on from everyone just kept playing 4th edition, which is kind of crazy, right? So yeah, I only really played 5th edition a little bit when I went to uni, and then basically 6th edition came out. Yeah. So I played a lot. I played a lot of 3rd/4th edition. Remember that 3.5 was the codex that basically got used all the way through 4th edition. Yeah. Yeah, but basically, there's something I want to talk about here actually, which I think is worth talking about because I know I'm taking my sweet time with a lot of the super chats and stuff, but it's funny how a lot of these are actually kind of playing into some of my thoughts from this weekend as well, from being at the tournament with my dad. But give me a minute. I need to blow my nose. It's really annoying me. I'm just going to blow my nose, and then I'll be back in a second. Oh, 1 minute. There you go. Give me 1 second. Because I'm constantly and it's just annoying me because it's stopping me from being able to concentrate. Oh, that should be good, but if not, I'll just deal with it. But so I think I had a revelation. The 11th revelation. The 11th revelation. Okay. So I'm going to say something a little controversial. I'm going to say something which a lot of people might flare their nostrils with derision. I think 40k, whilst not perfectly, it's not 100% there, but by and large, in the majority of situations and cases, I think Games Workshop has actually managed to make 40k balanced. Now, I'm going to have to explain myself here, so 1 minute. Sorry, I saw something that was bothering me. One of my models was stood on a bit of pebble on the board, and it was going to fall over, and it really bothered me because I didn't want it to chip. And then I saw it, and I couldn't stop looking at it, so I hyper-focused on it. So, let me explain. Now that I'm not autistically focused, that model's going to fall over. Back in the day, when... let me start again, because that sounds like I'm an old grognard. And I am, but this is really important. It's really, really important. Whilst I don't think 40k is perfectly balanced, back in the day, the way that tournaments were won was someone just brought the most insane broken skew combo. So a great example of this is in like 7th edition, you had multiple things called invisible Death Stars. Typically the most powerful one was called Wolf Star, although there were other variants. And how this essentially worked is there was no limit to how many characters you could attach to a unit. So you took, and psychic powers were very different back then. And so what happened is you basically could take about, of your equivalent to 2,000 point army back in the day, about 1,500 points of it all in one unit. And it was Thunderwolf Cavalry with multiple Iron Priests attached to it. The Iron Priests brought loads of Fenrisian Wolves with them, and they joined the unit too. And then you had Azrael join the unit and so many other things. And the entire unit had a 2+ rerollable invulnerable save. And it could only ever be hit on 6s and in shooting and in melee. And you couldn't target it with blast weapons. So it was almost impossible to kill. And then you had things like 10 Riptides that could each fire 4 times. So 40 Riptides with the firepower. Bear in mind that people used to basically play on boards out of like a white dwarf. So there were about 4 pieces of terrain on the board. So there was no cover. Imagine playing against 40 Riptides with no cover, nowhere to hide. And then you had, you had Taldar. And then moving on to 8th edition. In 8th edition, you had the Infinite Poxwalker Hyperloop, where there was, Poxwalkers weren't fixed. So anytime a model died within a certain range of Poxwalkers, they became Poxwalkers. And whether that was friend or foe. And the size of the Poxwalk unit wasn't limited. So what people would do is take they would basically take a unit of Poxwalkers and then have the whole army around it. And then there was a stratagem where you couldn't target the Poxwalkers, or you could put the stratagem on the Poxwalkers. So anytime one of the Poxwalkers would die, another unit died instead. But then when that other unit died, it basically meant you got a free Poxwalker, right? So to put this into explanation, imagine you've got 100 cultists around of various squads, let's say several blobs of cultists around a squad of Poxwalkers. When someone goes to shoot the Poxwalkers, they play the stratagem, and anytime a Poxwalker would die, one of the cultists dies. But every time one of the cultists dies, it becomes a Poxwalker. So basically, so they just never die. And then if you target the cultists, then what happens is every time one of the cultists dies, it just becomes a Poxwalker, and it doesn't need to pay the stratagem. And there was all sorts of shit like that, right? And it was just broken. You had what was called the Cake Topper Army in 8th edition, where Dark Eldar had this unit that were called Razorwing Flocks. And the Razorwing Flocks were 10 points, but they were 8 wounds. So then there was no rule of 3. So you could take them in these huge units. So what people did is I told them about Wolfstar, unless you're thinking of another Wolfstar. Invisible Wolfstar is what I was talking about before. But no, it's all right, man. But Kian's right. Yeah, Wolfstar was the one I was talking about before. That was the Invisible Wolfstar. The Cake Topper Army. It was reason it's called the Cake Topper Army. It's because of these Razorwing Flocks that were 8 wounds for 10 points. So what people did is they went on eBay and they bought little doves, and you could buy that were for wedding cakes, and you could buy 100 of them for a $5. And so people would buy 200 or 300 of these doves, and then basically spray paint them black, dry brush them some kind of color, and stick them on bases, and that would be the Razorwing flock. And these things were just so many wounds for so few points that nothing could chew through them all. So that was utterly broken, and people won tournaments with that. And then you get into 9th edition, and it's like, look at the veterans. Then there was, towards the end of 8th, you had literally, statistically, and also in real life, unkillable Chaplain Dreadnoughts, or Leviathan Dreadnoughts, I think it was. And then in 9th, you had the Skutari Veteran Cohort, which had like an 80% win rate. And Marines got up. And then there was a point when Marines got updated, because Marines weren't doing very well. So the Marines got updated, so they had army-wide Armor of Contempt. So if some of you think that Armor of Contempt right now is a problem, because it's like a stratagem, right? It used to be they got it army-wide as just a free rule. And it was like really bad. So where am I going with this? So it used to be back in the old days, and not even that old, even Votan, for an example as well. But it used to be back in the day that the way that you won tournaments, it was with a gimmick list. It was with a SKU list. And now, I don't think that's true. I think, and I don't think it's perfect, but I would say by and large, one of the great things that 10th edition has, and I think it's achieved it, is the person with a balanced list and who plays most skillfully tends to not only win games, but win tournaments. If you go to a local RTT now, if you go to a GT now, I would say, outside of some rare exceptions, not even rare exceptions, if you go to a GT now with a reasonable number of players, or an event larger, generally the person that wins the event is the person who plays the best and has the most well thought out list. That's the truth. So I'll give you an example from the tournament that I was at this weekend. I was playing Guard, and I was loving it. It was great. And I took Recon in Force. So what that means is you take Recon Detachment, and then you put a Baneblade in there, because the idea is that the Baneblade hands out cover to the units around it, so it helps you with your Recon Guard. So I was like, well, what's better than one Baneblade is two Baneblades. So I took double Baneblade and then 4 platoons of Guard, 4 20-man bricks of Guard. And that was basically my army. There was obviously officers and accoutrement and stuff, but that was basically my army, right? And the first 2 games, I won them because my opponent just couldn't deal. Because it was a stat check. That's all it was. It was a classic stat check. Can you beat 2 Baneblades? Nope. Well, I'm going to bully you with them. So the first game that I played against another Guard player, and he had 2 tank commanders with Demartia cannons, 2 battle tanks, a Rogel Dawn commander, and an exterminator. But, frankly, that's just not enough. It's just not enough, because the battle, with smoke available to me against a lot of your guns, I'm on a 2-up or a 3-up save, and worst case scenario, I've got my 4-up invulnerable save. So, I just basically, the Baneblades just crushed the smaller tanks. Second game I played was against Dark Elder. Now, this guy did have a fair amount of anti-tank, but it's all on really fragile units. So, I basically just had, I waited. I played it cagey for a couple of turns. And then I was like, if I have a big turn 3, I reckon I can survive the clapback. So I just went in turn 3, did loads and loads of horrendous damage with my Bane Blades, and then the clapback wasn't enough to kill one of the Bane Blades. So then I just rolled over the remaining Dark Elder. And then we got to game number 3, and I played against Space Marines. And my Space Marine opponent, now he was running a very, very good list. Don't get me wrong. But it was a very balanced list. So he was running the new Raven Guard. And the new Raven Guard are really, really good. Do not get it twisted. He had the Vanguard veterans, he had the jumpy dudes, he had all the characters, all the correct stuff, right? Don't get me wrong. But do you know what? Do you know what was the big difference in that game? Was that my gimmick didn't work. It was that simple. My gimmick didn't work. And so he won. Because my gimmick didn't really have any good skill to it or good play to it. I just had to, basically it was more just okay, when do the Bane Blades roll out kind of thing. Or can he deal with them? No, they can pretty much roll out from the beginning, right? So, but my opponent's list, it could just deal with them because he had brought sufficient anti-tank, and he had brought sufficient anti-infantry, and he had brought sufficient ship munchers, and he had brought... So he had good primary game, good secondary game, good damage dealers, and because he had lots of close combat orientated stuff, good pseudo indirect fire, because he could basically he could still damage things he couldn't see by charging them, right? So his list was just better than mine, and he played his list very well, so he won. So that and that to me really, really struck home to me. For all of the things that I find very, very frustrating about Games Workshop's business practices, for all of the things that I find very, very frustrating around how the dreaded policy turns so much gold into shit. For all of how much I hate how many artificial gaps there are now in factions, and how much flavor has been lost, and how solvable the game has become, and I hate all of those things, and all of that stuff is valid and doesn't get swept away by what I'm about to say next. But despite all of what I've said, 40k generally games are now won by the most skilled player with the most balanced list. It's that simple. Now, a lot has been lost to achieve that. A lot has been lost to achieve that. And Victrix Guard are wiggling their bums on the horizon and very well may be ready to make a mockery of what I've just said. And there's always exceptions that prove the rule, of course. And it would be just like Games Workshop to finally balance the game after 4 decades, only to fuck it up. Right? But that's one thing you can't take away from 40k right now. That's one thing you can't take away from it. But the big question is, does that outweigh everything else? I think it goes a long way in certain respects, like competitive circles and stuff. But I do think that it probably doesn't outweigh everything. I think if the game was in the state that it is in now, and GW didn't act like greedy, money-grubbing bastards, then I think that a lot could be forgiven. But the problem is that not only do they act like greedy bastards, but then you've got the dreaded policy, and then you've got so much has been lost to achieve it. If we didn't have the dreaded policy, And if GW could introduce some fucking poverty kits like fucking Snapfit Guardsman, and could introduce some pocket money fucking pocket money. If GW could introduce pocket money models again, make the kits a lot more ergonomic, and got rid of the dreaded policy, then everything that had been lost to achieve balance, I could accept. Yeah. Yeah. But it's funny because a lot of I do wonder what I won't. So that's my big like rant about it. That's my big rant about it, and I think it just, like I said, it creates an interesting question of Games Work. I think Games Workshop could. I think they could have their cake and eat it, and that's what I hope for in the future. I hope in the future. Amazing, Christopher Barnes. I'll get to you in a moment, man. I'm guessing that's CB Cooper, right? But yeah, that's my analysis after this weekend. That's my analysis. I think 40k has achieved the impossible. And that's why when I see people talking about them spamming 18 Victrix Guard with all the characters, I think to myself, that's the old way, not the new way. 18 Victrix Guard with all the characters in there is 1,500 points. Now, sure, that's 3 very capable units, but it's only 3 units. It's unbalanced. It doesn't have the range. It doesn't have sufficient range support. It doesn't have sufficient ship munchers for doing. What are you going to do when Cleanse comes up and your 500 points of ship munchers have been killed? You're going to put a 500 point unit on Cleanse? Great. You don't want to do that? It's fine. Then you're not scoring points. So yeah, I think now 2 units of Victrix Guard, 1,000 points of Victrix. That's where I think it is. But it's like running 2 Baneblades. You've still got enough points left over for a half viable list. The third one, not quite. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, I think 40k is balanced. Now we just need GW to achieve a bit of policy balance, and then maybe we'll be in a golden age of wargaming then. Maybe. What do you guys think? Please let me know down in chat. I've got some super chat stuff to do, but please let me know down in chat. All right. So, where are we up to? I want to skip ahead a little bit here because we just had a big super chat come in. I do apologize that some of you are going to be waiting a long time for for me to get back to you, but we have just had 1 minute. We have just had the man, the myth, the legend, CB Cooper hit the stream with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! It's popping up, boys! Let's fucking go! CB Cooper, can we get everyone in the stream right now? Spam 07 down in the chat. Do your favorite Spriggs impression. Let's give it up for the man, the myth, the legend, CB Cooper, for dropping the big 50 memberships. We are going in with the first wave! Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You can kill anything with more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you, sir. Yes, mate. CB Cooper, there's a reason we have a song after you. There's a reason that Cooper's Company is part of the Deep Channel lore. There's a reason why so many people right now are spamming 07, because many of those have first-hand experienced your awesomeness, your generosity, sir. So thank you, thank you, thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. 07, you magnificent bastard. And from the bottom of my heart, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you for your support. Thank you for Cooper's company. And thank you for being an absolute fucking Giga Chad. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There we are, man. There we are. Absolutely. It's popping up, boys. It's popping up. Ishmael, thank you for Super Chat, man. Proud to serve alongside Cooper's company. Yes. Proud to serve alongside. Proud to be a part of. Proud to know of the company. There we are, man. Holy shit. Oh my god. I love any excuse to play this video, man. There we are. Oh man. CB Cooper. I don't know why YouTube's broken again. And now it's using everyone's like real names again. I don't know why. I haven't changed it. Like every time I think they fixed it, they break it again. I have no idea. I think you can change it. If you go on your YouTube settings and like, I think it's customization. You can change it. Yeah. But it's cool. Well, I love how that bit's like said slightly quieter. Because it's Whispering Monk. Amazing. Yeah, YouTube's really weird about that, man. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I worked it out straight away because I was like, Christopher Barnes. CB Cooper. There we are. I was like, I bet that's him. Yeah. Yeah, can confirm. This is my government name. No, that's your real name. It's like an it's one of those. Yeah. So I just had to do something quickly. Thank you. So yeah, CBQ, where was I? Thank you for support, man. Thank you for support. And bro, thank you for more than doing your part, sir. There we are. There we are. All right. What have we got next? What have we got next? All right. Let's get this bad boy popping off. We've got Chicken Detonator. Speaking of gifted membership, Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. D-Mac, thank you for the super chat, bro. I consider getting back into Old World. My old dwarf army used to be pretty punchy with the stone throwers. How do they play these days? So stone throwers specifically are actually quite good because they can land stones on people's heads, and if you get hit by the so you've got like the template, right? It's like a 3-inch template, and if you get hit by the center of the template, then it does like a big like strength 8 multi-damage hit. So stone throwers are actually pretty good, and dwarf cannons are a little bit. Dwarf cannons aren't what they once were. So grudge throwers are actually half decent now, which is cool. Now, regarding dwarves in general, dwarves are basically considered to be a totally okay army in Old World. Not great, not terrible, 3.6. The problem is with dwarves is that they don't have any big monsters of their own. And big monsters are quite good. And also, they tend to have to take. I mean, I think dwarves are fine. The problem with dwarves is that a lot of the time they can force the enemy to come to them. But when they can't force the enemy to come to them, then dwarves start getting they start struggling a little bit. So, you know, if you end up playing against someone who's got more range firepower than you, then as a dwarf player, that can be wildly uncomfortable. But on the whole, dwarves are perfectly good, and grudge throwers are grudge throwers I think are actually overlooked by dwarf players at the moment. I think they're still trying to make those cannons do stuff, but I think the grudge thrower is where it's at. Commander Crash, thank you for the super chat. Do you think there'll be any conflict themed books like Black Library, or does it not need it? So I can confirm what Warlord has publicly stated, which is all I know, by the way. I don't know any more than you guys. But on the I do believe that there will be Black Library style novels coming for Conflict 47. So I think that's going to be the case. Also, I know for sure that there are going to be like Forge World style campaign books. So, you know, like Siege of Rack style, not like, you know, so yeah, that kind of thing. Like, so old school campaign books are incoming. Each campaign book that comes out is going to focus on a particular front or particular part of the conflict universe. And then they're also planning on doing novels as well. So there's going to be lots and lots of expanded lore coming for Conflict 47. And Warlord Games has confirmed that this isn't just a quick release. They have a multi-year, at least 5-year plan for expanding Conflict. And that includes both the lore and the models and everything. So, yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more Conflict coming, and they have multiple authors and writers on full-time pay at Warlord now. So I've said this, there's multiple examples, but the one I always end up using is the guy who wrote Gotrek and Felix, arguably, like, I mean, inarguably one of the most popular book series GW's ever done, arguably in the top 1 or 2, top 3 worst case scenario, Stephen King. Not Stephen King, Bill King. It's not Stephen King, Bill King. They hired him to write conflict lore. So the guy that wrote Gotrek and Felix is working on conflict lore. So yeah, there's definitely more lore coming, and there's more lore coming, and I think they're going to be. I think Warlord appreciate that lore not only. That lore means a lot. Yeah. Good lore is worth its weight in gold. I don't think, I'm going to say something a little controversial. I don't think anyone would give a flying fuck about Night Lords if it wasn't from the Night Lords trilogy. I think the Night Lords trilogy has sold millions of pounds worth of Warhammer plastic. I'm just going to say it. I think the Night Lords trilogy has not only sold millions of pounds of books, but I think it's also sold millions of pounds of the plastic. Yeah. Nick Shaver, thank you for the 36-month member flex. Triple X-Force, baby! Yes! 3 years. Amazing, man. Amazing. Thank you so much for 3 years of support, you absolute Giga Chad. Celebrating 420 guardsmen. Nice. And 5 super heavies. Yes! What I cannot crush with infantry, I will crush with the tanks of the Imperial Guard. There you are, man. Amazing. Amazing. Nick Schaefer, thank you for your support. And those are some pretty fucking good milestones. Yep. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, man. They don't balance, they just play whack-a-mole. I partially agree. I definitely think there's an element of whack-a-mole. I think I think that there is definitely an element of them releasing something. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to call it. I agree, but I'm gonna add an extra layer to it. I think that Games Workshop definitely has a bit of a fix it in post policy. I think they kind of recognize that the moment they release something to the wild, gamers will find ways of breaking it. And so because they now accept that reality, they put less effort in up front because they know that, well, we'll probably miss something anyway and they'll break it anyway. So we'll just write what we want to write, release it, see where the reaction is, and then fix the bits that people complain about the most. I don't know if it's necessarily whack-a-mole or it's apathy. But yeah, there you go. Mostly Harmless, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Bad Rabbit, thank you for the super chat, man. I am on the moon. Help in stream discussion. Bad Rabbit 07. I hope you fed well at tournament. I did actually eat well at tournament. I had a cheese sandwich, and I had a sausage roll. It was actually a caramelized onion roll. And then for breakfast, I had a bacon sandwich. And then for dinner, I had victory chicken. So I ate well. Be aware, the chat box is toast. So what do you mean the chat box is toast? Wait, what? Be aware, the chat box is toast. So here they are, my first rough draft for a regular and square-based comp list. Do not go into this review assuming I know anything. I don't. I am on the moon. Help. Each character is in order of the unit it is leading. Post-message addendum. Old world builder is being a boner. It keeps saying unfortunately this option is available. Whenever I click any export options except save as text. Post-message addendum. List of our email because old world continues bonerisms. Just export it as text, man. Export it as text. Why would you export it as any other format? You crazy rabbit, you. Man. Let's have a look. I'm only teasing. I always export my list of texts. I find them easier to read, but that's about it. But I was like, stop being mean. More than 2,000 point character limit on Discord. Okay, fair enough. Well, you've done the right thing because you sent it to me on email. That's the advantage of having like a backup system like the email, right? Anyway, let's get to the list. I'll stop being pedantic. So you got a Renegade Prince, hand weapon, light armor, shield general, might of. You've got Tedium Stoicism, sort of battle. Renegade Prince, full plate, shield, sort of might. Tedium Stoicism, Renegade Captain, Griffin Standard, Brace Pistol, shield, full plate armor, sort of might, Outcast Wizard. Level 3. 29 veteran cell swords. 29 veteran cell with full thrusting spears, shields, drilled, heavy infantry, phalanx, full command. Same again. And then 11 cell sword infantry with crossbows. Okay. 7 Hireling Outriders. Okay. And then bombard, organ gun. Okay. So the first thing to say is you can't take 3 guns. This is a big mistake I kept making in my battle reports. Oh, chat box is missing on stream. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Professional streamer at work. Bad Rabbit is going to be he's going to lose his shit. He's going to be like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, it was just one button away. I just fucking forgot to turn it on. So the first thing to say is you can't take 3 guns. You can't take the bombard and the organ gun. You can only take 2. So drop the organ gun because you definitely want the bombard. Second thing to say is take the definitely don't put your wizard in the crossbow squad. You don't need to do that. Wizards basically get loan op like from 40k if they're with it. Well, any character gets loan op if they are within 3 inches of a unit which is like the same type as them and which is like above unit strength 5. So if you put your wizard just within 3 inches of one of your big bricks of sellsword veterans, the enemy can't target him. The wisdom of the Howling Outriders. I mean, you can do that if you want. If you want, you can have him in there. But, I mean, honestly, I feel like you're probably best just having him to one side. Yeah. The FLVN, there's a whole... FLVN is right, but there's a whole... Basically, you don't need a bodyguard unit for the wizard. The wizard can just do his thing. So there's that. The other thing to mention is you definitely want that first prince to have full plate. And so what I would do is I would basically drop the organ gun, take two 10-man squads of crossbow guys, and give your renegade prince an extra bit of armor. So it should be first prince, second prince, captain, wizard, 29 cell swords, 29 cell swords with, you know, the shields and spears and shit. 2 squads of 10 crossbowmen, outriders, bombard. And then any points you've got left over, just put into making units a little bit bigger. There's the Arm of Destiny. Not according to the list you sent me. He has hand weapon, light armor, shield, general, Telian stoicism, and sword of battle. So you might have forgotten to give him the armor that he needs. Yeah. And also, Arm of Destiny is not worth it. The Arm of Destiny is there for factions that can't get full plate. You can get full plate, so just take full plate. I know you get the ward save as well, but... So, going on to your other army. 2,400 points. Again, you need to give that guy the armor. He's not got it right now. Also, there's no way that you could get there's no way you could take the Sword of Battle and the Armor of Destiny, because you'd be way over your points. Like, you can only take 100 points with the gear, and I'm pretty certain the Armor of Destiny is like 70 points. Could be wrong, though. Renegade Prince, Renegade Captain, double Wizard this time, with guns. I love it. Big units of cell swords. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean... You lack heavy cavalry. In your 2,400 point army. So I also wouldn't go above 30 men in a unit. I think any more than that and they get unwieldy. Diminishing returns. So what I would do is... At 2,400 points, I'd take 3 29 strong bricks and have a prince in one, a prince in another, and the captain in the third. And then I would have 2 squads of crossbowmen, 2 bombards. I think you probably only want a single wizard. And then I'd go for 1 unit of Hireling Outriders and 1 unit of heavy cavalry. You want the renegade cavalry. You want the heavy cavalry because it allows you to... Honestly, I really undervalued heavy cav until I started using it, and it makes such a world of difference. Because sometimes they all just die. Fine, whatever. But having a unit of heavy cavalry can be such a tool in the toolbox, because maybe 2 out of 3 games, 3 out of 4 games, they don't do a lot, but they do enough to justify their existence, right? And then there's that one game where they just go full Rohirrim. And yeah, so I think the heavy cavalry are a really solid choice. Yeah. And you know, it's one of those things, ask any faction which can't take it if they could, you know, ask them, do you wish you could take heavy cav? And most of them will say yeah. Like, can you imagine if Skaven could get heavy cavalry? They'd be unstoppable. Imagine if you could put full plate armor. If you ask the Skaven player if they could take like a giant rat that you could put like a storm vermin on, and the storm, you know, if imagine a giant, you know, like a wolf-sized giant rat with barding. Like Rat Bastard's here right now. Rat Bastard's here right now, right? Imagine if you could take storm vermin mounted on barded giant rats. Imagine if that existed. Would you take that? Like, and you like movement 9 because they're rats. You're like, bro, why isn't that a thing already? Why is that a thing already? Yeah. That bastard, Renegade Crowns Cav is meh. It really isn't. People think it's meh, but it's actually totally fine. It's totally fine. It's not great, but it's... I tried Renegade Crowns with it and then was like, oh, shit. And then I took it out of my list and went, oh, shit, I better put it back in. And then I put it back in and I was just like, yeah, never taken it out again. 7 or 8 veteran Freeblade Knights, just... Ugh. Veteran Freeblades is what they're called. Yeah, so good. Have you changed your mind about Salty Simon's Silver Helms then? Yeah. That's what Met is. I think we're splitting hairs. I won't get pedantic. I feel Met is a little... Met is basically... You know when someone gets a 5 on a test? Technically, it's not a bad score, but a 5 out of 10 is very different to a 6 out of 10. A 6 out of 10 is seen as kind of like, you know, technically positive, not bad. A 5 out of 10 is seen as shit, right? But we'll just agree to not split hairs. Have I changed my mind about Salty Simon's Silver Helms then? So I haven't. And the reason is because I don't think Silver Helms are heavy cavalry. I think they're medium cavalry. Heavy cavalry has to have full plate armor, in my opinion. And they only have a 3-up save. And secondly, they're only strength 3. And I'm pretty certain that even veteran Freeblades are strength 4. In fact, I'm not certain, but I will check now. Yeah, they're strength 4. Yeah, they're strength 4. So that's what I think makes the difference. The full plate and the strength 4 pushes them into heavy cavalry. And I think that's what are good. I think regular Freeblade Knights are fine. But strength 4 with lance. So think about this. Your strength 4 with lances, so your strength 6. A lot of cavalry out there, like Bretonnian cavalry, for example, is strength 3 with lances. Lances all the way, Bad Rabbit. Lancers all the way. If you're not breaking them on the charge, you're dead anyway. Great swords aren't going to save you. I'm just having a look at some of this Tomb King stuff. Not that they needed anything new. A winged war sphinx. That's kind of cool. How bad is it?
When it comes to fighting crime,
T6, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, 180 points. Heavy armor. Wicked claws, so strength 5 minus 2. You can give it an envenomed sting, which isn't great. Or you can give it fiery breath. Do people get to go in it? So it's close order, counter charge. Ooh. Fly 9, Indomitable 2, large target, regen, storm attacks D3, so strike terror. Oh no, so you don't get the crew anymore, do you? No. Anyway, Bad Rabbit. Don't dismiss your heavy cav. A lot of people online say they're shit, but I think that you'll feel like something is missing if you don't take them, and then when you take them, it kind of solves a lot of the problems. Yeah. Also, I remember that fucking I am on the moon. Help. It's so stupid. Godlike Barrett, thank you in super chat, man. Vow progress and question in stream discussion. Let's have a look. All right. More progress. All they need now is their bases. Check out what some Axis Sicko has daubed on the truck, and I feel terrible for that poor driver. Also, Schwertruppen and the Vow as a whole in its current state. And the question, when assaulting a vehicle/walker, do models keep the extra attacks they gain from tough fights or deadly, or do they roll a single D6 each? As always, I hope you had a great weekend, 07. So let's have a look at the truck. So I'm guessing this is the meat wagon. I don't know what the German says, but I'm guessing that this is where the Totem Core. I'm guessing this is where the Totem Core go in the back of the meat wagon, and then you fling them up fucking up the board. Hey, I like the green lights, man. The green lights are cool. Yeah. Vorsicht von der Hunden, which is German for. I really hope it's not anything bannable. Oh, so it's a Schreckwolfen? A Schreckwolfen transport? Interesting. I thought Schreckwolfen were probably fast enough without it, right? But I guess now they're even fasterer. There you are. Yes, the Schwertruppen. There you are. Nice. Hey, it's coming along, man. Schwertruppen. I like the way you've done those assault rifles, actually. Yeah, that's very, very cool. So you got the Schwertruppen, got the Valkyries, the Nachtjäger, the Schreckwolfen, the more. Oh my god, how many do you have? That one guy from Team England really fucking did a number on you, didn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my god. No. So many Schreckwolfen. Not like this. Not like this. Oh my fucking god, there's so many of them. Oh, and he's got one more from a previous vow. Double Max Schreckwolfen. Oh, fuck. You can fit 6 in a truck because the truck can transport 12, and Schreckwolfen take up 2 slots each. Yeah. Mate, the models look The models look so good. I like that. Hey, even if I don't know if you'll need the truck for the Shrek Wolfen. I'll be real. But I don't think it matters because it's cool. And if you put the totem core in, it still totally works. So yeah. How do you kill the Wolfen? With ignores cover. If you can hit them out in the open or hit them with something that ignores cover, they become very, very manageable because they basically just have a 5-up save and they've only got 1 wound each. But the moment that they're in cover, they tend to get like a 2-up save or 3-up save, and that becomes eminently more hard to deal with. The other way you deal with Shrek Wolfen is you just decide you're going to play Soviets and take a lot of Ursus. Because I have discovered that Ursus are just on another level. So the difference between a Shrek Wolfen and an Ursus is that the Shrek Wolfen, the Ursus get an extra attack each, but the Shrek Wolfen are faster. But then the Ursus have an ability called Ursine Fury, which means that, and this is a Rift dice to be fair, but it means that they become as fast as Shrek Wolfen. So now they have an extra attack of a Shrek Wolfen and are the same speed for a turn. And then they get an extra pen. So they are the same speed, extra pen, extra attack. Yeah, Ursus are just... That's fun. Yeah, that's something else. Yeah. Let's have a look here. But God like Bert, they're looking great, man. So that's, I mean, I'm guessing all you've got left to do on that vow is the basing now. Nice. Nice. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Trench Rat, my boy. Trench Rat, thank you. Oh, sir, did you forget my question? Oh, yeah, sorry. I think you get the 1 dice. Because it's... I checked this myself. I think you just get the 1 dice. And the reason why is I think it's that old it says it in the book, which is kind of funny. I love this rule book, man, because it just says it. It just says it. There you go. It just says close quarters attacks versus vehicles. Once the vehicle has made any reaction fire and walkers have made their attacks, roll a d6 for each surviving infantry model. Hits against vehicles are not scored automatically at close quarters. If the vehicle is down, fire, or ambush, or is mobilized, or is yet to receive an order, you hit on a 4, 5, or 6. If the vehicle is on an advance order, the assault troops must roll 6s to score hits. If the vehicle's on a run order, you can't hit. Unless you're fast or have a flight, and then you can hit vehicles on an advance order on 5 and 6s, or vehicles on a run order on 6s. Count the total number of hits scored by the assaulting infantry.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Against a fully enclosed armed vehicle, roll a d6 and add the number of hits scored to the result. If the assaulting unit benefits from any penetration bonus in close combat, add the highest value available to the total. If the total equals or beats the vehicle's damage value, the vehicle is damaged. Roll on the full damage table. If the total beats the vehicle's damage value by 3 or more, roll for massive damage. However, if the assault unit does not have tank and special rule, carries no weapons with the assault special rule, or has no weapons only usable in close quarters, like claws, with the pen value of +1 or more, use the superficial damage results table instead. If the vehicle survives an infantry assault but is immobilized as a result, the vehicle must also immediately take a morale test. If the vehicle failed the crew attempt to flee and the vehicle is knocked out. If the vehicle is knocked out, the assaulting infantry must make a regroup move as described for infantry versus infantry combat. If a walker inflicts any casualties with its attacks and itself is not destroyed as a result of combat, The attack infantry loses the combat and is immediately destroyed, unless a special rule that prevents this. There you go. So it's just literally, it's very clear. It just says a d6 for each surviving infantry model. It's a special combat sequence, you see. Yeah. Yeah. So I can see why, obviously, if you look at like Deadly, it says some combatants are extremely formidable at close quarters due to a variety of enhancements such as preternatural speed or strength. When in close quarters combat, Deadly models roll X number of dice as indicated in brackets to damage. For instance, Deadly 2 models would roll 2 dice each in close quarters combat. And then Assault. Where's Tough Fighter? So I want to check the rules on close quarters combat. So close quarters is its own section. In page 86, going onwards. I want to just read what it says here. Okay. So, yeah. So, close quarters is a very specific section in the book. Right? And it details like infantry on infantry combat, essentially, right? And it says on part 5, both the attackers and the defenders roll to damage the enemy simultaneously. The units in combat normally make 1 assault attack per model, but some models and special rules might confer additional attacks. As there is no taking cover from a hand grenade, blast, or bayonet thrust, or point blank shot, all close quarters attacks against other infantry or artillery crews hit automatically and allow no cover saves. Instead, simply proceed straight to rolling for damage. So it says, like, specifically there, you get the extra attacks. But then when you go over to vehicle combat, as infantry assaulting vehicles, it does use capital C, capital Q here as well for close quarters. But it just says roll a d6 for each surviving infantry model. And it doesn't say you get the extra attacks here. So under infantry, under the normal close quarter section, starting on page 86.5, it says you normally get 1 attack, but you may get extra attacks. Under the close quarters attacks versus vehicles on page 124, it specifically says you roll a d6 for each surviving infantry model, and it does not say you get extra attacks. So I don't think you get it. But I do have some news. Warlord Games are planning on introducing their first FAQ for Conflict 47 very soon. And let me have a look when it's probably planned. It's planned for. It's currently penciled in, so this may move. It may move, but it's currently penciled in for this Friday. Now they are dotting I's and crossing T's, but that does mean we still have a little bit of time to send them some extra feedback if it's needed. All right. What? Why are you shouting my name? Right, I'm very far behind Super Chats. Let me catch up a little bit here. Where are we up to? Trench Rat, thank you for the Super Chat, man. My 11th edition dream in stream discussion. Also, my 50 Cal teams won both my K-47 games, Axis and Soviets this weekend. Great pick. Yes! Dude, I have been looking at picking up some 50 Cal teams. I don't think you were meant to say that bit. I'm allowed to say that bit. Well, it's already said now. It's not like I gave away too much. Nope, doesn't say. Does not say. I can't say it. There you go. Doesn't say I can't say it. Doesn't say it. There you go. Also, I didn't give away too much. I just said that something is... I said that there might be an FAQ on Friday. There you go. Hey, if it doesn't have the red text saying I can't say it, then I can say it. That's it. That's just the rules. That's the rules. Also, it's followed by please send the ND. PS, if you could return the NDAs, that would be great. Ah, yes. But I haven't returned the NDA, have I? To be honest, I don't think it really... I don't know if it's a massive... I don't think it's a big deal. I don't. And if it is, then I apologize to Warlord. But if someone says that there might be an FAQ coming on Friday, but it's only penciled in at the moment, so things could change, ends up being a big problem, then whatever. You worry. What if you worry? You worry too much. You worry too much, my man. Like, look, right. I'm just gonna say this, right? What could possibly be a problem? I've not leaked anything. I've not given away what's coming. I don't know what's coming. There's no specific information in there. You're a panicker. You're a panicker. You know? That's it. There you go. Of course I worry. Have you seen who I keep company with? That's true. That's true. But I don't worry about these things. I live by the musician's code. If it feels good, do it. That's the musician's code. Anyway, Trench Rat, my 11th edition discussion. Also, my 50 cal teams were both my K-47 games. Dude, I really want to pick up some 50 cal teams. I really, really want to pick up some 50 cal teams for my Americans, because I've been playing my Americans very much like Scions with all the Fireflies, and I think I'm ready to start playing my Americans like Imperial Guard and start bringing lots of... I want to bring an American army with no flight. Proper Imperial Guard style. Proper Imperial Guard style. I want 50 cals. I want autocannons. I want Kodiaks. I want infantry. I want a little bit of power armor. A little bit of power armor in there, you know, with the LMG guys. I've got to take something like that. But just, you know, I want to take just the Imperial Guard of K-47. That's what I want. And that's what I'm going to do. But to do that, I am going to need, like, at least 250 cal teams, maybe more. Yeah. I might get some of my Soviets as well. Soviets are pretty cool. Right, this is a big one. Let's have a look. Trench Rat. I am just a 40k tourist hoping for my visa in 11th. Warhammer 40k is a universe of grimdark battles, falling arms, and endless lore, but for newcomers, it could feel less like a welcoming hobby and more like applying for a visa to an intimidating foreign country. As someone who spent years hesitating before finally diving in, I believe Games Workshop has an opportunity with the upcoming 11th edition to make the game more accessible, affordable, and enjoyable. By lowering barriers to entry, streamlining rules, and improving pacing, they can ensure that the next generation of tourists become lifelong citizens of the 41st millennium. 1 minute. You know what? This is really big, and it looks like it's going to be really good and in-depth, and I am here thinking to myself, man, I'm thirsty. Let me grab a drink and then get back to this. Literally quick. Up and down. 30 seconds.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Right, I'm back. Okay, where were we? All right, Trench Rat. Here we go. So, basically, let's just start again. I am just a 40k tourist hoping for my visa in 11th. Warhammer 40k is a universe of grimdark battles, sprawling armies, and endless lore. But for newcomers, it can feel less like a welcoming hobby and more like applying for a visa to an intimidating foreign country. I can definitely see that. Yeah. As someone who spent years hesitating before finally diving in, I believe Games Workshop has an opportunity with the upcoming 11th edition to make the game more accessible, affordable, and enjoyable. It's kind of interesting. Affordable? I mean, yeah. Cut the price in half. But anyway, yeah. By lowering barriers to entry, streamlining rules, and improving pacing, they can ensure the next generation of tourists become lifelong citizens of the 41st millennium. Accessibility and affordability. The first hurdle for any new player is cost. Warhammer is infamous for its price tag. And while veterans know about workarounds, 3D printing, proxy models, or the secondhand market, these aren't obvious to beginners. I personally spent 2 years flirting with the idea of joining the world of wargaming, half of that time learning resin printing, before I felt comfortable enough to commit. To ease this barrier, 11th edition should support play with army lists at a wider range of points, allowing the full game to function smoothly at smaller points limits, rather than relegating beginners to comp patrol, would give new players a more affordable and authentic introduction to the rules. So I absolutely 100% agree. I think the biggest barrier to entry for GW, for new players, is price. And the biggest thing that their competitors can use against them is that you can play. So I think from a gameplay point of view, the biggest thing that Games Workshop has going for it is it's everywhere. It's everywhere. The only issue that new games like Conflict and Bolt Action and other games have, people will often openly acknowledge. They'll be like, yeah, I believe you, it has better rules than 40k. I'll believe you. But I can't find a game, so I'm not going to get into it. And it's like, so you're literally playing a game for convenience. It's 40k's greatest asset is its convenience, because it's everywhere. But, you know, that's a lot. That's a foundation built on sand, I would say. You know, that's a foundation built on sand. How you I think the problem with Combat Patrol is it's basically a separate game mode. So you have to learn Combat Patrol, and then you have to relearn proper 40k. That's the problem, right? So where I think what I think Games Workshop needs to do is absolutely introduce newer, different game sizes. And one of the ones that one of the problems with smaller game sizes in the past is people have been like, oh, well, let's play 500 points, and then some dickhead turns up with like an Imperial Knight, and it's like, oh, joy. Or some dickhead turns up with a Land Raider, or some dickhead turns up with like double Lehman Russ. You know, and it's like, oh, well, you know, this game's over before it's begun, because, you know, small points games are very, very susceptible to skewing. Very, very susceptible to skewing. So, the way that you get around that is you introduce limitations at each points level. And a great example of this, I've shown this off before, but I think it's just such a great example of this, is Combat Patrol. Wait, what? No, not the shitty modern Combat Patrol, but the old Combat Patrol. Let me find it for you. Battle missions, special missions. Combat Patrol. So the old Combat Patrol in the 4th edition rulebook. So this Combat Patrol basically had a whole thing about oddities, and it was the whole thing about like, hey, these are meant to be like small scouting forces, so, you know, try and build your armies in that sort of theme. But they also said that like your armies could be no more than 400 points. You have to have one troop choice. You can take one character, but no more than one. You can't have a character. No model can have more than 2 wounds. No special characters. No 2+ saves. No vehicles with more than armor value 33. No ordnance weapons. And you play on a 4x4. And you've got a mission that you play. All right. And the way I think you could translate that to modern 40k is you could say 400 points. You have to have one battle line. You can take one HQ choice, but you can take one character. That character can't have more than 3 wounds. Doesn't matter what it is. You can't have more than 3 wounds. You don't have to take a character, but if you're going to take one, it can't have more than 3 wounds. You can't have any special characters. You can't have any 2+ saves. No vehicles can be a higher armor value than like 9. Toughness 9, I should say. No, I mean, I guess ordnance weapons is kind of redundant, but you could probably get away with that. That would probably redundant. Yeah, and then you play on a 4x4. And you just have a note, you know, that's and so basically you just and then you have Combat Patrol, and then you have Incursion, which you go. You maybe make combat roll 500 points, and you say you can have 4 wounds, 1 character, maximum 4 wounds. No other model in the army can have more than 2 wounds. So yeah, maybe you could limit characters to 4 wounds. So you can have like a Space Marine Lieutenant leading the force, for example. But I think Space Marine Chaplains have only got 3 wounds, you know. But no, maybe not actually. So yeah, you say no character with more than 4 wounds can only take what you can't. You don't have to take a character, but you can only take 1. You have to have 1 battle line choice. No other model in your army can have more than 2 wounds, so you can't take like Terminators and stuff. And maybe you say like, yeah, well maybe that does it. And you might have to have some more limitations, like. To be fair, though, if you turn up with 2 squads of infantry inside Chimeras, that's 300 points. That leaves you only 100 points left over. So imagine this for a combat patrol. 2 Chimeras, 2 squads of infantry, a scout sentinel, and a commissar. Not broken even slightly. Your anti-tank is 2 hunter killer missiles and a sentinel, which is probably going to have a hunter killer missile and a las cannon. But that fucking feels like a combat patrol to me. That really feels like a combat patrol to me. A couple of chimeras and a sentinel and a character leading it. Yeah. 400 points. Not 500. 400 points. That should be combat patrol. And then 1,000 points you go up to incursion. And you say, okay, 1,000 points. You know, the combat patrols, you know, regular patrols have been encountering each other. But now it's time to dedicate some real forces to this fight. Incursion represents... you can say, whilst combat patrol represents 2 forces maybe bumping into each other, or the initial vanguard of an advancing force, incursion represents a faction committing some real assets to try and maybe capture something that has been discovered by the patrol, or just to simply win this ever escalating engagement. And then you go up to like, you know, 1,500 points, which you call, you know, and then maybe you just go from 1,000 points to 2,000. You say, this is, what do they call it now at 2,000 points? Whatever that is. Yeah. Onslaught or whatever it is. I don't know. But yeah. And, you know, and incursion should just be no vehicles above like toughness 10. So you still can't take Lehman Russes. Controversial, right? You can take, like, Hellhounds. You can take Armored Sentinels. Take some artillery. But you can't take Lehman Russes. You can't take Lehman Russes until you play 2,000, 1,500 or 2,000 points. Controversial. But no! But no! I want to take all of my things all of the time! No, it's like, fuck, shut the fuck up. But yeah, I think do that. You can't just say play 500 points. You have to say play 400 points, and here are the restrictions. And someone might go, oh yeah, but then custodians can't play combat patrol. Yeah, obviously. Because why the fuck would a Custodes be on a patrol, you fucking remedial? What are we doing here? Obviously not. It's people going out on patrol, you absolute cur. Oh, but I can't take a knight. Why is the knight out on patrol? Like, like yeah. Sister Silence Patrol. To be fair, you could take Sister Silence out on patrol. Yeah, 100%. I tell you what. I tell you who would feel fucking sick in Combat Patrol. Agents of Imperium. Fucking couple of squads of Adeptus Arbites rocking around in fucking rhinos. I am the law. It would be great. It would be great. It would be great. Yeah. So, yeah. So, anyway, the point is, you need, because it's not the main, and the thing is, it's not the main game mode. The main game mode is still 2,000 points. But you build your first combat patrol from whatever you want. Then you go up to 1,000 points. It gives you a sense of bringing heavier assets. It gives you a sense of a bigger battle, but it's not overwhelming. You don't have to worry about someone turning up with fucking 2 Land Raiders or three Lehman Russes at 1,000 points, and then, okay, right, training wheels come off, time to fucking play in the big leagues. Yeah. So anyway, what's the next one? Rules, accessibility, and information. For the amount Games Workshop charge for models, it's frustrating that the rules are locked behind expensive art and lore books. Books that may even contain outdated or incorrect information. My own initiation into the hobby was marred by showing up at a local store only to go I've been playing with the wrong rules. Yes, I could have researched more thoroughly, but I'm sure I'm not the only tourist that didn't know about this. The solution is simple. Make rules freely available online, ideally through a well-designed app. Even a paid app would be acceptable if it ensured accuracy and updates as the edition evolves. Accessibility of rules is not just convenience, it's respect for the players. Totally agree. The fact that Warlord Games has a better army builder than Games Workshop is a joke for Games Workshop. The fact that Warlord Games has got basically full army digital rules is just one of the best things about K47, frankly. Totally agree. It's respect for the players. There is a severe lack of respect for the players from Games Workshop. If you want to know why so many people are getting fucked off with Games Workshop, it's because they don't feel respected. It's that simple. They don't feel respected. They feel like they're being milked. Yeah. Core mechanics and army flavor. Another area ripe for improvement is the balance between streamlined mechanics and flavorful depth. The core game should be clean, intuitive, and easy to learn. Complexity should come from, not from convoluted universal rules, but from unique flavor of each army. This way, players can enjoy a smooth learning curve, also experience the richness of faction identity. This is something that other games like K47 and OPR do very well. I picked up both game systems with complete confidence during my first game. I've been playing OPR for a while now, and every time I play against a new army, there are way too many for one player to learn. It feels like a fresh new game again. I've been playing 40k since 1 year into 10th edition, and maybe I'm dense, but I still don't feel confident with the rules. Streamline the basics whilst deepening arm-specific choices would make the game both more approachable and rewarding. Dude, I totally agree. So I was at a tournament this weekend. I was at a tournament, and every single game, a rules query came up. 2.5 years into the edition. And some of this shit was like basic, like, but well, considered basic, but can you use fly in the assault phase or not? Now, half of us were like, I'm pretty certain it got FAQ'd where you can't. But then half people were like, well, on the app it says you can. And it's like, I just can't. Like, unless we had one of those moments where it was like, is it called like a Mandela moment or something, where he never actually said something, but it's been repeated so many times that you think it's true kind of thing. We had that moment. It was like, like 20 people in the gaming hall where half the people were like, well, on the app, it just says you can use fly to jump over enemy models. And the other half was like, okay, yeah, we acknowledge it says that in the app, but GW does a very poor job of updating core rules in the app. And we were like, we're 99.999% certain that it got FAQ'd where you can't use it in the charge phase. So, you know, it was a big question. It was because it was kind of funny because it's a small gaming room, so everyone sort of weighed in on the question for like for a minute or two. But yeah, it was just we ended up just basically, you know, it was me. It was the two players involved. Basically, ended up just dicing it off. Just been like, okay, on a 4-up, I can do it, and then that was it. The rest of us just went back to our games. So yeah, it's like. Yeah, so it's definitely, 2.5 years on, definitely causing some issues, yeah. Pacing and player engagement. Finally, pacing is critical. Warhammer's current turn structure can feel sluggish, with long stretches where one player simply watches the other act. Systems like one-page rules with alternating activations or the dice bag system in Bolt Action and Conflict 47 demonstrate how alternating actions keep both players engaged. Adopting a similar mechanic would make 40k battles more dynamic, interactive, and fun, especially for newcomers who might otherwise feel overwhelmed or sidelined. I agree. I do agree about that. The thing is, sorry, I'm messing around with my leg. The thing is, 40k is just built around I go, you go. Like, it's so entwined. I don't know if you can undo that. Yeah. Yeah. It's like the way it would require such a fundamental change at this point, because the problem with 40k is that some armies get so many more units than others. So I think if you were to have, if 40k was to get an alternating activation system, you need a dice bag. I don't think you can just have raw alternating activations. I don't think you can do it, because certain factions just get many more units that they could like cheese it. Whereas the dice bag keep things a little bit more, keep things a little bit fairer, because the person that has more dice in the bag might end up going with more units first. Yeah. Yeah, it needs a dice bag and a dick bag. I agree, Cosmic. Conclusion. Nothing I mentioned above is clear-cut perfect solution, and I could go on much longer than this, but I think this gives a decent outline of some of the things that GW could do to make their games more fun for everyone, not just the tourists. Warhammer 40k is a hobby worth loving, but it shouldn't require years of hesitation or financial gymnastics to join. By making an edition more accessible, affordable, and engaging through smaller points games, free online rules, streamlined mechanics, and improved pacing, Games Workshop can transform the experience from intimidating bureaucracy into a welcome gateway. If they succeed, more tours will happily stamp their passports and become lifelong citizens of the grimdark future. P.S. Please love FDR. Try some list building in OPR, and you'll see what I'm getting at. And thank you for the community and all the incredible content that you put out. This channel is a major reason why I pulled the trigger on 40k. Hey! Amazing, man. I have done list building in OPR, and it's great. Yeah. I've done it on stream, man. I love it. Yeah, and I agree with everything that you're saying. Do you guys remember at the beginning of the edition when some like TOs tried to do combat patrol tournaments that just completely died and failed? Yeah, that was because... That wasn't because 40k players weren't open to the to the idea of smaller games. It was because Combat Patrol was trash. Because they tried to make it so that Combat Patrol was just like you only got to play the units in the box against other people's units in the box, and that just could never ever work, ever. Yeah. That's the problem. Combat Patrol, just create a set of rules and then give it to the players. And if people start cheesing it, fix those cheesy things. That's it. Yeah. Jared Mann, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hokey Cokey Pig and Pokey Pauline. Hope you had a good weekend, bro. I have no idea what that means, but thank you, and I hope you had a good weekend too. Ranger Will, thank you for the 9 months, man. 07 Mordian, I hope all is well, sir. 07, mate, thank you for support. All is great, man. I'm having a good time, and we're having a really good stream. Lots of good discussions, mate. Amazing, man. I'm good. Hope you're all right. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for super chat, bro. 2 more glorious god machines added to house To the esteemed House Thompson, intro discussion. Long may its noble family banish the enemies of humanity, bro. I love the Digi Camo Knights. I literally love the Digi Camo Knights, man. They're so good. Now, I'm not a big knight guy, but I think that might be just because I've not seen them in the proper color schemes. A guard color scheme. It goes so fucking hard, man. Yeah. Like, it actually makes, like, if this was like how knights were generally perceived, I would definitely have them for my guard army. 100%, man. Imagine if they sold Imperial Guard Knights and they came with like 8 or 9 different head options to represent the different guard regiments of renown. So you could have like a knight with like a Mordian hat on it, a knight with a Praetorian hat on it. Maybe it would look silly, I don't know, but I'd like it. I think it would look cool. Mate, they look sick, man. Oh wait, we've got some more pictures here. Sorry, 1 minute. Nice. Yeah, they're so cool, man. Digi Camo Knights are sick. Although, to be fair, I like this bad boy in the back as well. He looks cool. Honestly, I think it just comes down to what we were saying the other day. Like, a good model is a good model. Good content is good content. A good color scheme is a good color scheme. I love the Digi Camo pattern, but I also absolutely love this one here. I think it just comes down to, is it a good looking model? Yeah. Well then, it looks fucking sick. Yeah. Yeah. Gals05, thank you for the 9 months, man. Thank you for your support, bro. Still hoping the Valkyrie to be buffed next update. So this is actually something that came up in the lunch break at the tournament. Do you think they're going to bin flyers off in 11th? I sure hope not. Yeah, I sure hope not. But I think if they did it, it wouldn't even surprise me at this point. That's kind of the crazy thing. If they did it, it wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah. Flyers and yeah, I think demons are going down to AOS. For sure. I think they're going to send all demons to AOS. Like they sent all beastmen to Old World and all wood elves to Old World. I think they're going to send... I don't think GW wants cross-compatibility in their game systems. I think they're going to send all demons to AOS. And when... you know how... they released that new demons faction... new demons attachment, and it was actually like coincidentally a really good attachment, and it encouraged all the demon players to get like 1,000 points of Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, I don't think that was a coincidence. I think that was, hey, why don't we encourage all the demons players to end up picking up 1,000 points of Chaos Space Marines, so that when we fucking squat demons over to AOS, then they're gonna be like, oh well, at least I've got some Chaos Space Marines I can still use. Might as well flesh his army out now. Yep. There you go. Morning Glory, Chaos Space Marines still have Beastmen. I was right, Shark. That is technically correct. The best kind of correct. But you're being a pedantic asshole. I know it. You know it. Obviously, that's because there's one specific kit called Felgor Beastman, but really, the Beastman faction that existed in AOS doesn't exist in AOS anymore. Where's it gone? Where are the Beastmen, Mansley? Where are the Beastmen? All right. Galson13, thank you for super chat, man. Hey MG, I got a text this morning from my local game store, and they have got 6 more boxes of Krieg Army Xmas Army set. Do you want me to put up the site, or has everyone got one? I mean, share that shit in the Discord, man. Share it in stream discussion. Yeah. Share it in stream discussion. I'm sure, you know, a lot of people are still interested in getting the Krieg one. Yeah. I think the Krieg one's really good. I think it's really funny. I said this, a lot of people were down on the Krieg one when it came out. I don't have a Discord. Well, then just don't worry about it, man. Yeah, you can't put it in the stream because it just... Send it to me in an email and I'll put it in the Discord. There you go. Because you can't put any links into the stream because YouTube just filters them out, basically. Yeah, a lot of people were down on the Krieg one when it first came out, but that's because they were like, oh, it only saves like 30% if you buy them separately. And it's like, yeah, you do realize the other Xboxes only look like they're a better saving because they're padded out by a £30 character, which you don't want anyway. So the Krieg one is all killer, no filler. And whilst that might seem like less savings, you're actually getting stuff that you give a shit about. You're not getting some bullshit character who's just padding the cost out. But yeah, that's the problem with Math Hammer. Like real IRL Math Hammer, I suppose. Ishmael Thompson, thank you so much for 17 months, man. X-Force, baby. If they release Conflict 47 audio dramas, I buy. Ooh. Well, they actually have done an audio drama already, I believe. Yeah, they've done, I think they've done 2 of them. They have. So, I'll put a link to them in chat. They did The Knight Has Teeth.
Drop. A conflict.
And they did Combat Drop. They're only like 3 minutes long each. Well, one's 5 minutes 30 seconds. One is 3 minutes 19. So there you go. You can check them out. I haven't listened to them myself yet, but I do want to. Who have we got next? We've got Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, man. Memes in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. All right, let's have a look. Fuck me, it's Turkey week and everything is burning down. This is a joke. It feels like World War I over here. Good thing I'm on lunch and I can show you guys some memes. Also, the new Predator movie is really good. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. It's fucking badass. I've heard really mixed things about the new Predator movie. I've heard some people say it's absolute dog shit, and I've heard some people say it's really good. Chat, what do we think about the new Predator movie? Fuck's sake. Who's this guy now? I know this is one of his mods. I know that's Barak. Who's the fucking guy all trussed up? Oh, man. Hey, babe, who's that man outside? What man? Fuck's sake. My last World Eater Rhino trying to win a 3 to 45 game after the nails start to subside. Mr. Bean! I haven't seen Mr. Bean in years, man. Diggers at the Burger King employee at the subtop level because they gave me 10 whoppers instead of 5 whoppers and 5 more whoppers. Yeah, that seems like a pretty... Yeah, I feel like that is pretty appropriate for that. That's kind of cool. Predator pistol? Interesting. We haven't had a good Alien... We haven't had a good Predator video game in forever, man. Yeah. Is this not enough? Have I not paid for my crimes? Grimace. That's so stupid. We thought it was going to be an mission, but the joy comes to life and generally skins grow alive. Yeah, man. I remember. Oh, we got some more. 1 minute. Can't let you Oh, is that the old? That's the old Predator movie, isn't it? That one was kind of bad. Can't let you steal the boy's autism, son. That's brilliant. Absolute Predator. Nice. That's the new one, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So I remember playing the old AVP game because it came on sale with me and a bunch of the guys. So I used to have a really we all drifted apart over the years, which is unfortunate. But I used to have a group of boys that like we were tight, man. We were fucking. And you know what's kind of crazy? I bet if we all came back together now, it'd be like nothing had changed. It would be like nothing had changed. But we had a group. There was a group of mates. I had a group of mates, and we all met online because we played the Star Trek Armada mod for Sins of a Solar Empire. It was called Star Trek Armada 3. And we loved that. We were all massive Trek fans. And so we played the shit out of this. But obviously occasionally you have to have a bit of... So in the group, I mean, there was loads of us, but like the core group, we had Con, and then we had, it was Con, Imperial Core, Crazy Dan, Gav the Racist, and then me. The ironic thing was, Gav the Racist wasn't racist. But Imperial Core was really racist. Which is what made the name even funnier. Now, we all there was a few more of us. And people came and left and came to the group all the time. But those are the boys, right? And it was funny because Crazy Dan wasn't actually very good at the game, but that's because he was crazy. But no matter what, we always used to play like big, like 4v4s and like 5v5s, on Sins of Solar Empire and all that kind of stuff. And no matter what, we always, Dan used to be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys," because he was getting like rolled again. We were like, "Don't worry about it, man. We got you. We'll come and help you. Our fleets are inbound. We're gonna bail. We're gonna get you, man." Because he was one of the boys, so it didn't matter if we lost every single game. Dan was one of the boys, so we always had his back. And what's kind of funny is like, rather than just like. Dan wanted to get better at the game, but he just struggled. You know how some people just can't really figure things out for themselves. Like they're really they're good blokes, and really kind and great laugh, and they're fully switched on. They're all on up there. Do you know what I mean? But some people they just can't get something. Well, like Dan just could not like figure out like tactics for himself. So it was one of the things where like one game. I was like, hey, I found myself like deploying. I found like myself deploying, or my starting planet was next to Dan's starting planet, like 2 or 3 games in a row. And I was like, hey, Dan, like, I'm just going to tell you, like, I know you, we're playing the same. I was like, Dan, play the Romulans. I'm going to play the Romulans, and I'll tell you what I'm doing. And then literally, I'm just going to say it out loud as I'm doing it. And then you just copy what I'm doing. Because he knew all the buttons. It wasn't like, oh, where's that? He knew everything. So we just did this like 2 or 3 games in a row. Because I had a bit of a tactic that was called Wing Defender Spam. And we just did this like 2 or 3 games in a row. And then he just got it. And this was just when it was just like, we just did a few like practice games and stuff. And then we went into like, we did like a big 5v5 because the rest of the boys came online. And so there was like us 5, because there's like the A team and the B team, as it were. And we were not the A teams are like better than the B team, just like there were like 2. There were 2 teams that like to play, big friend group, like 10, 15 people. But, some people different people like to play together, right? So we were like the A team, they were the B team. The B team would often beat us, right? Because the B, and then, you had the C team was actually made up of like the devs, because we ended up getting like really friendly with the devs of the mod and everything, which basically became like a whole game. And they always used to attack Dan because they knew that they could like push Dan and then that would like break the defense open. And they came on, they set everything up and they did this big push against Dan. And, you know, obviously like Core and Gav the racist were like, okay, we're going to go and help out Dan. And Dan went, don't worry, I got it. And you had boys before chat, I don't believe it. It was, we used to play over TeamSpeak. Yeah, back in the day. We used to play over TeamSpeak. So, so Core and Gav the Wraith's like, okay, Dan, we're going to come and help. We can see they're pushing you. And he was like, don't worry, I got it. And they're like, no, Dan, it's fine. And he's like, no, honestly, I got it. And they were like, he was like, look. And we looked over, because you could look into like other people's systems if they were on your team. And we looked into his system and like, he was just completely fine. Because they tried an early rush, but Dan had just done the same build that I told him like the last 3 games that we've been practicing. And he just done the wing defender spam with the plasma turret defenses and the plasma torpedo defenses. And he just held them. And we were like, fucking Dan, man. I was like, fuck. We were so fucking pumped. And you could like tell Dan was absolutely fucking buzzing. Because no one likes to be, oh, we're going to target that guy because we know he's the weak one on the team, right? No one wants to be that guy. You know your boys have always got your back, and you know your boys will always have you on their team, but you also at the same time don't want to be like letting the boys down, right? So he was absolutely fucking buzzing. And then I was like, Core, Gav, you guys are already going that way with your fleets anyway. So just counterattack down that line. Counterattack down that system. And I was like, me and Concon will push out of our systems as well onto their side of the galaxy. And then that way they're getting hit on a 3-pronged attack, and they've just lost, like, they've just had 3 of their fleets absolutely battered. And we're just going to do this big counter push across the line. And we just fucking blew them open. We fucking blew them open. And we just absolutely smashed it. And we smashed it like 3 or 4 games in a row. And the team were like, what? The other team were literally like, I remember like, there was like Max was on the other team. And Max was like, Max was this like Dutch guy. And he was like, what the fuck have you done with Dan? Like, that's not crazy Dan. It's like, and Dan was like, yeah, it's me. It's like, they're like, what the fuck have you done with Dan? Like, he absolutely fucking held like a three team early push, a 3-man early push. And we were like, well, you know, don't call him crazy Dan for nothing. So yeah, like that was a really cool moment. And so it's one of those things where, you know, it doesn't matter. I can't remember how we got onto this topic now. I think we were looking at Black Zone Chatmasters memes, weren't we? Yeah. So Predator, right? So we got onto this. So the reason this whole story started is because we downloaded like AVP, like 2010 or whatever it was back on the day. And everyone went as like Marines, but like one of us would go as like a Predator each time. And I hadn't played a lot of AVP, but I'd played AVP 2010 or whatever it was. But I played the shit out of Alien vs. Predator 2000 Gold Edition as the Predator. The only campaign I ever completed was as the Predator. And yeah, like I fucking loved that, man. And yeah, so I ran around like just picking them off one at a time, and it was a ton of fun. So yeah, the whole story came from that one meme. All right. Cosmic, my boy, thank you for super chat. It is done. The power guns are completed. Hobby update discussion. Soon I'll have the nameplates. Soon I'll have the nameplates ordered on Friday, and when they get here, I'll send them right away. Dude, amazing, man. Let's have a look. Project fucking Paragon. The Paragon's project is now complete. I give red and white and blue teams being supported by gold team using the markers by Army Painter. White and gold team are 100% paint with the speed paint markers. Soon the nameplates will be orders, and I can add an air support officer and artillery officer that double as a bodyguard with a rifle. I'm very happy how it turned out, and I look forward to shipping it as soon as possible. Dude, I can't believe how quickly you've turned them round, man. Holy shit. White team looks great. Gold team looks fucking sick, man. Red and blue team, amazing. Holy shit, bro. Holy dude, you've had a busy weekend, Cosmic. I've been out here taking double Baneblade, and Cosmic's out here been doing Project Paragon. Honestly, Cosmic, I'd say I think you had the better time. Not that I don't like 40k, but Project Paragon's sick as fuck, mate. Nice. I can't believe how well they came out with the speed paint pens. So that's entirely done with the speed paint pens. Holy shit, man. Literally, we are now on coloring fucking models in. Fucking crazy. Yeah. Absolute insanity. How fucking quickly you've turned these around. And how, frankly, how good they look. How good they look with the speed paint pens. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Holy shit, Cosmic. It's fucking actual phenomenal work, bro. Craig Holden, have you chatted about the tournament? I've chatted a little bit about it on and off throughout the stream, but I've not like deep dived it just yet. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for super chat. Rise Son of Rome is $3 on Steam. That's a game which I always wanted to try. Yeah. That's a game I always wanted to try. I might pick it up. But yeah, public service announcement. Rise Son of Rome is $3 on Steam. Cosmic again! Thank you for super chat. Had a game versus the Emperor's Children. Those jerks are fast like Dark Elder, but at least Dark Elder have the decency to die when shot. Battle report in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Had a game versus the Emperor's Children. It was a brutal game, and the quick sum is that we pushed into the middle and battled it out. Those damn flawless blades forced me back, and my opponent started to score, but my counterattack with the Krieg getting there, +1 to wound, started to shred those Chaos Boys like they were nothing. By the end of turn 5, my opponent had 20 points more, but I killed every one of his units. I think we know who the real winner here is. Victory is survival. Glory to the first one to die, and victory are for those who left. I mean, do you even win if everyone's dead? Exactly. Dude, Cosmic, it's been ages since I've seen you play a bit of 40k, man. Nice. Got the Graves tank. Hey, I tell you what, though, that might actually be the first Emperor's Children army I've seen painted. I've seen so many unpainted ones, it's unreal. Ah, I spoke too soon. No, but for real, the ones that are painted are actually gorgeous. Yeah. Nice. Nice, man. I tell you what, look. It's crazy to me. So I really noticed this at the I noticed it in this game, Cosmic. I noticed it at my tournament as well. It seems like every Marine army is nearly pure infantry at this point. I noticed it with Space Marines, and then I noticed it with the last couple of times I played Death Guard, they're basically pure infantry. Like, no one brings, like, fucking tanks anymore. It's cray-cray. Like, it doesn't matter what flavor of Marine you are. I just never see anyone bringing tanks anymore. Maybe, do you think it's because of the terrain? Don't take tanks into an urban battle, which, in this case makes sense because obviously you're... Obviously, you can't see anything. Yeah. Children have only land raiders and rhinos? Yeah. We don't snub partially painted armies in this house. Pfft, don't know which house you think you're in, Swords and Smith. Absolutely shame people for not having painted armies. Do you know why? Do you know why, Swords and Smith? And I'll tell you why. Because despite what you may think about the recent direction of this channel, fundamentally, we're still a competitive 40k channel. And I know you just snorted with derision. I know. I know you did. But you know what? At a tournament, you have to have fully painted armies. And so now, I will apply that same metric to these live streams. No, I'm joking. I don't really shit on anyone with a half-painted army. I don't shit on anyone with a half-painted army as long as I can see that the paint is getting there. And also, at the end of the day, it's better to... especially if it's a... especially if it's not a tournament game. Because you might want to, like, try something out to see if you like it before you fully commit to actually building and painting it and everything for a tournament. So yeah, like, no, we don't throw shade on half-painted armies here. I can't throw shade on anyone's painting because because my painting's not very good, to be fair. Yeah. None of my local RTs even do painting points or encourage new players. 3 different stores, no paint point. I don't like that. I'm just going to be honest. I don't like it. I think having unpainted models is... I think, you know what, actually, I'm coming off the fence. I'm having a stance. I think unpainted models are bad. I think encouraging unpainted models is really bad. And the reason why is because you don't actually encourage new players. All you do is encourage people to put less effort in. That's it. One of my biggest criticisms of Old World and the Old World events at Just Play is that we're nearly 2 years in and they still don't have a painting requirement. Frankly, I think that you should have... I think if you're going to turn it to a tournament, you should have a fully painted army. Because you may not give a shit about your models being unpainted, but when you go to a tournament, it's a social event. There's more than just you there. And frankly, looking around a hall where half the armies are unpainted actually does take away from my enjoyment of the game. Because it's not a single player game. This is the thing. 40k and tabletop games in general are not a single player game. So if you turn up with like basically unpainted armies, then you might not give a shit, but the other person will, and you know it's a two-player game. Yeah. 3-color basic paint is just as bad as unpainted. Disagree. I think neither is good. I think neither is good, but I think an unpainted model looks worse than a badly painted model. Even just priming it. Even as priming it looks better than an unpainted model. Yeah. Are you winning best painted because you're the only one painted army? Yes. Not quite. No, not quite. When I go to an Old World event, there's always like... It's not as... I'd say the reason I have won 3 painting awards at Old World events is because there's about a dozen players there. Half of them don't have painted armies, and the other half are painted in a very traditional style, which tends to make them look quite dark. And, you know, if everyone's washing in like Nornorn and Agrax, for example, and so I think there are armies there that have been technically better painted than mine, but because mine's is a bright yellow color, it really stands out. So I shouldn't really have won best painting. I should have won most eye-catching army. Yeah. Yeah. So look, Swordsman Smith, you know what, Swordsman Smith? I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm not even going to argue with you because Swordsman Smith, I love you, buddy. But you're just wrong on this one. Unpainted models are bad. There is no... You can make all sorts of arguments and half-truths and cases and I will nod along and go, yes, good point. Yeah, you make a solid point there. Yeah, great argument. Still wrong. Unpainted models look shit. Still wrong. You should have your models painted. It's that simple. And this is the thing. Everyone knows this is true. Everybody knows this is true. Unpainted armies look worse than painted armies. No one likes playing against unpainted models. And here's the other thing I'm going to say to you, Swords and Smith. Here's the other thing. You don't play with unpainted models. What are you doing here, buddy? Playing devil's advocate? I've seen your painting. It's exceptional. It's excellent. And I know that you go to your tournaments with all of your models painted. So what are we even doing here, bro? What are we even doing here? You're arguing for a cause you don't even believe in. You're arguing for a cause that you don't hold yourself to. You hold yourself to a high standard, as you should, sir. We should not encourage mediocrity. We should encourage exceptionalism within our hobby. Of course. If I had my way, every single tournament would hand out an equal number of first, second, and place. You know how you get first, second, and third places? I'd do exactly the same for best painted as well, even if it was just certificates. Even if it's just certificates. Because I think that painting and hobbying should have equal standing alongside generalship. And I don't think that those rewards should be exclusive either. I think it should be entirely possible for you to win first place and have the best painted army. To win second place and have the best painted army. To win third place and have the best painted army. To win first place and have the third best painted army. I think that's how, even if it's just a simple certificate printed out on a home printer, even if that's it, they should be given equal weight. There you go. That's what I think should be the case. So, Swords and Smith, you may argue. Let me put it this way: you may argue you may argue all you want for unpainted models, but just know that you are in the wrong, sir. And you are allowed to hold your beliefs, and I will still respect you as a fine chaos worshipping degenerate. But your position is incorrect, sir. Flay Swordsman Smith. I field armies with a few unpainted all the time. With a few units unpainted all the time. Reason being, I refuse to rush 3 colors. Badly painted, just be painted. You have shamed yourself, sir. You have disgraced yourself, sir. You will be the first to see. You'll be the first to see an Imperial Knight column. It is not a pretty sight. No, man. But the thing is, Swords and Smith, getting the pre-tournament painting rush is a tradition. And traditions are very important. Yeah. Just think about it. How much better would this look if these Chaos Spawn were painted? Yeah. Now, I want to make something abundantly clear. I think having unpainted models in casual games, and especially in tournament practice games, is absolutely okay. Because it's a casual game. Full proxies, full unpainted, totally fine. Because you're playing against your buddies. That's it. But I think when you go to a tournament, you should have to have fully painted models. Yeah, I think you should. And the reason I especially don't think you need to worry about painting, and even, I would say, even proxying at a, that's a cool picture. That's a very cool picture. In a practice game is because you might want to, let's say you want to proxy a bunch. Let's say, Swords and Smith, using you as an example. Let's say that you are, I mean, you already have, obviously, all the Chaos armies. But let's say you want to try out some Emperor's Children, but you don't know how good the, let's say you know there's certain units you want to try, but there's some you're not sure. And let's say you're 50-50 on Flawless Blades. If we played a practice game and you proxied your Flawless Blades with 8 bound or Death Shroud, I'd be like, yeah, no problem. Even if they were unpainted, I would have no problem because you're trying a unit out before you buy, and 40k is expensive, yo. So try before you buy is very, very important. Yeah. These pictures are cool, Cosmic. One of the things I will say about Guard, I still maintain that Guard are one of the prettiest armies to see on the board, because even though they're just normal humans and tanks and stuff, they do always look like an army. Like, I think other factions individually have prettier models, but I think Guard always looks very, very cinematic. And that's why when you see Guard players who take these weird, like, hodgepodge armies, which are, like, technically more efficient, I hate them. Yeah. Locally best player is a painted vote. I don't like it. You know what's interesting, man? I agree with you on that one. Yeah. So the reason I don't like players voting for best painted is because I've seen that abused a number of times. But you only tend to find it gets abused. So what's the system that tends to run around my area is RTTs are best painted is just picked by the TO. And then GTs with like 30, 40, 50 players and above, their player vote. Because at that point, there's too many people involved for it to be a popularity contest. But for an RTT with between a dozen, with like a dozen, maybe 20 people, it is easy for people to choose it. Yeah. So RTTs, events with 18 players and less, the TO should just pick. Anything 20 GTs of I'd say 30 players and above should be like should be public voted. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think everyone. What I also think is I'm going to say something controversial. I think everyone should have to do. It should be mandatory to do most sporting. And you should have to fill it in at the end of each game anonymously on like BCP. And you can't see what your opponents voted and they can't see what you vote. And it should be a score out of like 5. So BCP, and that should be like a hidden thing. So it gets, and you can't, like you have to submit that score. The next round, can't be paired until everyone's done that. Until all active players have done that. Because I think, so I've been a TO and I've also been an assistant TO. And so many times, like most sporting is won by, let's say there's like 30 people in a hall. Most sporting is won by like, someone gets 2 votes, maybe 3. Because basically 6 people voted and one guy got basically 2 votes and everyone else got like 1 vote. The other people that got a vote got 1 vote. Because people just don't bother. Little scraps of paper. A lot of people just vote for the person they played last if they remember to vote. Yeah. Cosmic, Saucer stealing my super chat. I'd say flay hit. Well, Cosmic, I thought your army looked really good. And I thought that the battle looked very cinematic. And I actually quite like the terrain that you guys were playing on. I think I actually recognize that terrain from eBay. And what's kind of funny is I think I'm going to wait to see what the terrain situation of 11th edition is. And then I think I'm going to get some good terrain. Because as you guys, because bring this up for a second. I really like this. This is cool. I think this is pre-printed MDF terrain. And I think I've seen this for sale on eBay and I'm very interested in it. I want to say, like, I've been very hesitant to get new terrain for Warhammer 40k. And that's because I have a lot of traditional terrain. But we basically played on I have a whole bunch of L-shaped ruins, as you guys know. But it wasn't really until 10th edition when the L-shaped ruin situation got properly standardized across like multiple different I have like terrain that's like good for like UKTC and stuff like that. But it used to be you got L-shaped ruins, then it was L-shaped ruins on like perspex bases and all this kind of stuff. I'm kind of waiting to see if we still have L-shaped ruin spam in 11th edition. And if we do, I'll probably give in and get myself a set of it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Interesting concept that you killed everything. Is that the final picture of the board? Oh, yeah. So you absolutely battered him but lost on points. Hmm. Hmm. That's interesting. Because I've played against Death Guard a few times, and I always seem to not batter them and lose on points. So it's kind of interesting seeing that you were able to bat them. Emma Children, I think, a little bit more fragile. Interesting. Cosmic, looked like a good game, though, and the terrain was cool. Yeah, yeah, it's cool that you all chipped in for it. That's cool, man. Yeah, yeah. Florida Eccentric, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hobby update under Old Gamer Vader. Dude, these look amazing, man. You know what? We've talked too much about 40k tonight. Buster Rift, gentlemen. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Buster fucking Rift. Fun Jacob, it's because you're bad and Cosmic is great. It's very, very probably true. Do you know what it is? It's because Cosmic takes Bullgrin and I won't sully my hands with abhuman filth. I like the camo on those pants, man. They look great. Yeah. Shrekwolfen do look great, though, don't they? They do look good. Yeah. That's my favorite Shrekwolfen model. Like that pose. Yeah. The guy that's like literally like leaping forward without the gas mask on his head. Like, ah! Yeah, that's great. I love that one. Excellent work, man. Excellent work. A longer handle. Thank you for Super Chat, man. I finished my Junior Ortec model. Ooh. Junior Ortec, Autarch Atheon done. Don't look at me like that. This isn't Tau after all. It's better. It's the better canon Xenos Heresy. Extremely debatable. I like what you've gone for there, though. Like, he's a junior Autarch. Because he does look kind of baby-faced. Yeah. Hey, he's come out really nice, man. I think the green... I remember seeing this when it was a work in progress. And I think going for the green and gold was absolutely the right choice. And then going for the, like, grey fur cape was a very, very good choice as well. Because you then went for the red gems. Because I remember we had a whole discussion about go red here if you're not going to go red on the gems. But if you're going to go red on the gems, you should go for I think it was like, we said like a whiter sort of cloak. Now you've gone for sort of, you've gone black and then dry brushed it. So it's kind of like a nice sort of grey fur. I think that's come out very, very nicely. Yeah, yeah. Excellent work. Solid effort, man. Very solid. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for Super Chat, man. Lack of crunch is why I'm gravitating to conflict, and that is what Kill Team was supposed to be. Yeah. So, I think so. Conflict has a lot of crunch. It's a very, very crunchy game. There are some. The thing is, there are some obvious choices, but there are some things which, the more you like, I flip-flopped on certain units so hard, right? So, when I first saw the Fireflies, I thought they were great. Then I tried them and I thought they were shit. Then I played a few more practice games with them, and now I think Fireflies are fucking phenomenal. So, and I actually think what's kind of funny is Fireflies have also changed my perception a little bit on some non-American things. So, for example, I think like everyone assumes that you're going to take the T-34 ZP, but I think you're going to go for the KV ZP. And the reason why is because the KV ZP is armored all round, and it's armor 10, which means when the Fireflies drop down, they've got pen +1 on their guns. When they shoot in the rear armor in point blank, they only get another +2 in total, meaning that they can't actually physically pen you. So a lot of people are going on about like Fireflies being like this meta-defining unit, and suddenly I don't think they are. Because I think that they can't just drop down and just rattle out. They can't drop down and rattle out against a bunch of vehicles. Also, there's rumors coming from the community that the FAQ is going to say that the Fireflies don't get the +1 pen for being point blank because their weapons do count as rift weapons, basically. Now, if that's true, it still means they can get pen +3 on rear armor, which means they can still absolutely threaten things like Rail Panthers, which is interesting. But they're going to really struggle against, unless they're bringing a flamethrower, which could just miss on a 3. And, you could just pass your panic test. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. But it's happened to me again with the Ghost Warriors. So I first saw the Ghost Warriors and thought they were great. And then I tried them in a couple of games, playing against them. And I'm like, not convinced. And then someone pointed out to me that they have hard to kill. And I completely missed that they had hard to kill in 2 games. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Because that makes them really, really gnarly. Because it means that you can shoot your guns and be on a 2+ armor save with them. Because you'll be in heavy cover with hard to kill. So makes them so much more resilient. And yeah, they're still going to take a lot of wounds because they're only damage value 5+. But yeah, so I love that about Conflict because there's so much crunch to it. Kill Team, what's interesting about Kill Team is I think Kill Team's gained a lot of, maybe crunch. Like Kill Team's become really quite, Kill Team, they've made it its own standalone game. And what I mean by that is it's got a lot of depth to it now, which is interesting if you are a Kill Team only player. But I think it's really missed out on the fact that Kill Team was like, oh, I get to the end of an edition of 40k. See, this has been my relationship with Kill Team at the end of the last 2 editions, at the end of 8th edition and the end of 9th edition. I played Kill Team. I even did Kill Team battle reports. And the reason why it's an end of edition game for me is because it was always pretty straightforward to play. It was quite simple. And I'm like, okay, yeah, and I was like, okay, you know what? I can use a bunch of my existing models for it, or I can go out and I'm okay with like buying like 1 box or something just to try it out for like a couple of months and like Kill Team, right? But now I think the problem with Kill Team is they've made it really, really deep. They've almost made it like there's as much going on in a Kill Team game as there is in a 40k game, from what I understand. That's the advertising that I've sort of received from the community. And like, it's great. Kill Team's it's fully fleshed out. It's its own standalone game now. And I'm like, if you're a Kill Team only player, that's amazing. And I love you. And I love that you're enjoying the game. But it has just lost its #1 selling point for me, which is I like to go to that game at the end. And at the end of an edition of 40k, have a little bit of a Kill Team holiday, and then come back when 40k 11th edition. Kill Team games could take up to 2 hours to play. Yeah, that's crazy, man. So me and my brother used to do Kill Team battle reports together, and we could film 2 to 3 in a day. In the space of filming 1 40k battle report, we could film 2 to 3 Kill Team ones. And now, I don't think we could do that. Yeah. It shouldn't take 2 hours. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those where I think it's just Games Workshop. I think Games Workshop is just trying to make every single one of their games a standalone game with 0 cross compatibility, and I just don't really understand why. I think that's my big thing at the moment. I don't understand why Games Workshop is trying to make all their games stand on their own 2 feet. Like, I think it all started when they were like, no heresy in 40k. That was a really silly move. I won't go on about it right now. But I think even with all of the madness of the launch of Heresy 3.0, I think it would have been successful if they had allowed 40k players to use Heresy units in their game. Because a lot of 40k players would already have a whole bunch of Heresy units, and then they'd go, well, I'm going to try Heresy 3.0 out anyway because I've been told it's been 40k-ified and I've already got a bunch of the Heresy models, so that sounds perfect to me. And then what Games Workshop did is go, no, you can't have any cross-compatibility. Now we've made the game like 40k. And it's like, do you understand why maybe doing the first thing has fucked the second thing? Because now none of the 40k players are asked about your new game because they don't have any models for it, and they're not going to suddenly jump in and buy a whole 3,000 point army in one go. But they would have done if over the course of 2 years they'd picked up a Heresy unit here, a Heresy unit there. You know, oops, already got 2,000 points. Might as well do the last 1,000. And then do you understand how then 40k-ifying Horus Heresy fucks off all your existing Heresy players? So you literally, you tell 40k players not to buy your models, and then you fuck off your existing community. Classic case trying to squeeze too much blood from a turnip. People are only going to buy so much. I agree, Swords & Smith. 100%. I think there should be full cross-compatibility between Heresy and 40k. But only one way. I think Heresy should go to 40k, but not the other way around. Obviously, for timeline purposes, because how the fuck is it a Repulsor turning up in the Heresy? But also because I think the pipeline should be 40k to Heresy, not Heresy to 40k. Like, I think the pipeline, to use a similar example, everything in bolt action can be used in Conflict 47. Everything. And a lot of people assumed when Conflict was starting to come out that the pipeline would be bolt action players coming over to Conflict. Nope. Not at all. Bolt action players. So, Salty Simon and I are going to talk a lot about this in Assault Cast that we're going to do this week. But the pipeline absolutely is Conflict players to bot action. Because a lot of people play bot action because they want to play historicals. They want to see those iconic World War II units battling it out on the table. And while some of them, and I'm sure many of them, will pick up a few Conflict units to supplement their army, many of them are going to be like, if I want to play sci-fi, I'd play 40k. Right? So what I think the pipeline is people who play Conflict 47 will inevitably pick up bolt action units, and then they'll be like, well, I already have a bunch of bolt action units, so I might as well try out a game of bolt action. And then that will, so I've got a box of 30 infantry and like a Panzer IV, and I've got a Panzer IV. I normally run it with the eyeball thing, but if I just put the normal turret on, I'll be fine. Okay, cool. And well, I've got a tank. All I really need is like an extra tank and a couple of weapon teams. So I'll just buy those. I wasn't going to, but I'll buy them. And then you know what? If I don't end up liking bolt action, it's fine because the things that I'm buying could be used in Conflict. So it's literally not wasted money. It's a zero risk investment for me as a wargamer. So that's why I think the pipeline goes Conflict to bolt action, because people will try a bit of Conflict and then they'll go, okay, well now I kind of want to see what bolt action's like, and I already am halfway there. Yeah. Also, I think there's an element of, even if you start off your Conflict journey with pure conflict units. Let's say you don't have anything that's in your conflict. Let's say you're buying let's say you buy a couple of the Russian starter set for conflict, right? And you've got nothing in your army that's really compatible with by action. Maybe with the exception of the T-34s, you've got nothing that's compatible. I think because you will play conflict and you'll go, this game's really good. Warlord knows how to make good games. I think you're likely to go, I'm going to try some other Warlord games as well. And I think there's a real chance you'll go, well, fuck it. Russian starter army, £104 for a full 1250 point army. And I know all this shit can come over to conflict as well if I need it. And all those conscripts, I can finally try out that Heroes of the Soviet Bloc combo with the conscripts. That's amazing. So yeah, I'm in. I am in. So yeah, that's where I think that the pipeline goes. Yeah. He asked about K-47, my local action, and not many people were keen. I mean, I think people will... I think that's how it is right now. But I do think that a lot of people who play bot action will eventually try a bit of conflict. I think they will. I think it's just... The conflict itself is a very good game. So, it's just, give them a little time to try it, and then... Yeah. But both games, and once you know the conflict rules, you basically know the bot action rules, so, and vice versa, so yeah. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. Paint us a picture, sir. A combat patrol story. Let's have a look here. Anthony Williams, what do you mean? I see no combat patrol story. I see no combat patrol story. Are you asking me to say, do I have a story from Combat Patrol? I do have a story from Combat Patrol. But I don't know if that's what you were going for. So I remember reading a story in White Dwarf where a bunch of guardsmen pile out the back of a chimera, and a mycetic spore lands on... I think it was from 2nd or 3rd edition. A mycetic spore lands on the ground, and as the Hormagaunts are tearing their way out of it, a chimera turns up and the guardsmen get out, and they blow away all of the Hormagaunts except for one, as it jumps on one guard and stabs him and kills him, or injures him, and then the sergeant kills it with his chainsword. And the sergeant goes, "See, told you boys, these bugs ain't nothing to worry about. So on, get a medic to look at Trooper Jenkins." And then one of the guys goes, "Sarge," and he sort of points, points to behind over the sergeant's shoulder. The sergeant turns around and sees another swarm of Hormagaunts, just as bigger than the last one, coming towards them. And he sort of grits his teeth and goes, "Oh, maybe this job will take a little bit longer than I thought, boys." I actually basically got the chance to recreate that scene in... I got to recreate that scene in Combat Patrol when I was 11 or 12. Or was it 13 or 14? Actually, I think I was 14. Yeah, because I was playing at the the high school Warhammer club, and I've told this story before. There's this guy called Chambers there who used to play NIDS, and we played a little Combat Patrol game because we were both a little short of time. He was a couple of years older than me, or just a year older. He's just 1 year older than me, and he ran NIDS, and he had a Lictor. And my Chimera squad jumped out and managed to kill the Lictor, and I was sick. And then he had this huge unit of Gene Stealers, 10-man strong Gene Stealer unit with extended carapace that dived on top of my squad and just ate it. And I was that's just it was obviously a little bit different because it was a Lictor and Hormagaunts rather than a Lictor and Gene Stealers. But I remember at the time being like, man, that's just like the story I read. Just like a story I read in that old like white dwarf. Yeah. Because when my set Explorers got first introduced, they got introduced as in a White Dwarf article, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Trooper, my boy. Thank you, super chat, man. New model I've wanted for a while. In stream discussion. Oh my god. I have a need for speed. Firstest to the mostest. There are only 3 acceptable throttle positions on a Blitzkrieg stop. Stop, stalk, or wide open. As to how 40k could have alternate activation system like similar to Battletech, proportional alternating activations. Let's say one opponent has 6 mech, the other opponent has 3. The alternating activation would be 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. If the ratio is not exact, like 7 to 3, it goes 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and so on. That's interesting. Wow. What the fuck is this thing, man? From 1998. I bet you were even born then, Trooper. What the actual fuck is this mental thing that you've got your hands on? I worry about you sometimes. I look at you right now the same way people look at me when I say the old Metal Guard models were better than the new ones. Do you know what? It reminds me of the Scorpion tank from Halo. Yeah. It's just fast as fuck, isn't it? It's got a massive autocannon. That's interesting. Right of the weapon designed to ensure proper balance on uneven terrain. Despite its improvements, Blitzkrieg is only a single weapon system, and when it runs out of ammunition, which it tends to do very quickly, it must retreat behind filling lines for resupply. Given its other design advances, however, the need to resupply is a minor weakness in an otherwise devastating fast strike mech. Yeah, I mean, you don't need a lot of ammo. If your use case is run in, dump your entire load into a position, and then run away, I mean, that's fine. Yeah. That's actually fine. Yeah. I mean, you are right. Lewis, the old guardsmen were better. No question. No questions asked. What have we got next? Butt Mountain. Reinforcements arrive in K47 chat. Oh, no. But Mordian, why aren't you complaining you didn't put it in stream discussion? Because I'm biased to K47, that's why. Reinforcements arrive after ship weekend with the wife and myself being on call and a sick toddler at home. Monday comes and the world is right again. Bandai! 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 Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Oh. Yes. Empire of Japan Starter Army plus a Locust Medium Walker, which I think is a very, very good choice. And then you've got the Japanese Army Support Group. So we're looking at medium mortar, medium machine gun. And I'm not sure what else you get in there, actually. I'll have to have a look. And then you've got the Japanese Army weapon teams, which I'm pretty certain do come with the spicy bamboo stickmen. Yeah. Nice. Dude. I mean, that's about 800 points. That's about 200 points, up to 1,000 points. All this stuff, probably looking at 1,200 points. I mean, if you get like a single box of like regular Japanese infantry, you are going to be cooking. You'll be cooking on gas, my friend. Nice. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed, man. I have to look I want to see what that support group comes in now. No, Mordian, don't go on the Warlord Games web. No, stop buying. Oh, I've already added 3 things to cart. I've already done it. You can't stop me, chat. There are some things I do want to buy, though. I don't want to, like, be a naughty boy, but there are some things I do want to buy. But I'm just looking. I've got a new army I want. Okay, so yeah, you get flamethrower team, sniper team, and spicy blowy up people. Cool. And then what do you get in the support thing? I'm also curious about that one. Support group. Ah, you get medium mortar, medium machine gun, and then you get the Kempai TIE officer, which is excellent. 2 platoon commanders, which are excellent. A radio guy who you can use as an observer of some kind, or simply as just an extra for one of your officers. And then you get the medic, which is I often use the medics and the radio guys as the extra blokes in my platoon command squad. Just they don't actually do the medic stuff, but it just looks right having those next to each other. Yeah. So, I want a new army. I'm already most of the way there. It seems rude not to. I want to finish. I want to finish my Hungarians. So you know how like a couple of months ago, I bought some Hungarian tanks because they were on sale. And I was like, sweet, I can use these in my German army. I could like use the Toldies as like counts as Panzer IIs for the Panzer Lux. And then I could use the Zrini as like a Stu 42. You know how I said that? Well, unfortunately, I now feel quite strongly like I'm not going to do that. And I feel quite strongly like instead of doing that, I'm now going to get a Hungarian army. I'm sorry. I do have a problem. But man, I love the reinforcements, man. I love it. And I look forward to seeing them all being painted up. And sorry that you had a bit of a shit weekend, but at least there's nothing like fresh minis turning up to make things feel right again. Your new army is making me inspired to get a new army. Yeah. Commander Crash, I was left with adult money. See stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oops, that joins the other transport and shock troops. Yeah, baby. I love it. So we've got a Chimera, a battle tank, a Canadian command squad, and Canadian shock troops. And then you got $100 gift card. Amazing, man. Yeah, buying from GW is totally fine if you got like a honey that to knock off the price. Yeah, bro. That's really cool. That's really, really good. Yeah, all strong choices. All strong choices as well. Can never go wrong with an extra command squad. Can never go wrong with extra infantry. Can never go wrong with more Lemurses and Chimeras. I think choices well made, sir. Choices well made indeed. Yeah. Excellent stuff, man. Fantastic. Nice. We've got average white shark. How to make multi-lasers good in the stream discussion. Thank you for super chat, man. In 40k battle sector, the Sentinel multi-laser has an ability to use harassing fire to suppress the enemy and make them less accurate. If there were a universal weapon rule like Flamer's Torrent that gives multi-lasers the ability of the Wyvern or Siege Attachment Smoke Barrage, it would give them a genuine niche use case. It wouldn't be game-changing, but could be useful for guarding against factions like Orcs, Tyranids, and World-Eaters. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, if multi-lasers had like a suppression universal special rule, where as long as they get one hit on the enemy, that enemy unit is -1 to hit, I mean, it would be so broken. And I would abuse it. Yeah. Maybe you put it on the Armored Sentinels. Actually, you definitely put it on the Armored Sentinels. Scout Sentinels should be... I think... This is how I would make Sentinels great again. Scout Sentinel. Advanced Auspex Array. Pick an enemy unit within 24 inches of the Scout Sentinel. Maybe 18. Remove cover. It advanced. It scans the terrain and basically makes it hard for the, and then that scans terrain, picks out the enemy units, and sends that targeting data to other units in the army via Auspex link, via Vox link. Number 2, Armored Sentinels. I'd call it like buttoning, because it's a thing where if you take a machine gun and shoot it at like a vision slot of a tank, you button the tank. And I would be like, any enemy unit hit by one or more weapons from an Armored Sentinel, ranged weapons from an Armored Sentinel, it's -1 to hit until the start of your next shooting phase, the guard player's shooting phase. So, no, I don't think you need +1 to hit and remove cover. I think just remove cover. +1 to hit can come from somewhere else. Now, the reason why I would do that one for the Armor Sentinels is because it encourages you to take things other than las cannons, because the las cannon might miss. So the las cannon is like, ooh, an actual decision to be made. Las cannon equal more damage. More damage is good. But autocannon and multi-laser, that they fire more shots, so more likely to cause -1 to hit on the enemy. And then Hellhounds. Hellhounds. I'm going to get spicy with Hellhounds. I think Hellhounds need to be a weapon that's truly feared. Hellhounds natively have reroll 1s to hit. No, to wound. Reroll 1s to wound. Very sticky. If they target an enemy unit that is in cover, then I would either give them full rerolls to wound, because no escape. Imagine being in a building when a Hellhound fucking fills it with Promethium. Yeah, like you're not getting out. You're dying. So full rerolls to wound, or +1 to wound, or don't roll for the number of shots. Automatically get maximum shots on 2d6. That's what I would. In fact, I'd go for that last one. So I would say the Hellhound naturally gets to reroll 1s on any dice that when determining the number of shots from a Hellhound weapon, any rolls of 1 can be rerolled. When targeting an enemy unit that's in cover, not wholly in cover, just in cover, don't roll. Take the maximum. That's how I would do it. Because that way, if you're not in cover, it doesn't take the cover away from you. It just means being in cover against a Hound is a really bad fucking idea. Let's call it burn them out. Yeah, it makes it a really bad idea. You can have your cover. Yeah, you're not getting a cover save against flamers because they ignore cover. You can have your cover. You can stay in there all day, my friend. Be my guest. And when I roll, and that, by the way, I'd have that affect all the Hellhound weapons. So if you have a heavy flamer on the front, that affects that as well. It's like, be my guest. I'm now going to roll up and dump 18 automatic hitting shots into you if you stay in that cover. That's what I would do. I'd have that affect all of its weapons. Melter cannon, chem cannon, I'd have it affect all of them. Yeah. That's how I would do it. So units with invulnerable saves, Hellhound gets no rule. Just take invulnerable save. Why? Swords and Smith, that doesn't make sense. Units in cover could be weird, but same shtick for units on objectives could work. So units with invulnerable saves, Hellhound gets no rule. I don't understand. Oh, you get to choose your base save or an invulnerable save. But people do that anyway. You just take the best save that you have available. I don't think that works in a... That does not work in our current AP system. Because if someone has an invulnerable save, typically it's a 4 of invulnerable save. So the thing is, people normally have a 3 up, 5 up, or they have a 2 up, 4 up, right? So if they have to choose their best save, and the Hellhound's -2, they're just going to be like, all right, well, I'll just take my invulnerable save then, because I'm on a 4 up anyway. I've done it to purpose if demons die because their base save is 7+. I think it's kind of niche. I think you've been playing a lot of demons recently, and your mind has become twisted. You don't have to choose the best under current rules? No, but why wouldn't you choose your best save? I mean, if you want to, you can choose to have more models die, I guess. But it seems like a real niche. I'm not saying that there are no tactical implications for it, but it seems like it's real niche why you'd want your guys to, like, die. It's probably... I know why you're doing it, Swords and Smith. You want to lose more guys so that when the Battle Shock test comes around next time, you can then be like, oh, well, if I Battle Shock, I'll end up with, like, more guys coming back next time. When I pass my Battle Shock test. See, you're just... Yeah, exactly. Ensure all the Nurglings die, bring them back. So what you're saying, Swords and Smith, is you want me to give the Hellhound an ability that makes your demons better. How about no, you crazy chaos bastard? What are we even doing here, man? Soldier Smith, I think your brain has been rotted by the halfling leaf. I was right, Shark. I like your idea of multi-lasers. Yeah, I think that's cool. I would like that idea because it would make Chimera multi-lasers good as well. Yeah. Cosmic. How the mod commissars, you and me, act in stream discussion. Me and the boys pranking each other. How me, Tim, and the mods treat each other on chat. I think it's just I think we all end up treating each other like this, Cosmic. Not just mods. I mean, look at all the shit I give Swords and Smith. Oh, 1 minute. I need to have the sound on.
Shooting. No, I'm just fucking about.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Oh, very, very true. Just make the Inferno Cannon damage 2. Then you get... I'm trying to avoid stat creep. That's the thing. Just make X more damage. Just make X do more shots is how we ended up in... with all the power creep we've had. But we've always had power creep, but it wasn't that long ago when... It's not that long ago when a Dreadnought with 2 autocannons was considered really good. Or not 2, sorry. 2 twin autocannons was considered really good. Yeah. Cosmic. Channel 8. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Channel AVP night Friday. It's a real niche request. But maybe. I'm thinking I need to double check my dates and stuff. But I'm thinking I might end up doing a bonus stream this Saturday. But maybe Saturday daytime or something. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Scribbles, maybe auto deadly demise. Absolutely fucking not. Scribbles, why are you trying to have my Hellhound blow up in the middle of my lines? Guaranteed. If you make it auto deadly demise and you have no control over that, it becomes utterly gigafucked. I would never take one. I was like, oh no. Wait. No, man. You never want an ability that's like, no, you just don't want that. I love the enthusiasm, but if you want a way to make someone never take a Hellhound again, having it automatically blow up outside of your control is mental. I mean, I love it, but it's mental. The lower decks, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Sir, what happens next was explained to me later. As my body was pummeled into unconsciousness, the crowd fell silent. Underlying tensions between the competing families, each aligned to an imperial faction, boiled. Apparently, it took an arrogant shout of victory from Von Humping to kick it off. The arrogant peacock was hit in the face with a tomato. His followers drew their steel. Several noble family retainers drew theirs. Son of the local bishop bellowed for all men to sheathe their weapons. They did so. Then one man, his identity disputed, stole the bishop's pointy hat from his head. The bishop retaliated by grappling the man and power driving him into the mud. I can see why attendance at mass is so high. Decorum shattered. A massive punch-on broke out. I'm even told the children were involved. They were acclaimed the second most vicious fighters after the women folk. Amisa, I was pulled from the ground and loaded onto a cart. My rescuers, a vagabond mercenary company, lot have not said much, but have taken me to a place of safety. Video unrelated.
Humans can only hold their breath for 10 minutes. Then how was Louis Armstrong able to become the first man on the moon?
I am in space. On the moon. Help.
I forgot where that came from.
Humans can only hold their breath for 10 minutes. Then how was Louis Armstrong able to become the first man on the moon?
I am in space. On the moon. Help.
It's so... There's just multiple levels of stupidity to this.
Humans
and
can
some
only
of them
hold
are
their
good
breath
and
for
some of
10
them are
minutes.
bad.
Then
And they're
how
all
was Louis
brilliant.
Armstrong able to become the first man on the moon?
I am in space. On the moon.
Oh my
Help.
god. Help. Yeah, man, that's brilliant. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna download that one. That's amazing. That's amazing, man. Fantastic. Bros and Bantams, thank you for the... I'm still laughing about that. Help. Thank you for the 10 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yes. Amazing, man. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the extra squad of Totem Core. Thank you for doing your part, you absolute degenerate bastard. Thank you, bro. Mate, good lad. Appreciate the support, man. Nice. People in chat are like, wouldn't it be better for the Hellhounds to pass the vibe check? You can pass the vibe check without being utterly dog shit. In fact, ideally, you pass the vibe check not being shit. Typically, things don't pass the vibe check when they're shit. You don't have to be overpowered, but the idea of a hell... I mean, I think if you shoot... Do you know what I would do with flamers, man? No word of lie. Do you know what I'd do with flamers? I would say all flamers should have that rule that I talked about with hellhounds. They're a random shot weapon, except for if the target's in terrain. If the target's in terrain, maximum shots. Make flamethrowers are fucking insane weapons. This is one thing that 40k has often failed to adequately represent. A flamethrower... Yo, flamethrowers are banned. Like, in our timeline, flamethrowers are banned. And they're not banned because they're not very effective. They're banned because they're fucking unreal. Like, they're absolutely terrifying weapons. And what's kind of crazy is they're so terrifying, they're so bad, that they're so good at what they do. Let me put this in a better way. Flamethrowers are utterly effective weapons. They have lots of downsides, but they are utterly effective weapons. There's like, you've got an enemy that's like dug into cover, just burning them out. It completely flips the script on that cover. Same with things like gas. Same with things like, like white phos and stuff like that. Oh, we need to mark that, white phos. You just launch a white phos shell through a fucking, through the window of a building. That building goes from being an enemy hardpoint to ineffective. Right? So flamethrowers are unbelievably effective weapons, and Warhammer has always failed to show and really adequately translate how utterly lethal and utterly effective they are. And so I think the way... Now, this has not always been the case, but we'll come back to that in a moment. But I think the way I would... I think flamethrowers Flamethrowers are seen as a shit weapon choice in 40k. Why would you take a flamer over a melter gun? Why would you take a flamer over a plasma gun? And we need to change that. We need to change that. I think flamethrowers should be D6 shots against enemy units out in the open. But I think if you are firing a flamethrower against a target which is in cover, you just get maximum shots. You absolutely get maximum shots. That simple. Flamers are shit because Marines should be immune to them. So you make a good point, Siriade, but this is... So the problem, I think, it is crazy. We're going a little deep here, but it is crazy because flamers weren't always a terrible choice. In fact, flamers have not always been the go-to choice for a lot of people, but they always had a place. I remember in 7th edition purposefully taking Scion command squads with flamers. 4 flamers in there. I have the models. I can pull them out so you can see I'm not lying to you. And you guys are thinking, why the fuck? A, 4 flamers in 1 squad. Amazing. And B, why were you taking them? Because flamers ignored cover, and they also had AP 5. Now, not AP -5, but AP 5. Under the old system, how it worked is you had a save value, and if the AP of a weapon was equal to or lower than your save value, then you didn't get an armor save. Didn't minus your save, you didn't get a save. Basically to represent your armor has been penetrated. It's not been a little penetrated, it's been penetrated, right? So if I have a 5+ save and I get hit by an AP 6 weapon, 6 is not equal to 5 or lower, so I get my 5-up save. If I get hit by an AP 5 weapon though, 5 is equal to my save of 5+, so I don't get a save at all. And flamers were AP -5. So this made, and remember they did the flame template as well. So this meant that if you've got, so this, this meant that if you use flamers against light infantry, they were really effective. Yeah. They were really effective. Now, the reason why having Ignores Cover and AP5 was such a good combo on regular flamers was because you used to have a different cover save system. So the cover save system didn't used to be +1 to your save. It used to be if you are in light cover, like a forest, then you got a 5+ cover save. And between your armor save, your cover save, and your invulnerable save, you could choose which one of those to use. And I think sometimes you had to take your best option, but not always. I think you could choose which one you wanted to use. So if you're a Space Marine with a 3+ armor save and in some soft cover, then you're not going to use, and someone hits you with a lasgun, you're not going to use the cover save. You're going to use your armor save, so you have a 3-up save against that. But if you're a Space Marine in cover and someone hits you with a weapon that could just crack open your armor, let's say a battle cannon, which was AP3, so 3 matches 3, so no save. What would happen is you wouldn't have an armor save, but you could still take your cover save because AP didn't affect cover. So you had AP, which affected armor, and then Ignores Cover, which took away cover saves. And then invulnerable saves were the only ones that never got fucked with, right? So one of the reasons why flamers were a really good tool, and they weren't taken everywhere. I don't want you to think flamer spam was a thing, but having some flamers in your army was not a joke, right? And that's fine, right? Not every weapon needs to be meta defining, but having a Space Marine squad, or having an Assault Marine squad with a couple of flamers in it wasn't seen as a stupid thing to do. Because your Assault Marine squad could jump forward 12 inches. And let's say you've got a tactical squad that's trading fire with like a guardsman unit. The tactical squad is shooting bolters at the guardsman. And the guardsman normally wouldn't get a save against this because bolters are AP5 and guardsmen are a 5-up save. But then but then they're in heavy cover, so they're on a 4-up save. So the guardsmen are like half the cost. Maybe there's like 20 guardsmen in there. Let's say there's 2 squads of guardsmen versus your 1 tactical Marine squad, and you're trading fire back and forth. But those guardsmen, they're whittling you away, and they're winning that because they're in heavy cover. How do you deal with that scenario? Well, a couple of flamers in an Assault Marine squad. Nice tool to have in your toolbox. Jump those flamers over there. Burn all of those guardsmen to death. Finished up the survivors with a charge. Flamers were, you didn't need to spam them, but having a couple of squads with them and having a squad with them in your army wasn't a bad thing to do. Yeah. So, and I think it's all of this went away when we went to 8th edition, because when we went to 8th edition, flamers became random shot, no AP. And that kind of sucks. Yeah. Flamers now are not the terrifying weapons they once were. But even under the old system, I don't think flamethrowers really accurately showed how good. The rules didn't show how good flamethrowers were. And a lot of 40k players who don't know anything about actual combat, which is fine, by the way. You're not expected to be a military expert. But a blind spot for a lot of 40k players when it comes to like the actual effectiveness of certain weapon systems is that flamethrowers are a really good anti-tank weapon. In real life, flamethrowers are really good at killing other vehicles. Because A, they overheat them. Like weapon systems, electrical things, they stop working because the flamethrower basically heats the tank up. And B, tanks are a very, very tightly enclosed metal box, and you don't want to be inside a metal box when it's being coated in fire, because tanks are they're well sealed, but they're not airtight, so there's absolutely, especially older, especially in World War II when you had like vision slits and stuff, absolutely, the flamethrower will start getting inside the tank. So your tank's overheating, so it's not functioning anymore. The flame's going to get inside the tank, and then just as Scribbles has said, flamethrowers use up all the oxygen in the immediate area. So if you're in a tank covered in flame, you can't breathe. So then you have to try and get out of the tank, or you suffocate. Now, obviously, and that's why in bolt action, if you shoot a tank with a flamethrower, it has to take a morale test. If that morale test is failed, the tank dies. Because you don't remove the model in bolt action. It represents the crew being forced, basically failing their panic, being like, oh my God, we're covered in fire, and the crew bailing out the tank. Yeah, flamethrowers are one of the best weapons you can get in bolt action. They're the complete opposite of 40k. Yeah, like a flamethrower is an absolutely terrifying weapon that you need to deal with. They also consume the breathable air that's fueling the engine. Good point to Krampus. Very good point. Not just fire, but sticky fire. Exactly. So yeah, flamethrowers are really, really terrifying in bot action. That's why if you've ever seen a game of bot action, the moment the flamethrower turns up, like whether it's on a battle report or something, the moment the flamethrower turns up, it becomes public enemy number one for the other player to deal with. Yeah. Just another reason why bot action is better than 40k. I'm only joking, but you guys know I had to say it. I will say this. I will say this though, non-facetious point, and in the interest of always being balanced, right? I think it's easier to represent flamethrowers in bot action than it is in 40k. And the reason why is because in 40k, you have a lot of non-real life variables to take into account. Like being inside a steel tank and getting covered in flame is bad. But being inside a suit of ceramite power armor, what is ceramite? Maybe it can just take it. Maybe it could just take the heat, right? So, yeah. But then you could say it's like special promethium, though, so it kind of balances out. A lot of people say that Space Marines should be immune to flamethrowers because they're in power armor, but as we just discussed, being trapped inside a big metal box, getting covered in fire, is not a good thing. I do not believe in any way, shape, or form that Space Marines should be immune to the effects of flamethrowers. Because, well, when that power armor gets fucking lit up head to toe in promethium, and it starts melting all the cables, and overheating the Marine inside the power armor, and all that kind of stuff. I think a Marine getting covered in promethium would be a very, very upset Marine. But that, unfortunately, does not seem to be the way the physics of 40k work, because there are many examples of Space Marines striding through flamethrowers as if they were nothing. They weren't anything. Yeah. So, yeah. But I think that's just a disconnect between the actual effects of flamethrowers and 40k being a fantastical world. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think it's harder. I think in bot action it's easier to represent that, but in 40k it's harder because there might just be, you've got like actual magic and shit. Do you know what I mean? Like psychic powers and stuff. So, yeah. G1 Bryce, thank you for super chat, man. Thoughts on the random Empire made to order drop? I may or not have spent $500 on them. Can you mix and match the handgunners with the new kits? You can do whatever you want, mate. So thank you for the support. And I'll say this. The Empire made to order is interesting. Like, if we have a look at it quickly. I might have to go to the actual. Yeah, here you go. Made to order. So a lot of the old Empire stuff is really interesting. Like, these old handgunners are actually really cool. They are really, really cool. Yeah, yeah. Love that. And same with a lot of these minis. They're very, very cool. I would say, yeah, you got some. I mean, that's a really cool model there. Yeah. Every single one of these models is compatible. I love that halberdier guy. Yeah, yeah. Every single one of these models is compatible with Warhammer: The Old World. Every single one of them. Even all the character loadouts, every single one of them. You can give your Empire captains halberds. You can give them great weapons. You can give them pistols. You can give them sword and shield. Absolutely every single one of these is legal for Old World. So if you have bought a whole bunch of this stuff, that's amazing. Enjoy your models and go forth with confidence, knowing that you will be able to use every single one of them without any issues whatsoever in game. There you go, mate. And Chris K, Dr. J, G1 Bryce. I hope you enjoy them, mate. They look fantastic. I haven't got any of them because the only thing I want for my Empire army is the Lion Shield guys, but hopefully I'll be getting some of those soon. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Do Imperial Night Houses matter? What, like in universe? Yeah, they're very important. So firstly, Imperial Knights are a very, very effective weapon of war. Just obviously within the context of Warhammer 40k. But, you know, Imperial Knights are a very, very effective weapon of war. There are multiple examples of knights being able to absorb, you know, in lore, entire armies worth of like firepower. I remember seeing there's a really cool. There was a series of books that came out around the end of 7th edition to do with the Second Damocles Gulf Crusade between the Tau and the Imperium. And there were a couple of interesting. They're like lots of short stories that sort of connected to each other. And there was one example of where basically there was this sort of base. There was this sort of like Tau this Tau like forward operating base, and the Tau thought it was pretty safe, but then the Imperials basically launched an attack on it, and the attack was spearheaded by like a pair of Imperial Knights, and you know the Tau forces who had been fighting the Imperium. It was their, in this particular engagement, it was like their first time facing knights, just the local Tau garrison, as it were. It was it was like sort of, oh no, they'd faced knights before, but the knights had learned, and so they had all their void shields basically all power to the front of the void shields. So the Tau were like, oh, we know how to deal with these big silly like Imperial walkers, and started like, you know, shooting the knights. But even like rail cannon rounds were like getting stopped by the void shields, which by the way was I think that was, I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty certain there used to be rules for Imperial Knights where they had an invulnerable save, but it was only on you had to like, I'm pretty certain with your knights back in the day, your void shields, you had to pick which arc they were going to be on, whether it was the front arc, side arc, or rear arc, and it stayed like that. You had to pick in your turn, and then it stayed like that until your next turn. You could pick another arc, and there was a formation of knights where you could take 3 knights next to each other, and it gave them void shields on 3 arcs, so like the overlapping void shields. There was loads of cool stuff back in the day. So many cool things back in the day, yeah. But the point is, like back in the story,
Forward, you dogs, to
the knights had all their void shield power to the front, and this allowed them to actually basically storm a defensive position that the Tau had thought was impregnable, because the Tau had had been fighting the Imperial Guard up until this point, and so when the Imperial Guard had like launched attacks on this position, you know, with like Lehman Russes and stuff like spearheading the assaults, the rail cannons had obviously just done what they do to Lehman Russes, because Lehman Russes are good vehicles, but a rail cannon's a rail cannon at the end of the day. And even though I hate Tau, I have to respect the rail cannon. Everyone should respect the rail cannon at the end of the day. So the Tau were like, oh well, we've dealt with, you know, Imperial attacks before, I'm sure these knights will be no different, kind of thing. Shot them, and then the knights were like, surprise fuckos, we've got shields. And then the knights basically break through the position and break them open. And it was a really good, and then the Imperial infantry was a bunch of Catachans that like followed them up, and, you know, as the knights broke through and provided like covering fire, once they broke it, made the spearhead, the Imperial infantry like flooded in and started stabbing the Tau, you know, getting into melee, all that kind of good stuff. And then some Space Marines with jump packs like jumped into the base as well and started wreaking havoc. It was a really good example of how when the Imperium can bring all of its assets to bear in one place, there's a reason why the Imperium is the top dog in the galaxy. People often forget this, but humanity basically rules the whole galaxy. Like the Imperium is the empire of a million worlds, and everyone else basically exists around the Imperium. And in individual places, empires may be more powerful than the Imperium. Yeah, other factions may be more powerful than the Imperium, but generally speaking, the Imperium is the most powerful faction in the entire galaxy. You know, no other. You know that's in lore. That's just the case, and it's a really good example of how when the Imperium is able to bring all of their assets into combined arms warfare, they are unstoppable. But often the Imperium does not fight with all of its assets. Often the Imperium fights with like one of like 4 things they need, or 2 of 5 things they need. So like, you know, the Imperial Guard are a really good army for like holding defensive positions, and they're really good for like conducting like mass warfare. But sometimes you know, it's like, as they sort of learn in like World War One, attacking on a wide front can actually, because they used to attack on a wide front in World War One thinking it would overstretch the defenders, and then often what they actually found is it was better to not attack on a wide front, but to actually pierce through and then break round. Because, you know, the thinking was attack on a wide front, stretch the enemy thin, and then break through. And what actually you found was you just diluted your offensive force. And then how they started breaking through lines was you pierce the line, and then you start basically, once you're behind the lines, it starts really fucking the enemy up, because you start being able to like attack the enemy from the front and behind. A lot of trenches are designed to defend one way, but they're not very good at defending the other way, and all this kind of stuff. It's all speaking vast generalizations here. So when the you know, what you want is you need a unit that can punch through. Now, you know, the Imperial Guard have got tools that can do that, but the best thing for doing that is the Space Marines, or, you know, a Night House or a Titan. You know, but, you know, Space Marines that can basically pierce the line first and then flood the guard through. That's, and, you know, the flood can, you know, the guard can establish, dig in, defend the beachhead, and then the Space Marines can keep doing. And when, you know, and then when you've got like the Knights, you know, if your Space Marine and Imperial armor is struggling to punch through, having something with fucking void shields can be really helpful. So Knights turn up. And then, you know, having the Adeptus Mechanicus, because sometimes you just need the Admech to turn up, and they're just like, oh yeah, we'll just turn the gravity upside down in that area for you. I mean, there's a 50-50 chance that it'll blow up and everyone who uses that weapon will die. But yeah, you just need like some like weird, like niche piece of equipment just to deal with this very niche battlefield scenario. No problem. Call the Admech. So when all the different factions of the Imperium can work together, including Imperial Night Houses, the Imperium is just the best at warfare. They are. But the thing is, the Imperium, often the Imperium is fighting with not even half of what it needs, like 25% of what it needs, a quarter of what it needs. Yeah. So yeah, Imperial Night Houses do matter. Every faction in the game matters. Custodes matter. You might be like, oh, Custodes should sit at the Golden Throne. No, Custodes are the voice of the Emperor. If a Custodes turns up, it's like the Emperor has turned up. That's how important the Custodes are. Like, they're really like Custodes. Every faction matters. every faction matters, and not just within the Imperium, you know, but every faction matters in their own, you know, in their own important way. Yeah. Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. Lancers ready, sir. In stream discussion. This is so fucking cool. Just finished up 8 more Hireling Outriders to add to my Renegade Crowns armies. Also painted up a free sprue, 2 models of Black Powder Lancer Cavalry from Warlord using the same paint scheme. I like the kit and could build a unit of Hireling Outriders using a box them by taking them with Cavalry Spears, Light Armor and Shields, 14 points model. On a unit with Swift Stride, Fast Cavalry on open order. Could make a spicy flanker unit with ambushes for 1 point more. Also finish up some more scatter terrain bits to use with Old World. Wait, can Hireling Outriders take melee? Wait, can Hireling Outriders take good melee weapons? I did not know this. I might need some lancers for my empire. Holy shit. Dude, these guys look fucking sick, man. Dude, these guys look fucking sick, man. Yeah. Holy shit, bro. Dude, more lancers. I'm not even kidding you, man. These will actually be really, really good. Everyone's talking about the heavy cavalry, including me, but actually being able, you know what? I need to look into these guys in a moment. I'm going to look through your models first, but you might have to put me on something really cool. Those lancers look great, bro. That's cool, man. That's very cool. All right, let me look at something here. Let me look at Chicken Daddy. Let me look at something. Hireling Outriders. 11 points per model. Cavalry Spears. 1 point. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, does anyone know in Old World, is it only infantry that get the +1 save to having hand weapon and shield? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Because I was just thinking you could take heavy armor, shield, and swords, and you could have a 3-up save on light cavalry, which is kind of interesting. I really, really, really like. How much would that be? Cavalry spears 1 point, heavy armor 3 points, so that's 14 points, and then shields. Chicken Detonator, I kid you not, I'd go for heavy armor and cav spears and shields. So that's 5 points per model, 16 points per model. That's awesome. Now, the reason why, either that or take no armor on them. Because there's basically, so 5-up saves are a bit of a waste of time, truth be told. As someone who's run a lot of Empire infantry with a 5-up save, a 5-up save is basically meaningless because there's always someone with a bit of AP in the game, right? But a 4-up save is a very different story. So either I would take them with just cavalry spears, or I would take them with heavy armor and shields and cavalry spears. Both are very, very valid. And then literally just use them as... So the reason why that's quite big, right, is what's the weapon skill? Fine. So the reason why that's quite big is because you're strength 4 on the charge with the spears at AP -1 and you fight an extra rank. Do you fight an extra rank when you charge? Let's have a look here. Are they core? Ha! They're core! No, only when you get charged, right? A model with a special rule may make a supporting attack. A model with a wielding cannot make a supporting attack during a turn in which it charged. Ah, boo. That sucks, man. They should definitely have the extra attacks. Yeah. So what I would do is I would at 16 points per model, you could take like 8 of them. 80 points, 6 times 8 is 42. 122 points off the top of my head. Correct me if I'm wrong. 8 cavalry.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
8 cavalry with a 4-up save. I'm fast, right? I bet they're fucking fast. I bet they're fucking fast. Movement 8. Yeah. That's solid, man. Alright, who makes good Lancer models? Does Warlord Games make good Lancer models? Let's have a look. Movement 8 and skirmish gives them a 360-degree charge. And you might as well have skirmish, right? Because at the end of the day, open order gives you no bonuses if you're going 8 wide anyway. I guess the only problem with skirmish is if you get a funky charge, you might end up with people that aren't in the fighting rank. But yeah, pike and shot, English Civil Wars. Let's have a look. Ooh. Scots Lancers. Wonder how some of these seem like, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. So fucking obviously that this needs to be the choice, man. I'm just double checking I'm not missing anything, but I think I found them. Right? It's not even a question. To be fair, I mean they're wearing heavy armor. They're wearing heavy armor. I'm taking heavy armor. The horses aren't barded. I'm not taking barded horses. I'm not taking barded horses. Yeah. The other one I had was these Scots Lancers. They look pretty legit as well. But are they in plastic? How much do you get in plastic? 12 metal and plastic. Okay, the horses. I don't know which bits are metal. Do you say black powder? Black powder might be a good place to go. Probably Prussian. Because the Empire, obviously, the Holy Roman, the Empire, like the Holy Roman Empire, which is kind of Prussian, right? Prussian Uhlans. Ooh, these might be a bit better. These are a bit cheaper. And how much do you get? 12. Ooh, they're Warlord Resin. Interesting. I'm okay with Warlord Resin. Nah, those might be better. No, not much armor, though. Those might be better if you take in the version with no armor and you're just like, fuck it, we ride. Yeah. You got a couple of different options, though. Check French. I'd rather not, but if you insist, I'll have a look. That's epic. Yeah, that's epic. I don't see. They must have some plastic French cavalry. I mean, come on. I've just missed it. Ah. French line lancers. Very interesting. Polish line light horses, 12 hard plastic and metal. I mean, they're even cheaper, right? How much are these ones? They're a bit more expensive. They're the cheapest ones. All right, let's have a look. Can I give them all lances is the question. Interesting. A few options, to say the least. A few options indeed. I do like the idea of lancers. I do like the idea of lancers. Yeah, I do. Yeah, the sprue has lancers for all models. I do like... Chicken Death Edge, I like that. I like that. Yeah. That's such a cool idea for Renegade Crowns, man. You know what? When's the next Old World tournament? I was planning on taking Orcs and Goblins, but the fact that they're core, all cavalry, Renegade Crowns army, my lord. Really? Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. Simon's wrong. K47 is better, and I made you Paragons. Cosmic, you did make me Paragons. They're awesome, and I am very excited to get my hands on them. Don't get me wrong. And secondly, Simon's wrong. K47 is better. So, I've known Simon for a long time at this point. I mean, I've known Simon since the beginning of 8th edition. When he first came down to the club. And I was the first person he played 40k against down at the club. So I've known Simon for a long time. We're good friends. I'll say a long time, like coming up to 9 years. And as I've got to know him more and more and more, and this is something that it's, you know, it's sometimes, if you don't know Simon, you don't really, if you don't know Simon, there's a reason we call him Salty Simon, right? But he's not actually that salty. He often sounds angrier than he is. He is also a complete paradox of a man, and I've told him this. People are like, oh, you're not going to upset? No, like Simon and I are good friends. And I've said this to his face. I call it the Simon paradox. I call it the Simon paradox. He is a competitive player who doesn't like losing. So I can tell you right now, no doubt in my mind whatsoever, that one of the reasons that Simon is being a little salty on Conflict 47 is because he's not won a game of it yet. It's that simple. It's that simple. That's it. Because he likes to win. But the reason why it's a Simon paradox is because he then takes armies which are basically really hard to win with. So, what Simon's like first, you know, Simon plays guard in 40k, and basically, he will only play his guard in one way, which is Steel Legion. He will never change. He will never play them any other way. It does not matter how much you present to him. Oh, you should definitely run, you should definitely try something other than Lehman Russ battle cannons, Simon. You should definitely run, I mean, we all love the El Clasico, right? But, maybe you should try different tactics, Simon. No. 3 El Clasicos. 6 Chimeras with infantry. That's my list. I will not change. I will not bend. I will not break. What goes in after that is how many Hellhounds. Addition depending, balance data slate depending, Hellhounds. That's it. Doesn't matter if that's absolutely dog shit. He will take that every single time. And complain when it loses. But he will not change. What was Simon's first old world? What was Simon's first AOS faction? Goblins. What was the first do you know when Simon first got into old world? He said he didn't like it. Go back and watch the old battle reports that I did with Simon when he ran his goblins. When we were playing 1250 points. He was like, I don't like old world. Stupid game. I was like, Simon, this is... And now, he likes old world more than 40k. But the thing was that he likes to win, but then he takes armies with loads of randomness in it that makes it hard to win. So he's now, so then he moves over to high elves, and he likes his high elves. He likes his high elves because his high elves haven't got the randomness in them. But high elves are a fundamentally overcosted faction. So now after playing basically 2 really hard factions, what do you think Simon's decision has been? Oh, he's going back to his goblins now. He's going back to his goblins. He wants all the goblins. What does Simon play in bot action? Simon struggled with bot action at first. Didn't like it. Said, don't like this game. Stupid. Now...
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Now he loves bot action. Probably the game that we have the most fun against each other, bot action. But Simon has two bot action armies. You may be surprised to learn this. He has 2 bot action armies. But you only ever see him play 1, don't you? His Italians. Now, it's no secret that the Italians are, when they're at their best, they're still not a great army in bot action. So Simon collects his Italians, which are a hard faction, and then decides that out of the multiple Italian sub-factions he's going to collect the black shirts, which are basically like goblins, because the first time you shoot at them, not they take a casualty, they've got their own special version of green, which is fucked. So the first time you shoot them, whether you inflict any casualties or anything, they have to roll a dice. This is per unit, by the way. They have to roll a dice. On a 3 or a 4, nothing happens. They're just normal. On a 5 or a 6, they become fanatics, which means that they basically become immune to morale. It's very good. On a 1 or a 2, they become shirkers and have their morale halved. Essentially. To explain how bad shirkers are, in bot action, each time you get hit by an enemy unit, you take 1 pin marker. Normally, you have to be hit 8 or 9 times before your unit breaks. And there are loads of time. There are ways you can get rid of those pins so they don't accumulate to that level. Shirkers only need to be hit 4 times and they break. And when I say break, the unit's destroyed. They flee off the board. So if I So if one of Simon's units one of Simon's like key units rolls a 1 or a 2, become shirkers, all I have to do is snap to an officer, fire a couple of units at it, and and it's fucked. Because the officer will get a hit, the other 2 units will get a hit, and it's already been shot at once, so it's already got a pin on it. So yeah, basically it just breaks. This is, bear in mind, Simon likes to win. This is his go-to army. An army where 1/3 of the time his units auto-cuck themselves. Do you know what other army he's got in bolt action? I shit you not, you're not going to believe me. British Paras, one of the most elite, capable, and reliable armies in the entire game. Everyone's veteran, everyone's stubborn, everyone comes with good equipment, everyone's dead hard to kill, everyone does what they're told all of the time, and you've got a small elite army which is easy to manage. British Powers are one of the most beginner-friendly armies in the game. Anyone who's a beginner who wants to get into bot action, you should consider British Powers or American Airborne, but which are basically the American version of British Powers, okay? Simon has the army. He's used it once in like 3 years, and he was like, I don't want to use it again. He won with it. It's on Battle Report. So this is the great Simon paradox. So when Simon goes, oh, I'm not sure I like Conflict 47. I think I prefer bot action. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay, we'll see where we are in a year. Because you said you didn't like bot action, and now you love it. You said you didn't like Old World, and now you love it. And you're saying that you like Conflict. You're saying it's 50-50 on Conflict, and I'm like, I guarantee you, if Simon wins the next 2 or 3 games of Conflict, he'll be like, I love Conflict. It's a great game. 10 out of 10. Wouldn't change a thing. So yeah, I love Simon, but I've known him for a long time, and so I know his quirks, and one of them is that he's a competitive player that likes to win and doesn't like losing, and yet seems to make every decision opposite to that goal. No, he likes to win on his terms. He likes to put it in an actual non-memey complimentary way. Simon likes to win, but he won't compromise even 1 iota on vibe. That's Simon. He likes to win. He gets salty when he loses, but he will not compromise a single percentage on the vibe. He will win on his terms, or he will die. It's that simple. Cosmic, Tim, can you check my next super chat we had? I accidentally did a thing. Well, Cosmic, I'm gonna have to just get through them in order, because there's some that have been waiting a little while. So I'll get to it when I get to it, mate. Speaking of which, Jimmy Squid, thank you for the super chat, bro. Attention, our first updated stream discussion. No models right now, just a snip of my Legion origin from Horus Heresy. Our first update, attention Lord Alpha Legionnaires. As far as speaking, ancient brother Sigmar has begun his great story on the encounters of the Horus Heresy, and now we've become the Lord Protectors of Sparia. Maybe this will explain why we have to disguise ourselves as Son of Ultramar whenever the Imperial envoys come by to pick up their planetary tithe. My name is Sigmar Chiron, Cell Sigma 9, 10th Heptad Cohort. I remember the exact moment Protocol Hydra Secundus activated, not with alarms, not with the message from Osiris, just a shift. A scrap of half-forgotten code buried underneath layers of conditioning flickered awake in my mind as the War Master's treachery spread like wildfire. One phrase surfaced: if the Primarch falls, and the encoded sigil beneath it, the one I had failed to decrypt for decades, finally resolved. I felt the truth of my secondary heart rhythm. Alfaris was gone, compromised. or something worse. I didn't tell my squad. Didn't dare. Cells within cells. I didn't know who else might have received the order, who might have been compromised. That night, under the dull light of the Battle Badger's card lamps, I decided to meet with my 3 most trusted members of Cell Sigma 9. They gathered in a maintenance shrine, silent. All of them had the same tightness around the eyes, the same knowledge. Protocol Hydra Secundus had awakened in them too. I spoke first, voice low. Brothers, the Legion is splitting. The protocol must have a purpose. The question is, my voice at the maintenance shrine was barely above a whisper. Hydra Secundus, it's the Severance Protocol. We're meant to leave, to carry what we know to the Emperor's forces. I noticed the others exchanged glances. None contradicted me, which was unusual and dangerous. Alpha Legionaries didn't easily agree unless they were scared. Lyson, the cell's data weaver, folded his arms. And what intelligence do we even have that the Imperium needs? I inhaled slowly. Everything. Our infiltration networks, our sleeper agents, the War Master's early movements, designs, even our own Legion shouldn't have touched. A silence settled. I knew they all knew the truth. To leave the 20th Legion with that kind of knowledge was to become a hunted animal. But Lyson finally nodded. Then we extract, quietly, before command notices we're off pattern. I felt something unfamiliar arise in him. Maybe hope, maybe dread. He didn't know how many other cells had read the protocol the same way, or how many would try to stop them. That night, my squad began to prepare for our disappearance. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Alfarius, my beloved. Alfarius, my beloved. That's brilliant. All right. Dude, that's cool, man. So your guys are actually loyalist Alpha Legion. That's cool as fuck. I like that. To Krampus, thank you for super chat, man. Because flamers stick to nids. This was when we were talking about flamers, wasn't it? Yeah, I think flamers have always been pretty good. I didn't Tyranids used to have a rule back in the day where they feared fire? I'm sure there was a thing. Like, or maybe no. It was in the 3rd edition codex with the Red Terror, and they were like, they drove it off with flamers, and I think the Red Terror didn't like flamers. Yeah. I have no idea. It's a reference to a little tune about napalm. Fair enough. Oh, wait, because it says it's meant to be because napalm sticks to... Yeah. That's a dark reference. So, John, thank you for super chat, man. Crusade match in Battleport's chat so it doesn't get swept with the tide. Also, Oath of Moment is so fucking annoying compared to Squat's yield system. So, John, if you put it in the Battle Reports chat, it's harder for me to find. Put it in stream discussion. If you're here right now, Zadron, put it in stream discussion. It won't get swept. It makes it easier for me to find it. Yeah. I mean, I can try and have a look, but it's more likely to get swept away in another channel than it is in stream discussion. But there's like 3 or 4 Battle Report channels, you see. So I don't know which one it's in. Is it in community battle ports, maybe? Oh, it is. Okay. Let's have a look. So, John, Crusade game. Crusade game mission was supply raid, which is 6 objectives. You do an action to search them. On a 6+, you find a primary one. Each failed one is removed. You get 1 point for the search. Once the primary is found, you get 3 points for controlling it, and all of the objectives are removed. The attacker deployment zone is half the board. Defender's 8 inches out. Defender gets +1 to the roll, and everyone gets +1 per zone removed. This plays havoc with the squat's arm rule that's based on holding objectives. Yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing videos popping up. Where people are like, Crusade is the best way to play, unironically, and I'm like, unless something has radically changed, I'm not sure that's true. It's our way to play. Sure, it's our way to play, but the best way to play? The problem with Crusade is it's not about balance. It's just about how you can get 2 or 3 games into a Crusade campaign and one person just can't catch up. That's the problem with Crusade. Ultra Fun Logistic Hub Raid. Bronzefusser had reviewed last combat deployments. Cost to gain rated multiple times. Corner was correct. The vault was deeply emptied and with little kin permanent losses. Scans over the week had found another Marine sub-vault. This one more reliant on concealment than active defense. Judging by the fluctuating signals, it was using scrambling systems and false vaults to further obfuscate its exact location. Likely each false one was alarm rigged. This would leave the kin able to sweep and locate every vault, but the kin didn't have the numbers to crack each simultaneously. Rift potential was wild in variables. Nori clipped the Saldorn's Guardian rig void armor upgrade into his harness. Sizzle energy hum of its defense field activating. The Sagittaire filling with familiar sounds as he watched his kin band secure their rigs. The kin secured the vault zone. Nori's band prepared their conversion charges. On the first vault, while Bronzefusser and Santa's band did the same to theirs. All were primed, commence combat, shift pay, detonate. That's kind of cool. Busy work day. We'll post more if I can later. We'll dink you 2 in the can later for the rest of so. Understood, mate. Thank you. The low-tone energetic blast of the animal charges vaporized the first 3 vaults. The kin team startling their searches as the Mulmore team set up and provide the first greetings wherever response forces come. Each vault was stocked. The question was this the primary vault? It would require a much more dedicated sweep. So far, decent stock of logistics, basics, food, water, spare munitions. The kin went swiftly, began unloading the vaults into the grungy Sagittaire as scans picked up the first Marines appeared on the scans. Thorben reading off his pad. Tank, light infantry squad, heavy infantry squad. Right, light infantry isn't much of a threat and tremor shells aren't going to scud the tank. So that's that. Olaf nodded. Right, let's give them the Cathodian handshake. The chunk thud of 4 loaded shells before the blasting drill shunted into the earth. Let's have a look, man. So you're covering the objectives. And then the mole mortars are going to start picking up the light infantry. Nice. This is kind of cool. I can see your opponent's got more off the board, though. Oh, wait. So that's... Oh, is that like a Victrix Guard squad? So you got Victrix Guard there. And then Scouts there. And then your guys are down here. Ah, interesting. It's kind of small right now, but it'll be... I bet there's more reinforcements coming in. That's cool. That's very cool. Ishmael, thank you for the... I look forward to seeing the rest of it, John. Ishmael, thank you for super chat, man. All I want is weapons to be granular and have a role like you explained for flamethrowers, but also for grenade launchers and snipers. Also, give flamers deadly demise. Yeah, make flamers really powerful, but make them have deadly demise. That's so cool. So when a flamer guy dies, roll a dice on a 6. I think it should just be 1 mortal wound on a 6 for a regular flamer. For a heavy flamer, it should be D2. 40k doesn't use D2s. I think D2s are great. And then you know, like anything bigger than that, it should go up to like it should go up to like D3 and maybe even higher than that. It would be kind of cool if you put flamers on for each heavy flamer on a vehicle. So for each heavy flamer on a vehicle, increase its deadly demise by 1. That's kind of cool. That's kind of fucking cool. So yeah, I always take my chimeras with double heavy flamers. Like, yeah, what happens when one detonates in your lines and it's doing a minimum of 3 mortal wounds to everything around it? Average of 4. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Guy who painted my knights in stream discussion. Also, Vox in the Void, Iron Saint. It is worth it. I'll tell you what I'll do, man. Let me catch one of your super chats. There's not many more to go. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3. And then what we'll do is we'll take a look at that Vox in the Void thing. All right. So we'll do those 3 and then we'll get to it. So it'll only be like sort of 10 minutes or so. Hope that's all right, man. Thank you for the big super chat. And I'm looking forward to I like that Vox in the Void when we listened to the other day. Was it Carnage? Yeah, that was really, really cool. To Krampus, two very, very different versions of a new song into discussion. Remember, the Commissar is always right, especially when he's wrong. Also, staring at 5 primed riders, but can't bring myself to paint yet. Between the Death Riders. Or Rough Riders, even. Either. To Krampus, you're a Death Rider kind of guy, though. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get to those two. We'll do the two We'll do the 2 songs in a moment. Then we'll do the Vox and the Void thing. Because the songs will be quicker. And then that'll be... We'll do all that stuff once we've caught up. Yeah. The Krampus. I run Death Riders as Rough Riders. Yeah. But Death Rider models, right? I remember you painting some up before. Yeah, cavalry always takes a long time to paint. Like, I can paint 20 infantry in the time I can take 5 cavalry. Yeah, so I don't blame you being like, oh, I can't be fucked painting them. Yeah, I can't be fucked. Yeah, it's funny. Like, there's some Guard players love painting cavalry. Fair play to them. They absolutely say this. But most Guard players want to paint tanks and infantry. In order of what Guard players like to paint, it goes vehicles. Well, it goes tanks, other vehicles, Kazakin, other infantry, and then it goes like non-infantry, infantry artillery, and then it goes way further down, cavalry. In fact, you get Ogrins, Bullgrins, Rattlings, cavalry. Yeah. Cosmic, my boy! Let's have a look. Cosmic, it would appear I pocket timed out Swords and Smith. A lambasting is in order, and I probably checked on Swords and Smith. Sorry about that. I had my screen locked in my pocket while working and hit something. Oh, really? Isn't it a coincidence that the one guy you timed out is the one guy that you said you needed to flay? Cosmic, it wasn't an accident, was it? It wasn't an accident. You've timed him out. You can't remember how long you've timed him out for. And now you feel guilty. I'm going to have to... Right. I've messaged him in the Discord. He is currently active. I don't know if I can... Well, I'm cooked, lads. It's been an honor. I don't know if I can undo someone being timed out, Cosmic. You might have just timed him out for like 24 hours or something. I don't think he's permanently banned. Yeah. Yes, you can. I can undo bans. I don't know if I can undo timeouts. I'll have a look. He's not banned. He's not banned. .8k seconds. Is that what it says? Minute timeout. That's actually hilarious. He's gonna be really mad. He's gonna be like, I know me and Mordian don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. There's no fucking need for him to fucking ban me for 30 minutes. What a cunt. Oh, it's so funny. Cosmic's just seen Swords and Smith be like, unpetted models are fine. He's gone, rage! Rage! Just like, no, I'm not timing you out, Cosmic. Don't be stupid. It's fine. Accidents happen. Just with great power comes the responsibility to lock your phone screen. There you go, man. See, I can't untime him out. I can't untime him out, from what I can see. But he should be back soon. You should be back soon. Yeah. There we go. Marshall, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Non-quarterrain in-stream discussion. Oh, yeah, Cosmic, by the way, thank you for letting me know as well. Like, it was an honest mistake, man. I'm busting your balls, but it was an honest mistake, and I'm not actually angry or upset or anything like that. Just, I mean, you don't need me to tell you. Just make sure your phone's locked next time, man. It's fine. Yeah, there you go. I still request a formal lambasting. You've been a very naughty boy. You've been a very naughty. Okay, I tell you what. Am I allowed to say anything and get away with it? I don't like the deathcore of Krieg. I think they insist upon themselves. And you have to agree. I don't even believe that. That's a cool bit of terrain, that is. I remember you painted that, Marshall. I'm sure you painted that for Kill Team and had people fighting over it like a year or so ago. Yeah. That's amazing. What the fuck are these models? These are actually peak models. I want them.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Yeah.
there's only one man keeping the streets safe. While keeping it
This is Dead Man's Hand or something, isn't it? Or Dead Man Gang or something. Yeah, that's cool. I've never played it, but I've heard very good things about it. Sneed, seed, and feed. That's cool. Bank, bonds and loans. There you are. Brilliant. That is Warhammer Historical Tales from the Old West. Wow. That's mad. Those are old ass models, man. Yeah, people don't remember like what Games Workshop. Oh, there's one separate picture here. Games Workshop used to make historical stuff. So that's actually that's actually little kind of sad story, but that's actually how a lot of the people from Warlord Games, I won't say who because it's their story to say, but a lot of the people who work in Warlord Games are people who founded Warlord Games, like the OGs. They were pushed out of Games Workshop, and so So they didn't a lot. It's one of those where like, well, they literally, some of them got made like redundant. Some of them got it's like, because, so to try and explain it, in the UK, there's quite a lot of employment law. You can't just be like, you're fucking done. Unless it's in your sort of first year or two of employment. You know, you can have like a probation period, and you can be got rid of at any point in probation. And then, but really, if you're with a company for 2 years, then it becomes quite hard for them to just fire you. There's all sorts of processes, like you have to go through this meeting and that meeting and tribunal and all that kind of stuff. So, but companies, of course, have all sorts of ways of essentially getting around it. That's why most companies, it's always a bad sign when a company brings in a company. So I've seen this happen firsthand twice, where basically a company gets taken over or grows, and the new management, whether it's from the or you know, when I say gets taken over, like gets like bought out, or it's like a joint venture or something like that. But whenever a company essentially that didn't have an HR department and has no need for an HR department suddenly decides it's a good idea to get an HR department, it's typically a sign that a lot of people are going to either leave or be pushed out. Like, I've seen it happen twice, like firsthand. Like, HR comes in and new management comes in when the company's grown, and they don't like the way that the old timers are doing it. They want to make their mark and do it their way. So they start hiring an HR person, which basically allow the purpose of the HR person is basically to be there so that the company can say, we have fulfilled all of the legal obligations, now get fucked, right? The HR folks are awesome. They keep calling me in because my jokes are so good they want to hear them too. Yeah. Now, there are good interviews on YouTube and Priest and others, and you can get all the beef in GW law. Exactly. Now, one of the ways that that's true. It is true, Mango Jabansky. They're very, you know, the Warlord Games people, you know, I think Warlord Games people are pretty open about it. But one of the ways that they got rid of some of the people in, some of the really like OG people who are now OG Warhammer people, who are now like OG Warlord people, is they went through some restructuring. Restructuring basically means like firing, right? They went through some restructuring, and one of the departments that they were like, okay, we're going to restructure you into the Warhammer like historical place. So your role where you are right now isn't valid. The role where you are right now doesn't exist. But the role that there is an available role in the Warhammer Historicals department. And so I think like several people were like, oh, okay, well, I'm happy to go to the Historicals department. Yeah, no dramas whatsoever. And they were like, sick. So if there's a job available in Historicals, that's where you'd want to go. And they're like, yeah, like love Warhammer Ancient Battles, happy to do some work on it. And so a lot of people accepted like basically agreements that were like, if there's I accept my current role is no longer available. If a role becomes available in the Warhammer Historicals department, then I will go there. And then basically Games Workshop went, and we have, as part of our restructuring, we will no longer be doing Warhammer Historical miniatures. And the people who had agreed to go there were like, what? And they're like, oh yeah, there's no role for you now. It's like, but you said my old role wasn't available, and now you're saying the new role isn't available, so what's the deal? And there's kind of like the whole like, and well, some of the people that obviously, I don't think they were that naive, the Warlord people. I think it was oh, okay, this is what you've done to me then, is it? Okay, well, I'll take my redundancy pay, please. A little bit on top, not to cause a fuss, and off we go. And so, that's basically, and the reason why they said there was no, the reason why they said that they were getting rid of historicals is because they said there was no money in historical miniatures. Now, what's kind of funny is, and again, I'm not going to give too much away here because I don't want to. I'm sure I don't. I mean, it's not my place to name names here, but I'm sure if you look, you will find this words from the horse's mouth, as it were. But basically, miniature wargaming, like company-sized miniature wargaming, is pretty small, right? It's like there's Warlord Games and there's GW, right? And there are people that still work at Games Workshop that were around at that time, or who were around at that time who were part of this process who are no longer part of Games Workshop. And I remember one of the guys at Warlord saying he had a conversation with, and I think it was an ex-GW person, but someone who had been involved in the process, and they were like, you know how you said there's no money in historical war games? Oh no, that was it. The person phoned them up because they knew each other. The person, weren't friends, but they knew each other. The person phoned them up or sent them an email or a letter saying, well, I suppose you've shown me that there's no, you've shown me, because basically, like, they said there was no money in historicals. That's why they were getting rid of the department. And then Warlord Games has proven there absolutely is money in historicals. Yeah. So I'm butchering the story. I am butchering the story, but I will tell you this. I'm butchering the story and I'm trying to keep it kind of vague because, like I said, I feel like it's not my place to really say who said what to who, you know what I mean? But it's a good story, so I want to sort of give you the highlights version. But yeah, if you go on the Warlord, if you ever go to Warlord Games and you go on the open day and you get chatting to some of the staff, some of them will be very open with you about what happened. Yeah. And I think Warlord Games is a good example of that. I think Warlord Games is a good example of the best revenge is to be successful. Like, at some point, everyone loses their job. At some point. And the best thing you can do when you lose your job or you leave because basically the place that you're working has changed in a way that it's not where it wasn't the same as what it was, and it's a lot worse, and there's a lot of shitheads involved. Yes, I am speaking from personal experience here. And when that happens, a lot of people's instinct is like, oh, I'm gonna sue them, or I'm gonna try and get them done for like wrongful dismissal. And the truth is that you can do that, but all you really gotta do is put yourself through an unbelievable amount of frustration. And all you're really doing is looking backwards at that point. And obviously there's extenuating circumstances if you can sue them and it'll be relatively straightforward and it's not going to cause you any issues. And yeah, of course. There's all sorts of things. But if you basically get restructured because of a cunt-bag manager, or you basically leave because of a cunt-bag manager, like if you're trying to do the whole wrongful dismissal thing, you can do that. That's absolutely your right. But the real way of getting revenge is just to be successful. It's to prove that you were right. It's that simple. Prove you were right. Prove you were right all along. When you're at work and you've got a good idea, like, it's a good idea. It's a work. You've thought it through. This isn't just a flash in the pan. You've done like the long-term analysis, all this kind of stuff. You just know it's going to be a good idea. And you try and you're like, look, this is a really good idea. I think we should do this. And all that happens is they go, no. Or make excuses or some kind of bullshit. And that happens to you all the time. You're just like, what the fuck? If only I had executive power, I know I could make this work and be successful, and why is this cunt bag the manager and not me? We've all been there, right? The best success and the best revenge you can have is going and proving that you were right all along. That's the way. That is the best fucking revenge, because then what happens is you look back on your old situation and you go, you look back and you go, those guys are wrong, and I know they're wrong because look at where I am right now. Yeah, that's the best revenge, and I think Warlord Games is a really good example of that. I'm sure it must be very annoying being some of the people at Warlord Games looking over at Warhammer the Old World and Warhammer 40k and these IPs and these universes that were your creation, that were your babies, that were your brainchild. I'm sure it must be very frustrating. I mean, it's probably old news now, but I'm sure there's always going to be a twinge of those fucking dickheads. Do you know what I mean? When they look over at GW and what the fuck are they doing? I did this on purpose this way, and now these people come in who don't understand why I did it, and I'm fucking it all up, right? Like, I'm sure that there's always going to be a certain element of that, or there was an element of that in the past. But the best thing that Warlord Games does now, I think, is they can point to their own game systems and be like, we knew we were right, we knew we had the right idea, we knew we had the right direction. Yeah, there you go. And I think that's what I think. That's what I think, specifically, I think Bolt Action shows that. I think Bolt... So one of the reasons... I think Rick Priestley has said this, but I don't know for sure. I think he said that before he left Games Workshop around 5th/6th edition, he wanted to fundamentally redo 40k. He was like... I want... he was like... He said, the system is good, but we need to basically, like, it's creaking at the seams kind of thing. We need to, like, sort it out. And basically they were like, I think he wanted to get rid of the I go you go system. And that was one of the reasons why I think he basically ended up leaving, because, well, that's the sacred cow that can never be changed with Warhammer 40k. And I think what's very interesting is, I have no idea, but I wonder if things hadn't gone the way they'd gone at Games Workshop, if Warhammer 40k would have the dice bag system and other things that we are now familiar with in Warhammer 40k and other things that we're familiar with in Bolt Action and Conflict 47. I wonder. I wonder. It's crazy. Who knows? Who knows? But I think Bolt Action... I think Bolt Action was... I played 40k with the dice bag system and it was really good. Yeah. Yeah, I think the dice bags are a really interesting idea. Don't worry, Narrow. Yeah, I think Bolt Action to a certain degree, and then I think Conflict 47 has the potential to really show how how traditional wargaming, but with traditional wargaming, but updated with 30 years of knowledge, could be successful, because 40k is very much a new style of wargaming. It's weird. It's like it's old at the same time because of the I go you go system, but then it's like it's old on one hand. 40k is very new with the way it does things, especially with the way of some of GW's policies and stuff. In other ways, it's really outdated with the I go you go system. fuck it, go full fog of war, write your movements out on an index card, then show them at the same time. So there is a game that you do that. It's called Diplomacy. And it's a World War One. It's basically World War One Risk, but there's no dice involved. Such a good game. Such a good game. Yeah. I don't think I want that though. And the reason I don't think I want that is because I think that would slow the pacing down somewhat. Mango Shabronsky, once you play Auto Deactivation System, it's really hard to go back to Igo You Go. So I disagree with that. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with Igo You Go. I think there's a problem with the way 40k does Igo You Go. Okay? It might be worth checking out that video from Christian von Carmine recently. That Scribbles mentioned him, but got a couple of other things to check out first. But in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with Igo You Go. There's the problem with the way 40k does Igo You Go, right?
Forward, you dogs,
So,
to victory!
My evidence for this is Old World. So the problem with, and I've mentioned this before, but I tell you what. I know we've got some super chats and songs from like De Krampus and stuff, but I think this is actually a really big one, and I actually want to talk about this. So if Ishmael and De Krampus are okay with me waxing lyrical for sort of 10-15 minutes and then getting to the stuff that they sent in, then that would be awesome. If not, I can always talk about this in another stream. But I've sort of the ideas in my head now. I want to talk about it. So I'm going to grab a drink either way. Ishmael, thank you. To Krampus, thank you. Don't worry, boys. I won't let you down. I'll just go a bit longer if I need to. All right. I'm getting my flow. I'm getting my stride. I want to have a drink, piss, and then we're getting into this. I'll be a couple of minutes. All right. I tell you what. I tell you what, De Krampus, I'll have your song as the background track whilst I go down, and I'll take my headset with me so I can hear it, so I don't miss out on it, and then I give you my reaction when I come back, if that's okay. Oh, it's the same song but two different versions. Interesting. He's finally warmed up for 4 hours. 5 hours, I think you'll find. And also, yes, but in my defense, I was at a tournament. So I was a bit tired. All right, let's listen to this bad boy. So this is The Commissar is Always Right.
The Commissar you must obey. His word is law, you must not stray. Keep your faith and boldly stand, or face the bolter in his hand. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing can escape his sight. No heretic shall taint our ranks. He keeps us clean, so give him thanks. His watchful eye is ever clear. The Commissar is always near. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing can escape his sight. Boldly stand and heed his call, for in his hands we shall not fall. Commit no sin and hold no doubt, or Commissar will sniff you out. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing can escape So guard your faith and keep it strong, for Commissar won't steer you wrong. Do as you're told and you'll be fine. The Commissar keeps us in line. Is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing can escape his sight.
All right, I'm back. That was really good. I really like that. The Commissar is always right. Nothing can escape his sight. What was that? Fear no fight. All that kind of, yeah. I really like that. I want the lyrics to be very Commissar approved. I love that. That's cool. Let's I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna have a quick snack. Your mother. I'm gonna have a quick snack, and we're gonna listen to those things that come in, and that way, best of both worlds. Because I need a snack anyway. Listen to the other version of that song. Listen to a bit of the Ishmael thing, and then we can. I've got the topic that I want to talk about. I think I think it's a good one. So let's have a look. That was the first version. I want to hear the second version.
The Commissar you must obey.
So this is the opera version.
You must not stray. Keep your faith and boldly stand, or face the bolter in his hand.
The Commissar is
Always right,
so keep the pace.
and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing escapes his sight. No heretic shall taint our ranks. He keeps us clean, so give him thanks. His watchful eye is ever clear. The Commissar is always near. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing escapes his sight. Boldly stand and heed his call, for in his hands we shall not fall. Commit no sin and hold
Scribbles, that'd be great.
no doubt, or
Thank you.
Commissar will sniff you out. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing escapes his sight. So guard your faith and keep it strong, for Commissar won't steer you wrong. Do as you're told and you'll be fine. The Commissar keeps us in line. The Commissar is always right, so keep the pace and fear no fight. Close your mind and shut it tight, for nothing escapes his sight.
Three Corals in a battle suit. Love it. To see this from Cosmic, I'm kind of curious what it says. Drink, piss, and then we're getting into this. I'll be a couple of minutes. All right. drink, piss, and then we're getting into it. Fuck's sake. All right. I like that. I like both versions of that song to Krampus. That was good. Yeah, both were very, very good. It was quite nice to be able to listen to them whilst having a little munch, you know. Yeah. Okay, let's listen to 5 minutes of this next thing. It's a Vox in the Void, and it's Iron Saint. Like last time, we listened to about 5 minutes of sort of 5-10 minutes of Carnage, and that was really good. So let's do the same thing with this one. There we go. Because it's sterile, and I like the taste. I put a link to the Vox in the Void thing there. Anyway, it's fine. I don't mind listening to 5 minutes of it. It's good. I won't listen to the whole thing, but I can listen to 5 minutes of it. I might listen to the whole thing. It's really good.
How the mighty had fallen, and it had fallen hard. Literally. Zemir would certainly not have considered the siege of Daravar among the most successful campaigns he had participated in as a Freeblade. And that was even before finding himself trapped at the bottom of a chasm. The conflict had been dirty, brutal, the kind of conflict that could not be settled in a glorious, decisive battle. Quite the opposite, in fact. The heretics of House Mandracore had been very careful to deny the forces of the Imperium any opportunity to deploy their superiority in men, equipment, and resources. Elusive and treacherous as snakes, the renegade knights clad in bronze and black used the harsh nature of their home planet to launch ambushes, lure their enemies into traps, emerge from tunnels carved into the mountains, and then vanish back into the shadows without leaving a trace, except for the trail of death and devastation. Even the scum in service to the renegade household, made up of cultists, beastmen, and mutants,
I think Vox the Void is a really good voice.
Adapted to this kind of exhausting guerrilla warfare.
It's not just his microphone, he has a good voice.
Forces, despite the shrewd and skillful leadership of the Astartes of the Castellans of the Rift, had made little progress so far in subduing Daravar. And the losses were beginning to weigh heavily. Not so much because of their quantity. After all, Zemir had seen entire battalions of Astra Militarum regiments thrown into the slaughter of war and suffer devastating losses, without it halting their march toward victory. Just as he knew that even the Astartes or the Blessed Sisters of Battle would gladly embrace death if it meant the fall of the enemy's bastions. No, every soldier of the Imperial Strike Force knew that their life was in service to the Emperor, and that it would return to him. Therefore, it wasn't the prospect of death itself that was sapping the morale of the Loyalists. It was the way it could come. It was easy to run through no man's land under the enemy's barrage fire. It was easy to perish in the explosion of one's own Leman Russ engaged in a conflict with the enemy's armored forces. But to continue to fight, march and endure in a cursed environment, having to suspect every shadow and every rustle, well, that was another matter. It wasn't easy to be aware that one could die without having the satisfaction of firing even a single shot at the enemy. It wasn't easy to know that one could die an ignoble death, falling into a pit full of sharpened stakes and being left impaled for hours and hours as a macabre trophy, until the blood finally ceased to flow, bringing the release of death. And it was terrible to know that any moment, the terrifying silhouette of a traitor knight could emerge from the shadows and turn a platoon of perfectly trained soldiers into helpless lambs before the wolf. Perhaps this was
not that helpless. We also sixes to wound.
Firstborn and Sisters of Battle had proven so tenaciously loyal to him. After all, not every scout detachment could boast the protection of a knight. Zemir suspected that even the name and designation of his own mount had contributed significantly in this regard, binding that composite squad into a devoted and united force with a shared purpose. What better than a relic could give the feeling of being protected by the Emperor's light, shining even on that corrupted world? And the Iron Saint, a Knight Warden piloted by Freeblade Zemir, sworn by solemn oaths to Chapter Master Bastien Grix of the Castellans of the Rift, was a relic unlike any other. and a relic remained a relic, even when shattered and lost. Dozens of meters underground, at the bottom of a rocky
Just listen to
chasm
this
on
for
a
5
damned
minutes,
planet ruled
Master
by
Swag, and then we're
heretics
getting back to
legions.
it. Just a cool audiobook sent in by
the traitors I caught
Ishmael.
even the Iron Saint,
I put a
making it
link
sink
above.
into the soft ground and crash into what seemed to be an abandoned mine shaft, did not appear to have weakened the zeal of the soldiers accompanying it. Nor did the fact that the collapse had claimed the lives of 7 firstborn and 2 sisters of battle. As soon as the Iron Saint had fallen beyond the possibility of being raised back to the surface, the men and women of the accompanying detachment had not hesitated. A grim determination had overcome them. Instead of scattering and abandoning the night to its fate and mourning the loss of their comrades, soldiers and sisters of battle alike had chosen to descend into the very crevice where the saint had fallen, all to avoid abandoning their relic. Fierce debates had even accompanied the decision on who should remain above ground to alert the command about what had happened, and the messengers tasked with this mission had not left willingly. Ropes had been lowered to bring men and munitions to the bottom of the chasm. 3 more lives had been lost in that reckless descent. But even this had not dampened the spirits of the troops, nor made them reconsider their decision. All of this made no sense to Zamir. Having miraculously emerged with only a couple of broken ribs from his mechanicum throne, Zamir had waited beside the hull of his mount, its silver and green livery nearly entirely worn away from the fall and the grinding against the rocks. He had railed against them, accusing them of being fools, suicides who would get themselves killed without any practical benefit for the war effort. Quite the opposite. Sergeant Ilyanov had replied as soon as he managed to plant his boots on the bottom of the chasm.
That's cool.
Their intention was to live to fight again. After all, High Command wouldn't send any resources to rescue a handful of infantry scattered across Daravar in the midst of the offensive. But they wouldn't spare any means to recover a venerated knight bound by oaths of honor to the angels of the Emperor. The messengers would carry the news.
That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, yeah. The fact that they're like, the fact, I don't know if it was a guard sergeant, or a space sergeant. Probably have to listen on to find out. But the fact that they're like a bunch of guardsmen are like, gotta go and get the knight, boys. If it's not a guardsman, it was a firstborn sergeant, and that's the next best thing. So there you go. All right, that was cool, Ishmael. I like that a lot. Chris K, thank you in the super chat, man, for the paint/drink fund question in chat. All right, we'll do this quickly. Let's have a look. Hey, Mordian, thank you for the law regarding the Imperial Knights. I did not even know they were involved in the first altercation with the Tau. Second altercation, to be fair, but it's fine. I apologize for not finding full context of my previous question. What I had meant to ask is there secret houses of the Imperial Knights are different markers considering gameplay. Allied Imperial, Allied with Mechanicus, Allied Ravenhawk Shroud. There used to be. Not anymore. Not anymore. So in 9th edition you had different knight houses, and each one of those knight houses did different things. So my brother has an entire Imperial Knight army that's Hawk Shroud, but now it's all covered under the detachment system. So it's sort of still covered, but it's mostly under the detachment system rather than saying this house equals this. So you can be like, my house uses this detachment, for example. Yeah. It makes it more flexible, but it sort of means it makes it more flexible, but there's an element of missing the fact that, Hawk Shroud used to mean this and all that kind of stuff, but it's 6.5 to another in many ways. So there you go, Chris K. I hope that helps, man. Cosmic, my boy, your Warlord store reminded me of my own in-stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. The only thing I have from you, Cosmic, is about piss being sterile. But I don't have... Oh, your Warlord GW store has reminded me of my first job. The longer... I worked for a dinner club as a wait/busser. That stuff place is run by a distant family. Anyway, my father told my boss about a place called Who Shots Grill, a buffet style, make your own stir fry place. Boss said that was a fad, nothing special. Anyway, the business ended up owning a lot of money and they cut staff and they sold. And funny enough, Who Shots bought it out. Love that place. Food's good. Also, I got a better job a week later, so too. So it worked out great for me. Also, my wife worked there before we met for a long time. Long story short, I win. Cosmic, you know what? I can relate to that verily. I have always found that it's not always true. Sometimes bad things are just fucking bad, and there's not much you can do about it. But in terms of career and like work and stuff, often I have found what at first seems like a really shit situation and everything seems a bit fucked ends up being, you end up being better off afterwards. But I think there's an element of that being because it kind of jolts you into action, right? So if you're sort of in your job, cruising along, working, turning up, doing your 9, doing till your 5, maybe turning up a little early, maybe working a little late, but you're sort of just like chilling around, you're having a good time. And then something, you're not doing anything wrong, right? To be clear, you're working hard, but then some shithead fucks with you. And either that is they basically get rid of you, or they make the workplace just bad and you just don't want to be there anymore. At first, you're like, oh man, I'm really going to miss this job. But then what I find is when that kind of happens, you end up looking around you and going, typically this place has changed, so I don't really want to be here anyway. And then the other thing is you end up getting the new job and you look back at the old one, you're like, what the fuck was so great about this? What the fuck was even so great about this? Yeah. It's because what basically happens if something shit, if you lose your job, it kind of comes back to what we were saying before, where you end up pushing yourself because you kind of have to be like, I need to. You're proving it to yourself. You're proving it to yourself. You're like, I'm going to show them that getting rid of me was a bad idea. And the best way I can prove that is by next time, if we ever bump into each other ever again, I'm going to be able to say, like, I'm going to be like, they're going to ask me how I'm doing. And I'm going to be able to say, with absolutely no coping and no seething whatsoever, I'm going to be able to say, oh, yeah, doing really good, thanks. Yeah, doing really good, yeah. And, yeah, and then you're like, oh, yeah, what are you up to? Oh, I do this now. Oh, yeah, it's really good, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah. And if that hadn't happened to you, it's almost like I have to almost say thank you for what happened. Because if you hadn't fired me, then I never would have had this new opportunity, which has worked out great. So I actually have to thank you. And it's a bit like, is he fucking with me? I do believe that's called having fuck you money. Well, I'm the Krampus. I'm not quite at fuck you money. I know fuck you money is 1 to 5 mil. Like I am not there, but I am. I will say that
Infantry,
with
mobile infantry made me the man.
I will say this:
today.
it's not about the money for me. It's about knowing I was right. That's what it is. I'm not at fuck you money. You guys, let me make something clear. You guys are very, very generous, and I'm very grateful for your support. And thanks to the support I get in these streams, I can still pay my mortgage and still have food on the table and still afford to be able to have time off and all that kind of stuff. So don't think don't want you guys getting the wrong end of the stick. but I'm not at fuck you money. But I'm at don't need to worry about living off baked beans and having to choose between heating and eating. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I could be wrong, but fuck you money normally only applies to one person in a relationship. It's from a film, and it's where some guy basically says, you need to get fuck you money, where basically you have, I think it says like 1 to 5 mil, you put that in the bank. At that point, someone can ask you to do something, and you can just be like, fuck you, I'm not doing it. Because you're basically untouchable. Yeah. So it's not about, it's not about being in a relationship or anything like that. It's about, are you in a position where you have enough money where no one has any control over you anymore? That's what it is, right? The bank has no control over you. Businesses have no control over you. No one can make you do anything you don't want to do. And you can't be completely like financially irresponsible, because history is replete with people spending millions of pounds very quickly and losing everything, right? So you can't be irresponsible, but no one can really make you do anything you don't want to do. Because if they try and make you do something you want to do, you can say, fuck you. I don't have to do that. I've got my fuck you money. Yeah. So that's kind of the that's where I believe the saying comes from. It's from like a movie, yeah. Being financially independent is a bit different from fuck you money to me. I guess it's we're coming at this from different directions. You have your own definition of it, and that's fine. Yeah. But yeah, Cosmic, like, yeah. Cosmic, you are probably in the awesome position that you are now because in some ways you lost that job many years ago. Yeah. So it's interesting how life turns out. Yeah. Ishmael, thank you for Super Chat, man. Chad Creative will always beat the Virgin Corpo. So this is something that I've come to kind of realize and understand. It's not completely true, but sort of is at the same time. Give me a second. I thought I clicked off it. I hadn't said anything important, don't worry. I thought I clicked off it. So, not every idea is a $1 million idea. In fact, many people will have many ideas, and no matter how much passion and energy they put into it, it won't necessarily result in success. Okay. Obviously, you have to try, but not every idea will succeed. That's just life. But so that's I think that's an important element of realism that needs to be obviously like said. But the other side is true as well. If you have a good idea,
when it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping
then
the streets safe. while keeping it real.
if you have a good idea and you are a creative person and you are talented and hardworking, then it can lead to a lot of success. And history is replete with those examples as well. I think a lot of it does come down to hard work, though. Not every, I think a lot of it comes down to hard work. Working hard, having a motivation for working hard, and not having someone having control over you can lead to a lot of good stuff. I mean, the ironic thing, bringing this back to you can work really hard and still be broke. Ask me how I know. Well, that's very true, Mankiewicz Jablonski. Very, very true. Very, very true. But no one really, not no one. I think a big element of it can always come down to if you're working for somebody else as well. Like, you can work as hard as you want. It's quite hard to get rich working for somebody else, but that's not necessarily true if you think of like big like CEOs and stuff like that. So there is always that. But no saying is going to encompass every situation. Working really hard can pay off. There'll be examples where that's not true. Working for yourself is way better than working for somebody else. That's not always going to be true, okay? Of course, right? But we have to talk in broad generalizations. Otherwise, we'll get so tied up in knots saying, well, this is an exception, this is an exception, this is an exception, this is an exception. Getting back to the core point of what Ishmael was saying in his super chat, and bringing it back on topic with what we talk about, which is wargaming. I think it's kind of ironic that that Modern Games Workshop would probably not create 40k. Let's say 40k never existed. Let's say somehow it never happened. But Games Workshop somehow is the size that they are today. I don't think they'd make Warhammer 40k. I think it'd be seen as too risky, too weird. I think that's kind of the irony of the situation. Yeah. MG, give me millions, my life is yours. Well, I don't have millions, so I can't have your life, unfortunately, Cosmic. Also, millions, you're not worth that much, Cosmic. I'll give you 20 quid and some free, and like one box of free guardsmen. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Deal. But yeah, no, I think go back to the main thing though. Yeah. What tends to happen is a Chad creative will make something and then the corpos come in and take it over. That I think is because the corpos have got the business brain and the Chad creative just wants to be left alone to do his creative shit. And the problem is that whilst... So this is something that me and my brother had a conversation about the other day, which is, why do the people that seem like absolute incompetent shitheads often get promoted? You're at work, you're working really hard, you're doing a good job, you know you're doing a good job, and maybe you've had a few promotions here and there in the past. Maybe you've been able to, to argue yourself for a pay rise here and there. It's not like you've had nothing for your work, right? But then a management position comes up, or a promotion comes up in some capacity, and you don't get it. And the person that gets it instead of you and I've seen this real life. The person that gets it instead of you, you're like, but they're just not as good as their job at me. Like, they're just not as good as my job. Why have they got it? And it's because whilst you were putting all your effort in to doing your job well, they were putting their effort into schmoozing. They were putting their effort into getting a promotion. They were putting their effort into, it's not about what you know. It's like, it's not about what you know. It's about who you know. Right? So you were doing what you thought was the right thing, which is working hard, because hard work will mean I will get the promotion. And the other person was working hard on getting the promotion. That's the difference. Yeah. So that's, and it's one of those things where it took my brother and I, we're both in our 30s, took up my brother and I a long time, longer than it should have done, to realize that. Longer than it should have done to realize that. Yeah, like I had, so in one of the places that I worked for, this was actually the place where the guy went and took all the money from the company and put it into a crypto, and put it into his own cryptocurrency, and then it all failed and the company basically died. Honestly, one of my favorite stories. One of my favorite stories. It takes like an hour to tell. Right. No, I'm not having that. Keep that shit at the Raven Mercenaries. I'm going to give you a chance to delete that comment, because we are not opening that can of worms. All right. I'm not taking a side, but you have to understand that we don't have that shit in this chat. All right. Not here, lad. Exactly. You're not in trouble. I'm not shitting on you, but I'm giving you the chance to delete that comment. All right. Because we don't, not here, lad. All right. Not here, lad. You got a couple more seconds. If you can't do it, I can do it for you. That's fine. But not here. I think I'm going to have to do it. That's fine. It's all right. We got rid of it. Raven Mercenaries. I know I came in hard on you there, man. Don't think, like I said, you're not in trouble. And thank you, Cosmic. And I'm not even going to say I'm not even saying what you were saying was wrong, but I'm not saying it was right either. It's just that kind of talk instantly makes everything go to shit. So don't think I'm taking a side. Don't think I'm punishing you or anything like that, right? I'm very, very fair-minded with this kind of stuff. If you believe that, I'm not even saying you're wrong in believing that, but I'm also not saying you're right in it, okay? So I hope we're cool. I hope you realize that I had to basically just be fair with that, and I hope that we're all right. Yeah. All right. But that's just, yeah, because otherwise we got to keep it clean. We got to keep it clean. But dude, if you have personally experienced that, I can understand why it would be something you want to obviously like. That shit sticks with you. Okay, I get it. That shit sticks with you. All right. So, but understand why I have to keep that out of the chat. All right. Cool. Like I said, I hope we've not fallen out. I hope you're all right, mate. You may be a towel player, but I hope we're all right. Yeah. Anyway, the reason why some people get promoted, even though they seem shit at their jobs, is because they put the effort into getting the promotion, not put the effort into doing a good job. That's the difference. Right? That's the difference. And it took me and my brother a long time to learn that. It took me and my brother a long time to fucking learn that. And it explains, so when you realize that everyone's putting effort in, but some people are putting effort into a different direction. Right? And one of the companies that I was, pardon me, I'm choking on my own saliva. One of the people that I was, one of the places that I worked at, it was me and this other guy up for a promotion. And I had worked at the company longer. I'd worked at the company 3 years. I'd had a previous promotion, so I was I was actually the team leader, and the other guy that went up for it had been there 8 months, and this guy was my junior, and he got the job. And the reason he got the job is because A, he had been hired in by one of the senior managers, and he had been hired in by one of the, it was nepotism. He had been hired in by one of the senior managers. His family, their families knew each other. There was an element of, it was a French company, and he was French, and I wasn't French. There was an element of that, which obviously is a bit of a can of worms. But there was, and this guy didn't know anything, except for he was very good. He was obviously very good friends with the people that the manager that was doing the promotion, responsible for the promotion, was the guy that had hired him in. Right? So, and I actually, one of the other managers there is a chap called Kev. And I have an infinite amount, there's some certain people you will meet in your work career that you will have an infinite amount of respect for instantly because they earn it. And Kev was one of the other managers. There was 2 managers involved in the hiring process, and Kev was the junior manager in that situation. He wasn't. He was a senior manager, but he was the junior manager. He didn't have the final say in that situation. And he pulled me to one side and he said, "I'm really sorry, but you're not going to get it." And literally straight after the interview, and I went, "How?" I went, "How do you know that? You know, like, person number 2 who's going for the job hasn't even had his interview yet." And he went, "You're not going to get it. I'm really fucking sorry, man. Like, but you're not going to get it. They're going to give it to him, and it's because, and you know why." And I went, "Really?" I said, "Really?" Like, I said, "The guy's got shit for brains. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's my junior." I went, "Kev, how do you expect me to have someone get promoted over my head who 1 week I'm going to be his team leader, the next week he's going to be my manager? How, like, it's not an ego thing, man, but no one's going to respect me, and they shouldn't do. They're right not to." And he was like, I can't do anything. Like, Chris is the final say. I can't do anything. And I was like, "Well, Kev, I thank you for telling me. And, you know, thanks for telling me you're a good boss, but I hope you'll understand if you see me on Indeed later." And he went, "I totally understand it, mate. And it's a shame." Yeah, literally, the other guy hadn't even had his interview. He said the other guy's going to get it. I said, "I really wish someone I said, I thought that, but I wish you'd fucking told me, so I didn't bother getting all dressed up for it, because I put my best suit on, everything, whole 9 yards, dialed it up, all that shit." Yeah. So, yeah, and like, I got, you know, I could literally phone, I could provide all the possible receipts for this story, you know what I mean? But that's just the way it goes sometimes. It doesn't matter, you know, that's, but I thought that working hard and doing a good job and focusing on my job was how you got promoted, and it wasn't. How you get promoted is by schmoozing. Yeah. You should have started blabbering in French to get the audition. Je m'appelle Tim. J'habite England. Dans le Nord-Ouest. Merci. Mange tu. Reservoir. So, yeah. But the thing is, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because if that hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't have left, got my next job. My next job where I basically, I had one of those, you know, when you get a promotion where you go out of a company to get the promotion. So I went and got the same job, but at another company, which ended up being closer to where I lived anyway, which I never would have looked for. So I was traveling like an hour and a half into work every day. The next place I got, it was basically the same job. It was basically the same promotion, but it was 15 minutes from where I worked, 20 minutes from where I worked. So it was actually this gets back to what we were saying before, where one door closes, another one opens, and you don't even fucking realize it at the time. At the time, you're like, fuck this fucking place. I fucking hate it. Right? But then you end up looking, you start looking, and you weren't looking before, and then you realize that actually you should have been looking years ago. So it's funny, like, as we saw, we're sort of merging two chats in one here with like the Ishmael one and the Cosmic one, but it's funny because actually as we said before, it seems like the end of the world at the time, but the reality is it ends up being much better. And I wouldn't have got the job that I had. I wouldn't have got the next job, and the next job wouldn't have allowed me to end up doing this job. So I never would have been able to do this full time. I never would have been able to do this full time if I hadn't got passed over for that promotion. It's crazy. Wouldn't have done it. I'd still be sat there in that fucking office. Yeah. So it's that simple. Yeah. Cloning service, loyalty doesn't pay. So it does. But you can't be loyal to your job. You have to be loyal to it's not even the company. You have to be constantly putting that effort into going upwards. You have to be going, that's the difference. Like, loyalty does pay, but you have to be putting all of your effort into going upwards, not into doing your current role. That's what it is. Yeah. Loyal to climbing the greasy pole, not loyal to being a good worker. That's the difference. You got to play the game. Exactly. Yeah. Please tell me that Nepo place is going through hard times. Bro, okay, no word of a fucking lie. No word of a lie, right? It's going to sound unreal. It's going to sound unreal. A lot of the stories that I tell, are you guys going to be like, and then they clapped, right? But no fucking word of a lie. The CEO completely shit the bed. I've told the story before. This was like 10 years ago. This was before crypto was even a thing. This was when Ethereum, you could buy it for like a tenner. This is when like Bitcoin, I shit you not, Bitcoin was like, we're talking hundreds of pounds for a Bitcoin, not thousands. I think everyone was like, oh my God, Bitcoin's like 400 quid for a Bitcoin, that kind of thing. Maybe 500 quid. Might have been more, I might be getting mixed up, but this was when Bitcoin wasn't that expensive, right? Right. This motherfucker took all of the company money. No word of lie. He took all of the company money and put it into making his own cryptocurrency. It was called Green Token. I bet you can probably fucking find it. Called fucking Green Token. All right. And he tried to get loads and loads and loads and loads of investors into it. No one would invest in it. Okay, they did this whole launch party. It was in like this super tall building in Paris, not the Eiffel Tower, you cunts. This super tall building in Paris, really swanky, exclusive club, and they invited everyone to it, all of the investors to it, all this kind of fucking stuff. And like, look, we were looking around, and there was like just all of the company employees, and we were like, oh, where are the investors? Because you said this, like everyone, everyone's asking like, when are the investors turning up? Because this is like an investors party. And the CEO was like, oh, the investors couldn't make it. And we were like, okay. And they're like, well, it's a long way for them to come from China. If you know, you know. And nothing against our Chinese brethren. It's a rich country with great history and a rich culture, and I want my social credit score to stay high, Mr. Xi Jinping. I don't want to stop Winnie the Pooh from getting his honey. But we were like, you didn't tell us they were Chinese investors. That's a little different. So yeah, it turned out there were no investors. There were none. Like they ended up pulling out. The one people that he tried to get into it, basically they were like, oh yeah, we're definitely totally into it. And then the money never materialized. So what he did, and I knew straight away when they said the investors were Chinese, I was like, I've read about this in the news. This is a thing that happens. And if you don't believe me, think about what happened with different thing. Think about what happened with Privateer Press. They started trying to get all their manufacturing done in China, and it fucking bit them in the ass because it's, you know, you've got to be really careful. It's a big country. There's a lot of legitimate people there, but there's a lot of, as there is in the world, a lot of people who will fucking rob you blind, right? So if you're not careful who you're dealing with over the fucking phone, you might not get one of the you know, honest businessmen. You might get one of the dishonest ones, right? You know, being serious for a moment. And so what happened is basically I was like, I've literally read about this in the news about this kind of shit happening. Like Chinese companies saying they go to invest right up until literally the day, and then they just go no. They get cold feet or whatever it may be, but they just say no, right? And I was like 90% sure I was going to leave the place. No word of a lie. Last day. So fast forward 2 or 3 months, starts getting to like Christmas time. Normally they give out Christmas bonuses, right? And they said this year your Christmas bonus is going to be green token. And we were like, don't want it. And they were like, we haven't got a choice. It's going to be green token. We were like, okay, so how much green token are we all going to get? And they were like, oh, you know, every employee is going to get like 1,000 green token or something. And I was just like, and how much is green token worth? And I literally, right, because I already knew I was checking out, right? Here's the thing. I'm really, really like non-confrontational until suddenly I'm not. Hence why, if you've ever seen any of the tournament stories, like these people, you know, I have a lot of run-ins with basically cheaters going fucking mental at me because I'm really like polite, but then when it starts like happening, I basically I'm just like, no, you're not doing that. Stop it. Like I'm really, really chill until I'm not, right? And so everyone else is like nodding along, and I literally put my hands up and I'm like, and they're like, yes, Tim. I'm like, how much is the green token worth? And they're like, well, right now it's not. Right now it's like in its introductory phase, but in the future it'll be worth a lot more. And I went, how much is it worth right now, though? And they were like, it's worth like 1 euro cent. And I was like, so we're getting 1,000 cents. And they were like, yeah, you could see like they were really. This is to the CEO of the company. I shit you not. There's fucking well over 100 employees in this room, right, from both offices, and I'm like the only one who's asking the question. And he's like, and the other manager there was this Irish guy called Duncan, and he was like, well, you know, it's gonna be worth a lot more in the future. I'm like, but right now, it's worth a tenner. And he was like, and that's 10 euros, so it's worth like a fiver. And he was like, they were like, well, that's right now, but you have to think the future. And I was like, can I sell it? And he was like, they were like, what? They went, when you give me the green token, can I sell it? And they were like, well, you could sell it, but why wouldn't you hold on to it? And I went, and I just went, but I went, well, it's my choice to do with it what I want, right? And they were like, yeah. And I'm like, well, if I can sell it, can I sell it? And they were like, yes, you're allowed to sell it. And I was like, perfect, thank you. And then, no word of a lie. So this was obviously a very awkward moment, right? But I was like, can I sell it? Right? And then, no word of a fucking lie, they said, like, this was, I'm getting the timeline slightly wrong, right? So before this, they said, you're getting the green, they said, we're so confident, this is it. I'm getting my timeline slightly mixed up. So this is like fucking 8 years ago now. 8 years ago, right? So apologies. What prompted this question was they said, we're really happy with how the green token like IPO is going. In fact, we're so confident we've taken half of the company emergency reserve and invested it into it. And that's when I knew the Chinese investors had pulled out. And then they said, we're going to give each of you 1,000 green token as your Christmas bonus. And we're really confident in this. And obviously that means this is potentially a huge Christmas bonus that you guys could get. And so I was like, so that's why straight away in my head, I was like, so how much is it worth? So how much is it worth now? And how exposed are you? It's basically like, that's what was going through my head, because you've just taken all of the emergency money from the company and put it into this fucking thing because no one else is investing in it. And you're obviously giving it out to the employees because it makes it look like loads of green token has been sold, right? So it makes it look much stronger than it actually is. And so that's why straight away I was like, how much is it worth now? Anyway, long story short, the company is still around, I think. I'll tell you what, I'll find out if it's still going. Are they still going? This looks old. So I think they are still going, but they no longer have the IPO. Yeah, they don't have the IPO anymore. Yeah. So I can't, because they're still going, I'm not going to tell you who they are because I don't want them to get upset with me. It's not that I don't care if they get upset with me, but I would rather avoid an angry email and a letter. Right? But so they're still going. And I checked this so the first time I told the story, I checked, it was a couple of years ago. And they still were trying to do the whole IPO thing, but it's completely gone now. Yeah. It's completely gone. So, yeah. They took it completely failed. Yeah. It completely fucking failed. And, yeah, basically, that's the long and short of it. It's long and short of it. But the team that I was part of, the office that I was part of had about 40 or 50 employees in it. And last time I checked, because I still know people that work there, last time that I checked in with one of the guys that works there called Neil, he's still there. I'm like, what? He's there because he's untouchable. And the reason he's untouchable is because they didn't have a lone working policy. And when he was working a night shift on his own, he fell over and twatted his head and got very badly injured from it. He's all right now, but he basically had he's basically there untouchable because of the arrangement that they came to avoid the legal situation, shall we say. So he's still there now. And last time I spoke to Neil, I don't speak to him very often. Last time I spoke to him was about 2 years ago when I last told this story. And I was curious, so I messaged him afterwards. And he was like, they've gone from 40 to 50 people in the office to 20. And the team that I was the team leader of that had 10 people of it is now 2. So it's all gone fucking gaga. So basically Neil as far as I'm aware, Neil basically just sits there collecting his paycheck, doing very little, and there's basically nothing they can do to him. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, that is the way Neil tells the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the way he says it. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, it's that wasn't even the last place I worked at. That was the second to last place that I worked at. But the last place that I worked at wasn't that exciting. Just a bit shit, really. Well, I say it wasn't that exciting. There was a lot going on. Oh, man. Oh, I can't say it. I can't say it. It's definitely receiving an angry letter territory, and it's not worth it. Needless to say, I can't say it. I can't. I don't want to say it. It's too spicy. It's too fucking spicy, all right? It's too spicy. They're still around. They're still very strong, and I still think that not enough time has passed for me to get away with get away with revealing it. And actually, they're also quite a big deal. If this look, I need to look. Put it this way: it's a story that I'd sell to a newspaper. All right, it's a story I'd sell to a fucking newspaper. That's what it is. But yeah. Anyway. So we're not gonna go there. One day, maybe. Maybe you'll see some headlines. Maybe you'll see some fucking headlines. We'll see. It's a big one. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, we won't get into it. Anyway, where the fuck are we up to? Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Also, if K47 does Rift timey-wimey stuff, i.e. Vietnam and Modern Warfare, I can essentially put all my models over from 40k and get to fully leave it behind. Dude, Ishmael, I mean, in the nicest possible way, man, you can do that already. The Conflict 47 rules lend themselves very ably to 40k in some ways. Like, you've got power armor. Or, I mean, every single one of your Space Marine units could... every single one of your Space Marine units could come over right now. Even the gladiators and stuff. And the dreadnoughts. I'm just saying. Yeah, but flavor. True. You got to get the flavor right. You know, you've got to get the flavor right. That's true. But yeah, I think you could really, like the zombies could be like flayed ones and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Ishmael, you could do it. I can't look, Ishmael. I can't say too much. But all I will say is this: Conflict 47 is only the beginning. Who knows where we'll go? Who knows where the timeline will go? Will it be up? Will it be down? Will it be forwards? Will it be backwards? We don't know. Well, I know, but you don't, and I can't say. Oh, man. Biz, you had a video recently that said something fun and off meta, and I played a match yesterday that was fun list with the 3 pillars, and I lost by 5 points. Great advice, man. Dude, amazing. A balanced list with lots of tools in the toolbox, with a bit of practice behind it, you'll do well. I bet if you keep with that, tweaking it, honing it, all that kind of stuff, you'll end up with a killer list, man, that'll start smashing faces. Yeah. Raven Mercenaries, so what's this about us Tau players, huh? The video has a spicy title, Raven, but if you actually watch it, I'm actually very pro-Tau. You gotta have the spice. You gotta get the shit budgeted. You gotta have the spice. Simple Logic, thank you for the gift of membership, man. Thank you for support, man. So John, more in narrative, same place before. So John, just put it in the right channel. No, it's fine. I can deal with it. I can deal with it. Let's have a look. The mortar shells blasted into the scouts, turning the aspirants into mist in the fresh churned earth. The decoy vault they occupied turning into a sinkhole. Nori's band finished sweeping the vault. Nori here. Vault's empty. Moving to second now. Bronze Fusser nodded, watching Cornevier's band deploy against heavy infantry before one of his Coginatar alerted him of a rapid descent object. Tracking the descent, Bronze Fusser to Cornevier. Drop pod, your location. The screwing bulk slammed in just meters away. Not a drop pod, a dreadnought drop pod as the anti-tank fire platform lumbered out, dropping its fire into the Zufbar and rockets into the Kimband. Sana's Einher had moved to engage the advancing elite infantry to follow the same tactics before. Lock foe into a sector while the rest of the Kimband secure Gargo. It was a crim duty. She knew she was going to get many scars on this expedition at this point, charging the group before they pushed into the secured zone. Only if she had any idea who this was. Kaugar and his guards turned this charge into a rapid disassembly situation. Oh my god. The Victrix, man! All Einher smashed into the two guards. Despite the momentum advantage, the numbers advantage didn't grant them more than a single gash in the thigh of one before every Einher had been critical injured by their axes. Bronzefusser watched the Marines consolidate their forces onto a singular vault. Clearly this was the prime, and it was outside what would become the secure zone. Well, this at least made the rest of this easier. The disposition of this blue-clad Marines was far less aggressive at least. All kin, secure cargo and evacuate on secure battlescape side. The mole crews proved they could do more than drop shells and drink as they packed their mortar systems in just moments and moved to target zone, just barely leaving the tank to find an empty vault. The Marines secured the vault and didn't hide the kin as they made the withdrawal. No major payout, but a tight-packed cargo bay. Post-battle Dwarf Grumbles. So again, I get all my agendas done, but when the Marines searched their first objective, they got a 6. And it was just rushed on by his entire army, bar 2 units. I knew I was never going to get it, especially because when all the objectives vanish, so does all my ability to use half my army shit. While the Ultras cancelled out the other half of my army rule with -1 to wound if your strength is higher than my toughness by just oathing it, then getting full rerolls. Yeah. Yeah. So I actually totally agree with you, Zadrom. What is the current Space Marine win rate? Meta dashboard. So Space Marines are currently sitting on stat check at 51% win rate. The fact that it's not a 70% win rate is a real damning indictment of the Space Marine community. I'm just going to say it. Right. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. Space Marines are overpowered. Super duper overpowered. Like, no one wants to say it. No one wants to admit it. But Space Marines are overpowered. They've basically received constant points buffs. So points nerfs, points down. Points buffs over the last 12 months. And now they've been given like this super oath. And they've got all these mental detachments and all these mental characters. It's just crazy. If you're watching this right now and you play Space Marines and you're not absolutely butt fucking most of the armies that you come across, you need to get better at playing, because you are losing those games, not your army. I told you it was going to be spicy. I told you weren't going to want to hear it, but I've been playing Guard pretty much non-stop throughout 10th edition. I played a little bit of Marines, a little bit of Nids, but I've been playing Guard non-stop. I haven't touched my Black Templars, really. I played like one practice game with them, job done. I play Marines, and it's like once I was blind, now I can see. They just get everything. And no one's talking about it. The fact that the units that Marine players consider bad, I would fucking kill a man for in my army. You don't want Reavers? Oh, we don't like Reavers. Give me all of your Reavers. You don't want them? I'll have them as a guard data sheet. I'm not even fucking tripping, dog. I'm not even chatting bollocks. 80 points, 4 attacks per guy, strength 5 AP -1 or strength 4 AP -1. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I'll take 6 of them. I don't, what do you do? And then you've got Oath of Moment on top of that. And then you've got, I mean, Oath of Moment is busted. Oath of Moment is busted. Oh, I'm just going to pick a unit, +1 to wound, full rerolls to fucking hit against it. What are we doing here? Oh, and I'll take, there's like one of like several characters that I can take that basically give me a second Oath of Moment target. What? What? Like, Master Swag, what? Dear God, I wreck every space army I come across. Only the Talon Stodies give me issues. So, Master the Swag, I am sure you are a very good player. And I am not taking that away from you. But if you are wrecking every space for an army you are coming across, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. You don't want to hear it. I don't want to be mean. But you're probably not playing against the best space marine players. Like, if you are not butt-fucking people with Marines at this point, it really is a you problem. And Lord knows I give the Tau community a lot of shit, right? And they don't take it well, but at least they take it. So you know that when I call this shit out, you know I'm treating everyone fairly. And I'm telling you right now, Marines are fucking batshit at the moment. I played the new Raven Guard yesterday. What the fuck is that army? What the fuck is the new Raven Guard, man? I'm looking down at the Marine army and it's outnumbering me. This is the thing. I don't mind Marines being this powerful, but the fact that I look down at Marine army and it's like, oh, there's so much. It's like, oh, here comes the third wave. Here comes the third wave of them. Oh, yeah, I want to target the unit. Ah, well, you can't. That one's blown up. Oh. And the other one's in deep strike, right? Yeah. And it can rapid ingress, right? Yeah. For free, right? Yeah. 6 inches away. Yeah. Of course. Of course. You know. Great. So it just I'm gonna do a reaction move. Oh, so yeah, this combi lieutenant has an aura of making your stratagems cost more. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, how much is he? Oh yeah, he's like 80 points. Oh, okay. Okay. How big's the aura? 12 inches. 12 inches? You can cover 2 objectives with it.
This
But surely I can target... Nah, it's blown up.
is a weapon of terror.
Right.
It's made to intimidate the enemy.
Like, what are we doing here? Give me, like...
It's a weapon of war. It's made
anything.
to kill
Give me
our
one
enemy.
of those things. One of those things. And I'll be happy. But nope. Soz. Yeah. Reaver, wait, when did he get that? Thought he just gave you all one's objective. Oh, no, he does that too. He does that too. I think this is probably some sort of enhancement. Yeah. It's a Raven Guard enhancement. Yeah. No, he does. No, you are correct. He does do that ability, but he also has another one from an enhancement. Yeah, Marines is just fucking bonkers right now. Yeah. Absolutely fucking bonkers. And this is before all the Victrix spam starts hitting. Victrix spam's going to be... I don't think triple Victrix is the way to go. I think double Victrix is the way to go. I think triple Victrix is 1,500 points. You've got no other real... I mean, you've got Gilliman. Triple Victrix and Gilliman is like 1,500 points. I think you probably want double Victrix and then all the other... I think double's enough. Yeah. They do have their drop-dead matchups. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Yeah. Sounds like you need a Vindicare. Well, you see, the Vindicare can't help me because the guy with the super enhancement, yeah, he has lone op, and also he's got such a wide range on his aura that he can just hide behind terrain and he's fine. They still have issues with Death Guard and Custodes? Maybe. Quite possibly. But having issues with like two factions is like... I honestly, Siriade, I'm just taking you at face value here. But if I may, I don't really think they have those issues. I just think that from my experience, both playing with them and against them, I think maybe those issues come from what we were saying before, where, you know, Marine players are a little terrible. Give me that Raven Guard army, bro. I won't even give me that Raven Guard army. 0 practice games. I reckon I can take an RTT. Give me half dozen practice games. I reckon I can take a GT. Not even tripping. Not even bullshitting. It's insane. Yeah, man. It just has about 1,000. It has like 1,000 things just going for it. And once you know how to handle Death Guard, they're not that bad. Anyway, so yeah, the new Marines are very good. Ishmael, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hard work and never giving in to the system that tries to grind down. Now you're talking like an American. I'll take that as a compliment. I will say this, and I'm going to upset a few people now. It's been a very spicy stream, but if I've upset everyone, so I might as well keep going. Several years ago, I was one of those European people that didn't really understand American people and was too quick to be like, "Duh, America." But over the last 4 years, I have had a much greater opportunity to speak to a lot of American people. And I've had a much greater opportunity to interact with and also visit America. Different places in America as well. And I have come to understand that
when it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
The American mindset is... I've come to understand the American mindset a lot better. And now I think there's I just think there's a reason why a lot of, I think, I'm not trying to put this in a politically correct way. I'm trying to find the right words. I just kind of get it now. I just kind of get it now. And I think American people, on the whole, have a very different mindset than European people. And it's a mindset which I think when you only live in Europe, you kind of don't really get it. And Europe's a big place, and there's lots of different cultures in Europe, and we all think differently. You know, like the French are a bunch of cheese-eating surrender monkeys. The Germans crave world domination at their heart. The Italians, frankly, just want to be left alone and just drink coffee all day. And then you get to Scandinavia, and they're just really trying not to become Vikings again. And then you get to the Balkans, and it's just like everybody hates everybody all the time. And then never call a Polish person Russian, because they'll really fucking kill you. You know, a lot of people in Western Europe think that everyone in Eastern Europe is basically the same, but it's really not true. There are a bunch of very, very distinctive cultures which all love and hate each other in equal measure, and then they all fucking hate Russia. But putting all of that to one side, a lot of people in Europe don't understand how American people think, and they don't understand, and they think that Americans are a bit of a strange one. But over the last 4 years, I've had the opportunity, thanks to interacting with a lot of American people on the stream, and thanks to visiting America and chatting to American people and all this kind of stuff. And I've come to understand that at its heart, America and American culture is very good. It's not perfect. Nowhere is. But understanding it now allows me to, whereas before I maybe dismissed it as those silly Americans, I now respect it a lot more, because I think that Americans can be some of the most generous, hardworking people for all of their faults. I think they can be. So yeah, I think, but there's things that I don't like. The things that I don't like, the things that I do like, but I understand it a lot more now, and I respect it a lot more than I used to in the past. Yeah. Thoughts on Canadians? Basically Americans, aren't they? No. No, I've not chatted to many Canadian people in my time. I have chatted to 3. I don't know much about Canadian culture, and so I wouldn't want to comment on it too much. But I've not ever met a nasty Canadian person. I don't know if all the memes are correct. Everyone's like, oh, they say sorry all the time and they're exceedingly polite and all this kind of stuff. I don't know about that. But the people that I have, the 2 or 3 people that of Canadian people that I have spoken to have been genuinely like good, solid, salt of the earth, just fucking people that I've found very easy to get along with. Yeah. But I've not spoken to a French Canadian. That's not true, actually. I have spoken to a French Canadian. 4. I have spoken to French Canadian, and they were also very... I was actually in a chat, in a voice chat, with a French Canadian and a I don't want to say normal Canadian. That's going to come across awful. No one's going to be happy with this. A French Canadian and a non-French Canadian is the best way of putting it. And the banter that they had was hilarious. But they actually didn't seem... I don't think there was any true rivalry there. Yeah. So there you go. We are very much for losing our politeness. So yeah, I'm not... Like I said, if I don't like talking about things too much that I don't know much about, because I feel like all that ends up happening is you end up like propagating like stereotypes and stuff like that, which whilst I don't think is necessarily negative, I don't think it's necessarily positive either. So I don't know much about Canada. I've only ever I've never been to Canada. I've only ever spoken to a handful of Canadian people. The Canadian people I've spoken to were exceptionally nice and easy to get along with. And I thought they were proper bros. But that is the extent of my interaction with them. So there you go. Tim says about North Korea. I know nothing about North Korea. The only thing I know about North Korea is what I've read online. And maybe it is an absolute nightmare fuel of a country, or maybe it's not. I don't know. I know only as much as anyone else does about North Korea. And there you are. There you go. Is this Tim, give us your opinion on different cultures, and then we're going to get to like some cultures where I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm not talking about that one. There you go. All right, what are we should we do Australia? I've never been to Australia. I've never been to Australia. I've never met an Australian person. I have no first-hand knowledge of Australia in any way, shape, or form. Again, to me, I was going to say to me, Australia is like North Korea, but it's not. I have as much first-hand experience with Australians as I do with North Koreans. I've never interacted with them, so I don't know. Yeah. The only thing I know is from watching basically Gallipoli. No, that's not true. That's not true. I do know some Australian people. I know some Australian people from in the Mordian Glory community. Okay. So I do. So I've chatted to like 2 different Australian people inside the MG community, and both of them were exactly like I thought they were going to be. Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. Just proper down to earth. Absolute sense of humor, sharp as a razor, and proper dries, like self-depreciating, deprecating, whatever it is, like humor, taking the piss out of everything, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. No, it was great. Yeah. But that's my extent of it. They were exactly like you see on TV in many ways. Tim, how do you feel about Antarctica? Well, I know that the second Stargate is there, so I feel pretty positively about it. That's it. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people that I chat with from Australia who are in normal chat right now, for example. But that's a little different to obviously chatting to people over voice comms and stuff like that. So I've obviously interacted with loads of people in the stream from Australia, and I've always found them to be, great in stream, as it were. Yeah. So I think that's important. I've chatted to basically, if you include people in stream, obviously I've chatted to probably someone from every country at this point. But it's a little different when you don't get that sort of voice communication. So it's difficult to really. No one in stream chat is ever really a problem. You know, touch wood. So you're all lovely. So yeah. Yeah. We got some more super chats coming in here. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. I hear Timmy's not been rattling the tin cup. Rattle the tin cup. Rattle the tin cup. Ed Bailey, if you don't remind me, I forget to rattle it. That's true. Thank you, it was fun. I'm not even going to rattle it now. There you are. Affiliate links, guys, check them out. There you go. That's how bad I am at shilling. Jared Man, thank you for super chat. So I ended up getting a British paratrooper armor because of K-47. What should I build out? Starter box, support group, and 30 box of minis. Dude, firstly, amazing. Amazing. Secondly, like, so the support group's going to come with the officers that you need, isn't it? So you've got those sorted. But you've got outside support group and 30 box. Okay. So for the only thing you really care about is the infantry. So generally speaking, I advise 2 loadouts for your standard infantry. You want to take 6 guys with 2 LMGs and 4 rifles, or you want to take 7 guys with 4 to 5 submachine guns, and then 3 rifles to make up the difference, to make up the last guys, right? So for bot action, not K-47, that's fine. That was the loadout for bot action, to be honest. So. And then whatever you've got left over, just put into things. So if you've got 30 minis, if you do 2 of those squads, that'll come to 20 bloke. If you do 2 of each squad, so if you do 2 6-man squads with 2 LMGs and 4 rifles, and 2 7-man squads with 4 SMGs, 5 SMGs. We'll say 4 or 5 SMGs in each one, and 3 rifles in each one. Then that'll leave you with like 8 models left over. And really, with those 8 models, you should probably get like a couple of light mortars, something like that. But I'll just check that what I'm telling you is legit. List builder, Great Britain. 1 minute. I definitely need to create a new company for Great Britain. And I need to add a... No, I've got the rifle. I need the rifle platoon. Select infantry units. Airborne section. I think everyone can have a machine gun. You might be only able to get 1 LMG in the squad now. Right, you can only get 1 LMG now. That's a shame. But you can get 1 light mortar. Okay. So what you want to do is take... Let's see if this works. Additional men. 7. Give the NCO some machine gun. And then you can take up to 5 SMGs in total. Right. So what you want to do is build 2 6-man squads. Each 6-man squad should have 4 rifles, 1 light machine gun, 1 light mortar. Then you should build 2 7-man squads where the sergeant has a submachine gun, 4 other blokes have submachine guns, and 2 blokes have got rifles. Okay? That will bring you to 22 infantry. No. 12 plus 14. 26 infantry. The last 4 infantry are really whatever you want. Maybe some extra guys for your officers. You could just build the last guys with whatever you want, frankly. Once you've got those first squads nailed down, you're pretty fine after that. Maybe a Piat team. Get a Piat team. Yeah. And get a Piat team and then build like a couple of guys with like binoculars and maps and stuff. And they can represent like air observers and artillery observers, but can also just be like extra blokes in squads if they need to be. That's what I would do. It's not a perfect loadout, but it's very solid foundation there. Sherman, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Keen to see how bot action plus going backwards from K47. Dude, bot action's great, and I'm happy to help you in any way with it. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. In an off note, hope you find the axe music useful. Dude, very useful, man. Happy, you know, whenever, like, I need to go down and, like, have, like, a piss or something like that, I can always put some background music on. And it's always easier when I put the, like, some of the Cosmic background music on, like the K47 stuff, whatever it may be. Because if I just turn the background track up, I can't hear that. So I often come back and forget to turn it back down for a moment. Then it's just like, fucked. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's definitely helpful. And if you need the files individually, I can send this to you. No, honestly, better in the long format. Much better. Yeah. Also, obviously, Evan can find them useful. Send them to Evan as well, because I'll forget, mate. You know what I'm like. And then just say I've said that if he wants to use them for background music, then obviously he can do. Yeah. 303 Hunter, thank you for super chat. Have you heard the song For the Guard by Colm Armaguinness? I have. I love it. It's very, very good. Yeah, yeah. I like One of the Martyrs as well. He does some good stuff. Cosmic, did you send me a list to review? Let's have a look. Apothecary Biologist, Captain Terminator Armor, Librarian in Terminator Armor, Lieutenant, Salt Intercessors, 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 Impulsor, Aggressors ×6, Ballistas, Blade Guard, Gladiator Lancer, Outrider, Repulsor, Terminator Squad. How many repulsors? Just the one. But it's a big ass Terminator Squad. I mean, Cosmic, it's a very nice list. So pretty balanced, but you know, got a lot. So you've got some good objective pieces with things like the Intercessors and the Assault Intercessors and stuff. You've got some big punchy bastards with Aggressors, Blade Guard, and the Terminators. You've got some fast movers with things like the Outriders. Got some Fazport with the Repulsor and the Gladiator, and the Ballistas Dreadnought. And you've got some transports with the Impulsor and the Repulsor as well. I don't think you've overloaded on characters in any way, shape, or form. I think you've got a nice mixture. Yeah. Do I think it's going to be meta-defining? No. Do I think you'll use it and have fun? Yes. Do I think you can win some games with it? Absolutely. Do I think it's got all the right pieces? Yep. There you go. There you are, man. Let's have a look. I think that's everyone. I think that's all the super chats, but we've been streaming for a little while now, but I did have one topic. We got distracted. So we got a little distracted, chat, because we started talking about Mordian's workplace nightmares, which I still think there's a video series there. I've got 3 great corpo stories. But anyway. And then we got distracted by me giving my opinion on multiple cultures around the world, which we ended probably at the right time, and I still reckon I've insulted every nation on earth at this point, but fair enough. But there's one topic I did want to talk about. Oh, we talked about Space Marines being overpowered. Yeah, we did. Which a lot of people were like, no, they're not. But I think Space Marines are really good right now. The fact that, like, I mean, bro, I would... By the way, can you all stop saying F in the chat for Tiki? He's not gone anywhere. He literally commented on a video like yesterday. Fuck's sake, guys. Right, I've got one topic I want to talk about. Tim, you've not spoken about Burkina Faso yet. I know nothing about Burkina Faso. The only thing that I know for Burkina Faso is that there's a scene in Lord of War where they mention it. I think it's a scene with the helicopter. And they're like, if you take the rocket pods off, then it counts as a medical helicopter. and the rocket pods are shipping separately to a separate person, so it's all legal. And he's like, that's an obscene loophole that's going to be closed any day now. And he's like, but it's not closed yet, is it? So we're not going to talk about Burkina Faso because I suspect that that was a loaded question. But I know absolutely nothing about it apart from that scene in Lord of War. that's literally it. That's the only thing I know. I suspect though that there's probably some other stuff going on, but we should probably dodge that particular Vanquisher cannon shell. The Roman Empire. So I don't know as much about Rome as I'd like. But what I do know is that from watching history documentaries, it seemed pretty fucking cool. I'm sure there's loads of horrible shit that happened in there. And people are going to be like twisting my words out of context and being like, Mordian said the Roman Empire is really cool, but that means he thinks that crucifixion is really cool and he's a fucking psychopath. I'm sure, right? But I don't give a fuck about that. I think the Roman Empire was pretty fucking cool. I think that the Roman legions are pretty fucking badass. I think that Rome existed for like thousands of years. Like 1,000. I think the Roman Empire lasted like 1,000 years. How long was it? Well, obviously there was like the Holy Roman Empire stuff. How long did the Roman Empire last? Nearly 1,000 years from its formal establishment in 27 BC to the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD. However, direct continuation of Roman rule persisted in the form of the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, which lasted until the fall of Constantinople in 1453 AD. There you go. So I think it lasted longer than that. So yeah, I'm ready to get into Rome. I am ready for it. Yeah. Yeah, so I think the Roman Empire was around for a really long time. And it's probably one of the... I don't know, man. It's probably one of the most important things that has happened ever in Western Europe. Because obviously there are other empires that existed in other parts of the world at the same time that were probably, equally as impressive. Like it seems like there's always like massive empires going on in like China and stuff like that, or China and the area around it and whatnot, which is kind of, so I'm sure there's loads of stuff going on in other areas that I don't know much about, but in sort of Western Europe, it seems like the Roman Empire was pretty fucking like a big deal. Yeah. MG, how do you feel about the sacking of Constantinople? Oh, it was a long time ago. I wasn't there. I think that, obviously, at that point, the Roman Empire was basically a corrupt shadow of its former self. And I think it was, the Roman Empire collapsed over a long period of time. And there were examples, I think, was it Belisarius, who showed that they still had, if ruled correctly, they could have turned things around. But they could have turned things around, but it was, I think, that was basically it died due to probably a lot of shitty leadership, frankly. I will say this, and I don't want anyone drawing any bad conclusions. I feel almost funny saying this, okay? I just think that Constantinople's a really cool name. I'm not against the name Istanbul. Not against it at all. It's a great name. Love it, all right? But Constantinople, it's the number of syllables that do it for me. Constantinople. That's it. So, yeah. That's basically it. But I'm totally okay with Istanbul at the same time. Literally, that's what it comes down to. Yeah. If I had to pick, I think Constantinople is a really cool name, and I think I prefer the name Constantinople, and I think it's a shame it doesn't have that name anymore. purely because I feel like I can say Constantinople in like a very regal voice, but I can't really do the same with Istanbul. I suppose I can actually. Istanbul. No, it's not quite the same. So yeah, there you go. But no, like I said, no, nothing beyond a slight silliness and fondness for a name like Constantinople, which you don't really hear a lot of things being named like that anymore these days. London sounds a bit shit, doesn't it? Londinium, getting a lot better. There we go. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's pronounced Istanbul. Is it really? Cool. That's the new every day. I will endeavour to remember that going forward. What we were. Oh, so right. We've got distracted again. I want to talk about something. Right. It's really late. In fact, it's so late. I don't even know if I can still talk about it now. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. In honor of Tiki, you need a drink and keep going. It's late though, Cosmic. I've been streaming for 7 hours. It might have to be. We might have to save it for tomorrow. It was I go, you go. I know exactly what it was I wanted to talk about. But I might have to talk about it tomorrow now. Because I don't want... In fact, I don't want to rush it. However, I am worried that if I don't do it now, I will forget to do it. I'll tell you what, I'll check for something. Alright. I can do it now because I don't have a lot of post-stream admin to do. So I won't be staying up late doing post-stream admin. So I can do it now. It's fine. Alright, but I swear to fucking God. Stop spamming F! Stop it. Stop it. Cosmic, I will strip you of your power. You'll be like a disgraced Bretonian noble. There you are. Tiki isn't dead, but you will be if you keep saying F in the chat for Tiki. You shit me like you did Tiki before his fall. God damn it. Oh my God. Look. I'm just going to go to bed. I'm just going to go to bed. Like, I was going to talk about this really interesting topic that I thought a lot of you would find, you know, significant and thought-provoking. But no, now look what you've done. Now you've encouraged Browns and Bantams to talk about Double 8, which, look, it was one time and I didn't know what that meant, all right? Fine, you can go to bed, but can you at least leave the stream running so we can stare at the chair and the octopus? No, in fact, Cosmic. That's for spamming F in the chat. Fun Jacob, stop asking me about apartheid. I ignored the question the first time for a reason. Because it's obviously incredibly charged. Do you know? Fuck's sake. Oh, man. How am I meant to do a stream highlight when the first thing that said in chat is double 8 in the chat, and the second thing that said in chat is about fucking apartheid? Jesus Christ, man. And now someone's asking about Israel. Of course they are. All right? Ironically, there's 88 people in stream right now, which is kind of funny. Like, obviously, like, if you want me to keep going, and then the topic I want to talk about needs to be a stream highlight, and there can't be anything dodgy in the on-screen chat. Okay, so you've all got to just not post heinous shit for for just a. You know, like, oh, Cosmic, why? Why? No. You have all had far too many E numbers as children. And everything you talk about is dodgy, Mordian. I mean, yes, but it's not. This is a different level of dodgy. Thought on sending children to work in the mines? Yeah, that's probably one that's all right. The children, they yearn for the mines. Oh my God. Right, I tell you what. You can all clear the chat, right? And the way you can clear the chat is you can all spam your favorite emoji or 07 in the chat unrepentantly for the next 10 seconds. If you do that, then I'll keep going for a little bit longer. There you are. All right, cool. That was about 10 seconds. That's about 10 seconds. All right. You can all stop now. To go to bed. Never! I'll go to bed in a minute. Anyway, so I have something I want to talk about. I need a wee. Fuck. Right, give me a second.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Right. Right. Okay. Let's have a look here. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Octopus in the chat for the octopus and Tiki. If you want to spam octopus in chat, I'm not going to stop you, Cosmic. There you go. James, the basic basis. Topic idea: how to make a narrative immersion board. That's an interesting idea. But for like a video, that's probably what I'd have to think about a little bit and maybe talk about it on stream a little bit. I don't know much about making a narrative immersion board. Typically, what I do is make boards that feel like right. So like, oh, how, you know, if there's a bunch of buildings in the middle of the board, how did those buildings get there? Are the buildings intact? Then have a road. Are the buildings not intact? Then you don't need a road because it can just be like ruins in the middle of a forest kind of thing. So that's kind of how I sort of do things. I just try and have things that look a little bit... Yes, sir, I liked your battle ports and how you set them up. Could watch a 3-hour on how you make it from start to finish. I mean, I can make a video on how I set the board up. I didn't think my boards were that pretty to look at, to be honest. I kind of just throw them together, but I'm happy to. To be fair, I have tried to up my terrain game recently. I have tried. So yeah, I don't think it wouldn't take 3 hours though. It takes me like 20 minutes to set up a board, typically. But obviously there's different kinds of boards that I sell, whether it's a green board or whether it's a city board or something like that. But yeah, I could think about it. It's definitely not a bad idea. How to make a war game. How to make a war game battlefield. What's a good name for a title? Let's get to the end game and get into model trains. Brilliant. Or rebuild the Thanatos boards. Thanatos boards, so I don't write anything down. I just do it all off the top of my head. I don't really think, I don't know. I just sort of keep moving things around until I'm happy with things. And then I go, yeah, that's happy. Yeah. How to create a good wargaming board. Something like that. Interesting. James, the basic bassist. It's very interesting. I like the idea. I will stew on it for a time. Maybe I will do a video on it. Maybe I won't. But I still appreciate the idea and you prompted some thoughts. So thank you, mate. And thank you the 24 months. Double X Force, baby! Support the channel for 2 years, mate. Amazing. Thank you, man. Thanks, bud. All right, so, gentlemen, I have a spicy topic to talk about, but it's not necessarily a beefy topic to talk about or a salty topic to talk about. There's a lot of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial internet water cooler about how I go, you go is a terrible system of play. And there's this general notion that alternating activations is a superior system and that any game that has I go, you go is outdated and a relic and a fossil of an old time and blah, 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 blah. And whilst I think there is... Oh, and people say that 40k must go over to alternating activations and it will instantly improve the game. I don't think that's true. So, people think that I go, you go is going to be this magical silver bullet that's going to suddenly fix every problem with Warhammer 40k. And the only reason GW won't change it is because it's some sort of like sacred thing that cannot be changed. And they tried things like double turns with AOS, and it's always been like massively... a lot of people just don't like the double turns. It's such a barrier to like getting people's minds around, all that kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. So the first thing is, I do like alternating activations. But I don't think you can just magically shove alternating activations into 40k and it'll work. So alternating activations, I think your game has to be built around alternating activations from the ground up, obviously, but I think, you know, it's worth saying. But the other thing is that I think alternating activations have their own series of problems, and there can be issues with, like, well, what happens when someone's got so many more units? So they just go with a bunch of like shit munchers first, and then you end up having to go with all your good units first, and then they go with their good units, and you get like diddled, right? Like there's an element of that which wouldn't be, which, you know, there's an element of that. And as someone, as Wolfgang just said, you know, super elite armies like Custodians and Knights would skew super hard and alternating activations. Exactly. It's not a magic bullet. I'm not saying it's a bad system. But I think it needs a little more nuance than that. If 40k was going to go to an alternating activation system, frankly, I think the dice bag from Bolt Action / Conflict 47, I think is the best way of doing that. Because the advantage of that system is that if you have a lot of dice, you can play that into the dice bag, so you can try and get your units out first. But sometimes you don't want your units to move first, and it's very random, so nothing is guaranteed. And so trying to massively, and then you have like dice caps and all that kind of stuff. So I think that the dice bag system is where I'd want to go, but it would be so ironic if 40k basically nicks the dice bag system. I don't even know if they can. I don't even know if they can, because surely that's like patented or something, right? Because it's a very unique way of doing things. So surely that's patented. Kill Team is alternating activations and it flows really well. This is true, but I do believe that, you know, Kill Team's like 10 models, so it's a little different. Yeah. I don't think you can IP rules. Who knows? I don't know. But and if Games Workshop has a lot of pride. So nicking that system from GW after basically, you know, all the people that work at Warlord Games used to be GW founders, some of them. So it's a little like admitting that GW likes to think that they, or at least pretend and say to each other and say to the world that the way they do things is the best way of doing things. So anyway, the point is that alternating activations, raw alt activations probably wouldn't work. You'd have to have some kind of like Battletech situation where you go with 2, I go with 1, but that has its own issues. Or you need some sort of dice bag situation, but then there's all sorts of like, well, look what's happening here kind of thing. So yeah, there's all sorts of things. The thing is, though, that this all of these arguments and all these discussions are predicated on the idea that I go, you go is bad. And as I said earlier, I go, you go isn't bad. In fact, I go, you go is a perfectly fine system. The problem is not I go, you go. The problem is the way that 40k does I go, you go, combined with a myriad of other small and large factors. So firstly, let's go through some of the issues, and then let's go through an example of an I go, you go system that absolutely works. Okay. So one of the issues currently with the Warhammer 40k I go, you go system is the size of the playing space. So the boards have got a lot smaller. We used to play on 6x4. Now we play on 60x44. We've lost, I think it's the equivalent of losing like 1.5 foot, something like that. And now you wouldn't think that losing, 12 inches off one side and like 6 inches off another side would make such a massive difference, but it really does. It really, really does. And you don't quite realize how small 60x44 is until you go back to playing on 6x4 and you're like, wow, there's so much more room for activities. So firstly, the boards have got a lot smaller. Quick side note, if you ever wondered why the boards got smaller for Warhammer 40k, well, there'll be a lot of people that will tell you some bullshit around it's because the average size of a kitchen table in the UK is 60x44. That's utter bollocks. Have you ever been to a kitchen in the Warhammer in the UK? Firstly, why is table sizes in the UK dictating what a $6 billion company is doing? They're a global company. Why the fuck is the average table size in the UK got to do with anything? Like what? It's obviously you break down that argument for even half a second and you realize it's utter bollocks, because not only is it like, what the hell's going on here, but secondly also, like, what is this? There's no such thing as a standard table size. You go to 10 different people's houses that, if assuming they've all got a table, you'll have 10 different size tables. There's no average. Okay? I've never been to a house where everyone's had this weird 60 by 44 kitchen table. Fucking bollocks. It's a load of bollocks. The reason why we play on 60 by 44 boards is because Games Workshop released a bunch of cardboard battle mats, the ones for Kill Team, and no one was buying them, and everyone was buying 60 6x4 boards. So Games Workshop changed the size of the boards, and they were the only people at the time that made 60 by 44 boards, because you basically got two of these Kill Team boards and put them together, and you got 60 by 44, and they fucking sold them all out like hotcakes. Okay, and then, because they were the only game in town that could sell it, and then now everyone's caught up, but it was too late. GW had already, because it was free for them to change that rule, right? So now they've made loads of money off selling all those Kill Team boards, right? So that's why it was changed. It was changed because Games Workshop sold a different board size to everyone else. No one bought it, so they changed it so everyone had to buy it. And eventually the industry caught up, but by and large, people everywhere bought the GW size, or they put like masking tape on their existing battle mats for a little while, but that looked like shit, so no one did that. Yeah. So anyway, it was also done because GW wanted to get into the competitive scene, and there were a bunch of tournament organizers that they were speaking with at the time that wanted them to change the board size, or should I say, were okay with them changing the board size, because it meant that they could fit more tables in. So it had nothing to do with making the game better. It had everything to do with everyone who inside making more money. Anyway, so the problem is with Igo Yugo is that the boards are a lot smaller, but the movement values have actually got bigger. So armies are more maneuverable now than they ever have been. Previously, infantry moved 6 inches, and jetpack infantry moved 12 inches. Vehicles used to have to move at either cruising or combat speed. Cruising speed meant that they could move but basically fire no weapons. They were going fast. Combat speed meant that they could move half their distance and fire most of their weapons. But not all of them. And then if they stayed still, they could fire all of their weapons. The idea being that if you're like going flat out in a vehicle, you're bouncing all over the place, you're not going to be able to hit dick. Now, and vehicles had like set move distances, like 6 and 12 inches, or maybe 12 and 24 inches. They were different depending on if you were tracked, or if you were wheeled, or if you were a walker, or if you were like a skimmer. But they had fairly standard move distances. Now everything moves a lot quicker. Now a Lehman Russ can go its full distance and shoot. So everything goes a lot quicker. You've got all sorts of things like Eldar now have got like a 7-inch move. And can advance and shoot. There used to be no such thing as running. There's no roll a d6, add that to your move. That didn't exist. Advancing came in, and then advancing and shooting came in, and then advancing and charging came in. And 40k armies are so mobile because you move and advance and shoot and charge. So if you think about it, if you've got a unit like a jet, and people have like auto advance 6 and all this kind of stuff. So if you have a unit, let's say like some sort of jetpack space marine, it's going to move 12 inches. It's going to advance up potentially another 6 inches, and then it's going to charge up to 12 inches. That's a 30-inch threat range on a a board which is basically a third of the size that it was. Right? Which is kind of... So armies are never more maneuverable, and the boards are never smaller. And armies have never been able to do so much at the same time and operate in so many phases. See, that's another big problem with the Igo-Yugo system of 40k, is that every unit could operate in every single phase. This is why 40k is consistently a very lethal game. And no matter what Games Workshop does, whether they try and increase defensive stats and then they increase offensive stats and blah, 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 it doesn't matter. No matter what Games Workshop does, until they solve this fundamental issue of every unit can choose to operate in every phase and every unit can move incredibly quickly relative to the past, and the fact that armies are bigger than they ever have been before as well. Like back in the day, you played on a bigger board, 6x4, and you played at a smaller point size, 1500 points, and your units were more expensive. A single basic tactical marine was 15 points, and you had to pay for his grenades and other war gear that he chose to take. So a 5-man squad of Space Marines off the bat was 75 points. Then you paid basically 3 points for frag and crack grenades. Those were the 15 points. Now you're looking at 90 points. Then you had to give, then if you wanted to give them like a flamer and like a heavy bolter, you're looking at another sort of 10 to 20 points. So a 5-man Space Marine squad was over 100 points. Easily over 100 points. In fact, it was not, if you take into account a plasma pistol on the sergeant, and you're taking not a heavy bolter, but something like a las cannon and a plasma gun, you're looking at a tactical squad of old, 5-man tactical squad, for the same price. Now you get a 10-man one. And tactical squads aren't even a good metric to like discuss this, right? But you know, I'm showing my age comparing everything to a tactical squad rather than an intercessor squad, but you get the point. So the boards are smaller, the armies are faster, the armies are bigger, and like I said, everyone can operate in every phase, which makes the game hyper lethal. That's why the 40k Igo-Yugo system is fucked, and that's why games always seem to take... If you're playing a 3-hour game in a tournament, the first 2 turns for both players will take 2 hours. The rest of the game is then crammed into the last hour, every time. And that's because so much is moving and shooting and charging in those first 2 turns that it takes up an inordinate amount of time. And then everyone has... Then all the massive damage is done in those first couple of turns. And then sort of turn 3 or turn 4, things start to speed up a little bit more. And that's why you can have people who can talk out. You know, their first turn takes an hour. Their last turn takes 5 minutes. So, and that's where that's the issue. So, it's not that Igo-Yugo is a problem. It's that there's all these other things that are going on around and inside 40k, which makes the Igo-Yugo system a little diddle-fucked. So what's an example of an Igo-Yugo system which completely solves all these issues? Literally every single one. Well, it's Old World. So many of you who watch this will be 40k players who have never interacted with Old World and may have no interest in interacting with it. And that's fine. This isn't a video to convert you over to Old World. This is a video where we're trying to understand why Igo-Yugo is okay and where some areas that 40k could consider for improvement, which wouldn't necessarily break the game. And I think that there's a lot that happens in Old World that could actually genuinely make 40k a better game. So the first thing to say is, in Old World, every unit has its own special movement value. Just like in 40k, Gaza moves 6, and Eldar moves 7, something might move 9, something might move 12. Everything has a movement value. Okay? Typically, a normal humanoid infantry will move 4 inches. They'll have don't worry, it doesn't just move 4 inches, it's not that slow. But we'll have a movement value of 4 inches. An elf or someone faster will have a movement value of 5 inches. So you still have that nuance in the game. It is important to note that, because a lot of people don't want to go back to all infantry move 6s. And I get that. No, an elf should feel faster than a human. Of course it should. So what happens is every infantry unit has its own movement value, but you can double that movement value on a march. Now, marching is basically the equivalent of advancing, of running. But rather than rolling the dice and going a random distance forward, you just double your movement. Right? So you go from 4 inches. Let's say I'm a standard human spearman. I go from 4 inches to 8 inches. But if you march, you can't charge. So you can double your base move, but you can't charge. So straight away, you are, and by the way, cavalry can march, and cavalry typically have got, if it's heavy cavalry, it's like a 7-inch move. Medium cavalry is like an 8-inch move. If it's light cavalry, it can have a 9-inch move. So you can have a unit of Goblin Wolf Riders who can march 18 inches in one turn. That's pretty fast. That's like a jetpack unit moving and advancing 6 automatically in 40k, but you just can't charge after that. So you get your movement, but you don't get to move twice. This is the big problem with you in 40k. You're getting to move basically 3 times. You're moving, then you're advancing, then you're charging. It's not even moving twice. You're moving 3 times essentially. Now, obviously, now advance is a special kind of move, and it's your movement plus d6. I get it, right? But essentially, there's 3 moves happening. The normal move, then the advance, then the charge, right? So, Old World... Oh, also, so Old World has movement values, and you can get some quite long movement values, but you have to choose between moving fast and charging. Old World is also played on a 6x4 board. So, and it doesn't just have Dawn of War style deployment. It has several... I think it has like 3 or... I think it has like 6 different kinds of deployment now. So there's lots of different deployments in Old World as well. So you're not just stuck on, oh, well, this only works because everyone's playing on Dawn of War. No, not even slightly. So you've got 6x4. You've got all the varied deployment shapes and sizes that you want, and you've got the choice between moving a little bit and marching. Now, the other thing that's worth mentioning is when you march, typically you can't charge, and well, you can never charge if you march, and typically you also can't shoot. So you might be saying, well, if marching doubles my movement, why would I ever move normally? Well, the reason you would move normally is because you want to move and shoot. So wood elves, for example, can move 5 inches and shoot their bows if they want to. Empire infantry can move 4 inches and shoot their crossbows if they want to. So you can stay still, and if you move, and then you might say, well, why would you ever stay still? Well, you might stay still because you don't want to charge out across the board and get countercharged by the enemy. But also there's an element of, if you move and shoot, then you actually get to hit modifiers. Because when you think about it, if you're running forward and shooting, you are less accurate. You are more accurate when you're staying still and shooting. Regardless of whether you have, regardless of anything, if you're moving and shooting, you're less accurate, right? Now, to make something clear, I'm not saying that everything we're saying here is going to translate well into 40k. I don't know if you could just make a direct translation into it, but there's things that we can draw from it. But the idea is, in Old World, if you stay still, you give up your movement, but you get more lethality because you're staying still, and then you can shoot at basically full power. Or you can get some movement and give up some of your lethality, but still get to do a bit of shooting. Or you can go really fast, but you're giving up all your lethality for that turn. So every step has an advantage and a disadvantage. It's not just I'm doing everything that I want all of the time. Because when you're doing, and I'm not moving multiple times in a turn, everything has a positive and a negative, and all of it means that basically your units are A, less lethal, and B, not as fast. So and C, you're playing on a bigger board. So there's all these things you've not as fast, but you've got, it's compromise. You've got to actually make decisions, not just doing everything all the time, running around like everyone's hopped up on E numbers. Now, the other big thing that Old World does is you have to declare your charges at the start of your movement phase. So imagine, so 40k it goes move, shoot, charge, fight. In Old World, it goes charge, and then other charges, then other movement, then shooting, then fight. Now that sounds kind of crazy, right? But it's actually kind of ingenious because you can't shoot into combat. So you can't have a unit shoot the shit out of the enemy and then charge in. You can't have a bunch of units shoot the shit out of an enemy unit and then charge in all in the same turn. What happens is you have to try, if you want that to happen, you have to set it up the turn before. So you can absolutely soften an enemy unit up. You just don't need to do it all in one turn, because the problem with being able to do it all in one turn is you just can basically just batter an enemy unit and wipe it out. Why do so many 40k units these days feel like they evaporate at a touch? Because despite the fact that the things have never had more wounds, we're talking about putting Marines up to 3 wounds, like basic Marines up to 3 wounds. 2 wounds isn't enough. Bro, 1 wound wasn't enough. Now 2 wounds isn't enough. Now 3 wounds is talking about standard. Space Marines are going up to fucking 4 wounds. Custodians are going to be on 5 wounds. Like everyone, this is what I mean. You're never going to solve this problem with stat changes, with points changes. You're never going to solve it. The problem fundamentally is not the points or the stats or anything like that. The problem is the fundamental system of I can move everything, I can shoot everything, I can charge everything, I can fight everything. And every unit is operating every time in every phase. See, if you go to Old World, then what happens is you declare your charge. If you make the charge, those units are then locked in combat. Now, because those units are locked in combat, you can't then shoot into that combat.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
You can't then shoot into that combat. So, suddenly, every unit is only taking one source of damage a turn. It's either taking range damage or melee damage, but it's not taking both. Now, range damage can include multiple different sources. You can have big artillery pieces. You can have people with small arms. It can be magic. All sorts of different range damage. And but it all, you're only taking that range damage in the shooting phase. You're only taking damage in the shooting phase or in the fight phase, not both. So that immediately cuts down on half of the potential damage you're going to take. Now that's not, that's a very crude way of looking at it, because obviously some armies will do more damage in shooting than others, and some armies will do more damage in melee than others, of course. But broadly speaking, you're cutting down not 50% of the potential damage you could take, but 50% of the opportunity for an army to deal damage. What should I say? Pardon me. 50% of an opportunity for a player to build a list to do damage, right? Because he's like, okay, I can't just pick every unit to do everything in every phase. Some of my units are going to be more shooty. Some of my units are going to be more close combat orientated. Sometimes I'm going to have a faction which is just more orientated to one or the other. And you get a bit of that in 40k. Of course you do. Of course you do. But, you know, by and large, Old World is a much less lethal game. And this is, however you want to argue for or against it, the numbers don't lie. So, a super heavy unit in Warhammer 40k, something like a Baneblade, has 24 wounds. And Imperial Knight's got like 26 wounds. The equivalent in Warhammer the Old World would be something like a Necrosphinx for the for the Tomb Kings. It has 6 wounds. Oh, but maybe it's got loads more defensive layers. It's got a 5-up armor save, a 5 invulnerable save, and essentially a 5-up feel no pain using 40k language. It can take all of those, but it's a 5-up, 5-up, 5-up. In fact, I don't know if you can get, outside of some very, very, very exceptional circumstances, I don't think there's anything, there's very few ward saves, which is what they call invulnerable saves in Old World, but we'll just say invulnerable saves for ease of translation. There's very few invulnerable saves in Old World which are greater than a 5-up. Very, very few. The only one I can think off the top of my head is the Armor of Destiny. Yeah, even the Talisman of Protection is only a 5-up. Now, why can a super heavy in Old World have, you know, doesn't have a 2-up save followed by, you know, it doesn't have a 2-up save and a 4-up invulnerable save, and it only has 6 wounds? How can it do that and not just instantly die? Because in an I go you go system, how can it do that? Why are the stats so much smaller? Well, it's because that Necrosphinx can only take damage in one phase, whether it's shooting or charge, but it can't take damage in both. It's so an Old World is not a perfect game. Old World still has balance issues. Of course it does. Of course it does. But bear in mind, Old World also gets a lot less balanced fixes than 40k does. And Old World gets a lot less balanced fixes than 40k does. And outside of Cathay and Tomb Kings, generally every army is half decent into every other army. Like and every army has a build it can take into most armies. Like I'd confidently take my Empire into any of the factions of Old World. And if I built my army properly and it wasn't some sort of silly meme list, I'd be confident that I'd be able to achieve something in every game. So it's not a problem of I go, you go. It's not. And switching over to alternating activations isn't a magic bullet. I go, you go is a totally acceptable system. The problem is the way that 40k does I go, you go. And frankly, it has been a problem which has existed for a long time. That's it. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below or down in the chat. 303 Hunter 4. What about damage numbers? Basically, everything is damage 1, except for exceptionally powerful weapons, which are damage D3, and the most powerful weapons are damage D3 plus 1. like the greatest cannon in the entire game does D3 plus 1 wounds. So you might get so it like the maximum damage is like damage 4 on the biggest guns, but typically everything is damage 1. Yeah. There's some maybe there's 1 or 2 very rare D6 damage weapons, but very, very rare. Very, very rare. Typically things are damage 1. And then you have a spear is damage 1, a hand weapon's damage 1, a lance is damage 1, a crossbow's damage 1, a handgun's damage 1, a bow is damage 1, a halberd is damage 1. Basically everything is damage 1, unless it's some sort of big fuck off artillery piece or it's mac off magical item. Yeah. Michael Shabronsky, I haven't played Old World, but I play a lot of Necromunda. One of my favorite things about alternating is both players stay engaged. Does Old World feel that way? Yeah, so Old World, so the thing about Old World is the turns are really quick. That's the thing I didn't mention, actually. The turns in Old World are really quick because you're only doing half as much. So it was funny, when Old World first came out, all the tournament organizers gave 3 hours as a round time for because that's the same in 40k. And everyone was finished sitting around with an hour to spare. Most Old World tournaments now are 2.5 hours, including setup. And I have played a lot of Old World tournaments, and I typically finish with 20-30 minutes to spare every game on a 2.5 hour round. Yeah. Much quicker. Much, much quicker. Oh, and everything, you do feel more engaged because it's quicker turnaround on turns. And you're more engaged because there's things to do in your opponent's turn. So when someone does a psychic power, you can try and stop that psychic power. So they roll 2d6 and add, let's say they've got a wizard. Let's say you've got an Orc Shaman versus an Empire Wizard. The Orc Shaman tries to get the Brain Burster spell off. He rolls 2d6 and adds his wizard level to it. You can then pick a wizard to try and stop it. They're getting into a magical duel, like a magical meeting of the minds. And the wizard, your Empire Wizard, has to roll 2d6 and add his wizard level, and he has to beat the total score of the wizard trying to cast the spell. So let's say the Orc has a wizard level. Let's say the Orc is like a level 1 wizard. So he rolls 2d6, adds 1. Let's say he rolls a 7, adds 1, he gets an 8. The Empire Wizard is also level 1. So he would have to roll an 8 or higher to beat the Orc, because if he rolls an 8 plus 1, that becomes a 9. Total of 9 beats total of 8, so the spell doesn't go off. If let's say he rolls an 8, let's say he rolls a 7 as well, he's only matched the Orc, but he's not overpowered the Orc with his mind. So the spell still goes off. So it's harder to dispel. That's what it's called. It's harder to dispel than it is to cast magic. But that's okay because you want to have people trying to get their spells off, right? But you want to have a reasonable chance of stopping it as well. So you've got things like that which are going on. And then, combat is... So combat, there's something called initiative, where basically if you charge, you're not guaranteed to go first. When you charge, and then to work out who goes first, you look at who's got the highest initiative after modifiers. So an Empire Spearman has got an initiative of 3, and an Orc has got an initiative of 2. All right. So if the Orc charges the Empire Spearman, he gets +1 inch. He gets +1 to his initiative for every inch that he's charged, to a maximum of 3. So the Orc charges the Empire Spearman. Let's say he charges 7 or 8 inches, so he gets +3 to initiative, so he goes from initiative 2 to initiative 5. The Empire Spearman has initiative of 3. He gets +1 for having a spear, so he's got initiative of 4, but the Orc is still faster than him, so the Orc fights first. The Orc unit fights first. But there are things which you can take the enemy charging initiative away. So, for example, if you're defending a barricade, the enemy doesn't get an initiative bonus. So in that situation, the orc would charge, not get the +3 to their initiative, because they're trying to basically they're trying to fight over the barricade, and you're defending the barricade. At that point, the Empire Spearmen, even though it's not their turn, would get to actually fight first. Also, you've got things like some weapons make you fight at initiative 1. So if you've got like a great sword, it's very powerful, great strength, great AP, really good, but you fight at initiative 1. Now you can add modifiers to that. So if you fight initiative 1, get your charge. Let's say you charge 7 inches, you get your maximum +3, so you're initiative 4. If you're the initiative 4 and you're charging those Empire Spearmen that we talked about, well, they're also initiative 3 +1, so that's initiative 4. So then you fight at the same time. And fighting at the same time means that you, let's say, you basically one person rolls their dice first, but any casualties that they inflict still get to fight back. So let's say the orcs go in there and kill 5 guys. Those 5 guys still get to fight back because technically they're fighting at the same time. It's just easier to let one player roll first, essentially. So because of things like magic, and because of things like fire and flee, so if someone charges you, you can just choose to flee from that. If someone's charging with a mega fuck unit of knights, you might be like, yeah, no, bail. And your unit can choose to flee, and then it moves back 2d6 inches. But if the enemy unit catches you, then they wipe you out. They wipe that unit out. So it's the idea is you can flee from a combat, but if the enemy catches you, you lose everything. So typically people don't do that. Typically they don't do it, but there are times when, you know, fleeing is a good idea. But that's something for you to do in your opponent's turn. You have charge reactions. So if someone charges you, you can choose to hold, you can choose to flee, or you can choose to stand and shoot, which is basically Overwatch. And everyone can Overwatch. But it's only done as a charge reaction. It's not done as a movement reaction. So between all these things that are happening, you have loads to do in your opponent's turn. Not too much, just enough to keep things interesting. So yeah, there's loads going on in Old World. And so the turns are shorter, and you have stuff to do in your opponent's turn. It's a very good game. So yeah, so like I said before, Old World is I go you go, and yet Old World has Old World has way less of the problems that 40k has. Now, don't get me wrong, any game system that you give to a bunch of 40k players, they're going to cheese it, right? They're going to cheese it. They're going to break it. Of course they are. Of course they are. But it's way less. Apart from Cathay, who are broken, who I think are getting fixed in January. Apart from Cathay, Old World is way quicker to play. The army sizes in Old World are just as big, by the way. My my Orc and Goblin army tends to have 100+ infantry in it. My Empire army typically never leaves home without 80 infantry, 2 or 3 cannons, and a steam tank, and some cavalry. Yeah. Like, Old World has problems, but in my opinion, Old World has not even half of the problems 40k has. And if Old World received the same attention that 40k has received over the last 2 years, it wouldn't have any problems. No, it wouldn't have any fixable problems. I wouldn't say it wouldn't have problems. It would, because there's always going to be core fundamental things, right? But it wouldn't have any fixable problems. It would just have problems that were inherent to the system at that point. So, yeah. Someone was asking, does damage function like mortals through Old World? So dealing 4 damage kills 4 1-wound dudes? No. So, if you do D6 damage to a 1-wound guy, you just absolutely obliterate that one guy. But that's it. Yeah, damage doesn't spill over. The advantage of doing multiple damage is when you come across like a monster and you just fucking chop its legs out from underneath it. To give you an example of the I think the best and most striking example of a difference in Old World and 40k is the Chaos Demon Prince. Chaos Demon Princes in Warhammer 40k do about 14 attacks. They have a 2-up save. They've got like 10 plus wounds, 4 invulnerable save, and all that jazz. Demon Princes in Old World have 4 wounds. And about 5 attacks. They have about a third of the stats. And yet they are still a unit you do not want to fuck with. No attacks bleeding over. So attacks, obviously. You attack the unit. So let's say I have a Demon Prince who has 5 attacks. He hits with, and he's fighting some Empire Spearmen. Because there's a whole weapon skill thing as well. So there's no fixed to hit values in Old World. You compare both units' weapon skill. And the idea is that units with a low weapon skill are going to find it harder to hit units with a high weapon skill. And units with a high weapon skill are going to find it easier to hit units with a weapon skill lower than theirs. And units which are pretty close to each other are going to hit pretty close to each other. So for example, if I have a unit that's weapon skill 4, and you have a unit which is weapon skill 4, we're going to hit on 4s against each other because our weapon skills equal each other. If you have a unit which is weapon skill 3, and I have a unit which is weapon skill 4, my weapon skill is higher than yours, so I get to hit you on 3s. It's kind of like how wounding works in 40k. But there's ways of being able to, if your weapon skill is double the enemy's +1, then you hit on 2s. And if your weapon skill is lower than the enemy's +1, then I think you hit on like 5s, maybe 6s. So a Demon Prince flies in with 5 attacks. Hits, let's say he's fighting like some goblins, so he's double +1 their weapon skill. Hits them on 2s, hits all his attacks. Wounds them on 2s, wounds them with all his attacks. He'll kill 5 goblins. If someone... so attacks, obviously you don't do all your attacks against one enemy model. You can do. So let's say characters can issue challenges to each other, or monsters can get into one-on-one fights with each other. But like, let's say, so there's a challenges are basically a mano-o-mano fight. Some of them are more epic than others. Some of them are more tactical than others. So an epic challenge is like an orc war boss wants to fight against a chaos lord. Both are going to be pretty equal to each other. And any wounds that are caused in the challenge, even if there's like excess wounds, they don't spill out of the challenge. So let's say, the orc war boss has bitten off more than he can chew. He does like a couple of wounds to the Chaos Lord, but in return, the Chaos Lord does like 5 wounds to the orc. The orc's only got 4 wounds, so he dies. That spare wound doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go on to one of the other orcs in the squad, right? But what happens is that extra wound counts for combat resolution. So combat resolution basically works out who's won the combat. So combat resolution, there's a number of modifiers, but it's kills, plus what kind of unit you are, plus how many ranks you have, plus if you've got any flags. So let's say you've got a let's say a unit of Chaos Warriors charges into a unit of goblins. The goblins, the Chaos Warriors, let's say it's like let's say it's like 20 Chaos Warriors versus like 20 goblins. The Chaos Warriors are just so much more powerful. They're like Chaos Space Marines. They kill 8 goblins. So they've got, straight away, they get 8 on their combat result. Then the Chaos Warriors are in close order formation. That gives them another +1 straight away. You have different kinds of formation. You can have skirmisher, open order, close order. Each comes with their own advantages and disadvantages. Close order gives you +1 to your combat res straight away. So no matter what happens, you've got +1. Then the Chaos Warriors have got a flag, so they get another +1. Then the Chaos Warriors have got an extra. Let's say they've got like 2 extra ranks. Let's say they're deployed in like it's any extra ranks after the first one. So the Chaos, let's say it's like 18 Chaos Warriors and like 6x3. So they get 2 extra rank bonus. So they get 8 kills, 1 for close order, 1 for banner, 2 for the bonus ranks. They got a combat res of 12. The goblins have got like a banner and a rank, and that's it. So they'd have like combat res of like 2. So the Chaos Warriors absolutely batter them, and the goblins are probably going to flee and break and get cut down. But it's not guaranteed. This is where the idea of having like units which are really tanky comes in. So dwarves are really good at this, for example. So a dwarf, you know, it's entirely possible for you to inflict less casualties than your opponent and win a combat. So let's say that same unit of Chaos Warriors goes into a unit of dwarf Ironbreakers. Very hard infantry. They've got full plate armor. They've got shields. They're on a 3-up save base, 6-up invulnerable save. Remember, in Old World, you get to take all of your saves. So you get armor saves and invulnerable saves, not one or the other. So the Ironbreakers have got a 3-up armor save, followed by a 6-up invulnerable save. Their weapon skill is the same as the Chaos Warriors. So some of the Chaos Warriors are hitting on 4s. Their strength, the Chaos Warriors are only wounding the dwarves on 3s instead of the goblins on 2s. And then the dwarves have got a massive defensive bonus with that 3-up followed by that 6-up. So let's say these 18 Chaos Warriors like charge into like these like 20 dwarf Ironbreakers. And let's say they kill like 3 of them. You know, they don't quite kill as many, but they kill like 3 of them. Then the dwarves fight back and they kill like 2 of them. 2 of the Chaos Warriors. So even though the Chaos Warriors have done more casualties, let's say the Ironbreakers, let's say the Chaos Warriors were in open order formation rather than close order. The Chaos Warriors have got 3 kills. They're not in close order anymore, so they don't get that +1 to combat resolution. They're more maneuverable, but they don't get that +1 to combat res. And they've got a banner. And maybe they've got 1 rank. Because open order, you can't claim as many ranks as for your rank bonus. So now the Chaos Warriors have got 5. The dwarves killed 2. They're also in close order. They also have a banner, and they also have 2 rank. They can claim double rank bonus, so they can claim 2 for rank bonus. So the dwarves killed less than the Chaos Warriors, but they've got a combat resolution of 7. The Chaos Warriors have only got a combat resolution of 5. So the Chaos Warriors now have to take a break test. Essentially what's happened is the Chaos Warriors have bitten off more than they can chew. So they have to make a break test. Now, if the Chaos Warriors fail the break test, they don't automatically die. If there's a whole there's basically 3 ways of breaking, essentially. You've got a full-blown flee. This is where, when you roll leadership in Old World, the higher you roll, the worse. You're trying to roll under leadership. You're trying to roll. The higher you roll, it represents like the more your men have panicked, essentially. So you roll. Let's say your leadership 9. You've lost a combat by 2. If you roll above your base leadership, you flee. You flee, and you run away. Your unit turns around and it flees directly away from the combat 2d6 inches. The enemy unit has a chance to pursue you, and they pursue you 2d6 inches. Now, let's say the Chaos Warriors fuck it up and they only roll like a 4. They'll just flee 4 inches back. Let's say the dwarves, by some miracle, on their little stunty legs, roll like an 8. They roll like they roll like a 5 and a 3. The dwarves will actually contact the back of the Chaos Warriors, catch them, cut them all down. It's called catching the curs. That's how you can break and wipe a unit out in Old World. But it rarely happens. Now, let's say instead, the Chaos Warriors, they roll their leadership, and they roll an 8. Now, the Chaos Warriors' base leadership is 9. They've rolled under the leadership, so they're fine, right? No. Because they lost the combat by 2. So what you do is you take your base leadership, you minus how much you lost the combat by, and then you determine did you roll under your unmodified leadership or your modified leadership. Well, if the Chaos Warriors have lost by 2, their modified leadership is 7. So if you roll an 8, you've gone under your unmodified leadership, so you haven't fully broken, but you've not rolled under your modified leadership. So what happens is you fall back. And when you fall back, you roll 2d6, pick the highest, and then you reform to face the enemy. So essentially what happens is your men have in this case, the Chaos Warriors have run in, twatted the dwarf, tried to twat the dwarves. The dwarves have taken it on the chin, pushed them back, and the Chaos Warriors are like, fuck this. We're going to fall back and regroup and think about what we want to do next, kind of thing. But they've not broken. They've lost a combat, but they've fallen back in good order. Now, but the dwarves still get a chance to follow them up. But this time, if the dwarves catch them, the Chaos Warriors don't die. The combat's just rejoined. Okay? Because they've not fled, they've fallen back. And the dwarves can actually choose whether they want to follow up or they might want to stay where they are. There's loads of reasons why you would want to stay where you are. You might be like, okay, well, it's my turn next, so I'll stay where I am. And that way, I can shoot those Chaos Warriors with some dwarf handgunners and whittle them down a little bit before inevitably the Chaos Warriors decide to come back in and try again. Now, if you roll under your modified and your unmodified leadership, so let's say, same situation with the Chaos Warriors, they've lost by 2, they roll a dice, they roll a 5. So you've rolled under a 9, which is your unmodified leadership. You've rolled under a 7, which is your modified leadership. So basically, you're fine. What happens is you give ground. So the shields are locked together. Oh, the shields are locked together. The Crusher battle's happening. You've gone in there, but the dwarves have basically shoved you back 2 inches, and then the dwarves follow up. So the combat's still ongoing. It basically represents no side has gained an advantage yet. No side has gained a major advantage. And this, obviously, all of this system can go the other way. Let's say we reverse it completely. The Chaos Warriors have won the combat by 2, and everything that we've said applies to the dwarves. The dwarves might roll, the dwarves might get pushed back 2 inches. They might get pushed back, 6 inches, but then reform, or they might completely break. But the idea is there's none of this running in, poof, exploding. Well, none of it. It could still happen, of course, if you run in, absolutely batter the fuck out of someone, and then just roll really high on the leadership and just piss off. That can happen. And there are some units which are really good at breaking you. So cavalry, for example, not all cavalry, but heavy cavalry, for example, has what's called first charge. And it means that the enemy cannot claim anything to do with ranks for combat resolution. So a unit, heavy cavalry are designed to break the enemy on the charge, or break the enemy after several charges. So let's say you've got a unit of like Bretonnian Knights of the Realm, and they charge a unit of Orcs. The first time they charge the Orcs, whose leadership is very much revolving around how many Orcs are alive and how many ranks they have, because Orcs get +1 leadership for every rank they have. The Bretonnians charge them, and the Orcs now not only can't claim a rank bonus for their combat resolution, but they now also can't claim a rank bonus for their leadership. And so it's very possible those Bretonnian Knights just punch straight through. But you only get first charge the first time you charge. It represents your horses being fresh and ready for the fight. You don't get it on subsequent charges because basically combat's really tiring and you get knackered. So if the Orcs can hold that first Bretonnian charge, there's a chance that the Bretonnians, there's a chance they can then start beating the Bretonnians via attrition. So cavalry's good, but it's got its advantages and disadvantages. And yeah, so we've got onto the nitty gritty mechanics of Old World, but I think it's what's very frustrating for me as someone who has played 40k for a long time is a lot of what I'm talking about used to be in 40k less than a decade ago. 40k wasn't always the way it was. Look at all the stuff that you like in Old World, and the majority of it used to exist in 40k. In 40k, you used to have combat resolution, initiative. You used to have panic, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. 40k, it's it has its own set of advantages and disadvantages now. I'm just not sure that they're better than the advantages and disadvantages of other games like Old World. Sounds so much cooler to play. I need that back in 40k. Yeah, 40k is just very dumbed down. Like, there's no, like, if a unit of Space Marines, if a unit of Khorne Berserkers come running in and chop up 15 out of 20 guardsmen, the last 5 guardsmen just basically automatically pass the leadership test. Those 5 guardsmen would break. They'd be like, let's get the fuck out of here. What the fuck, man? Those 5 guardsmen don't stick around to, oh, well, we'll go and claim an objective in a couple of turns' time. They're like, nah, man, GG. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's kind of true, but just about every army ignored the rules. So Reaver 102 brings up a good point. The old way of doing things, Games Workshop continuously basically added things in, like Fearless and stuff like that, which meant that a lot of the finesse got taken out. And then now they basically just have taken it out. Rather than having rules that negate it, now they're just taking it out. Yeah. If old style Warhammer was good, why do people not like Horus Heresy? So old style Warhammer, so Horus Heresy used to do all of this. And now it does it the 40k way in many, not in all ways, but in significant ways. The problem that people had with Horus Heresy 2.0 was reactions, because they were too powerful. And the problem with 3.0 is that it's become too 40k-ified. So now, in like Horus Heresy 3.0, a unit that loses combat just falls back. Just like in 40k. Not quite the same system, but essentially the same outcome. So Horus Heresy, this is why so many people like Horus Heresy 1.0. And Horus Heresy had balance issues, but you have to understand, Horus Heresy had balance issues, but it never received an FAQ. Imagine the state Warhammer 40k 10th edition would be in if it had never received an FAQ. That's the problem. Horus Heresy itself is not a bad game system. The old Horus Heresy system was not a bad game system. All Horus Heresy needed was some tender love and care. That's all it needed. And instead, Games Workshop decided to reinvent the wheel, which is exactly the opposite of what Horus Heresy needed. But Games Workshop's current approach to this kind of stuff is, well, 40k is successful, so if you make every game like 40k, that means they'll be successful. But unfortunately, were it so easy? Anyway, I need to go to bed now. So, John, thank you for the super chat, man. I'd like to note my grumble wasn't at the Marines or its players. It's that my army rule has hoops and can be effectively taken away depending on the mission. Oath has no hoops and always works. So, John, you're absolutely right. I totally agree. It does not matter if every single Space Marine character is dead. You still get Oath of Moment. It doesn't matter if every single battle line unit is dead. You still get Oath of Moment. Doesn't matter if none of your units have leaders. You still get Oath of Moment. Yep, Oath is a phenomenally powerful ability. It has been since day one, and it's fucking mental that it's got even better. Yeah. Cosmic, would K47 Rift ability dice limits help 40k? The idea of having... So, you couldn't just... Yes and no. In order for a lot of things like... You would need to reduce the amount of units in the game. Then you could make it work. But yeah, the idea of having Rift dice would be a very interesting mechanic in 40k because you can't activate a unit unless you have a Rift dice. It's very interesting. Yeah. But you need to reduce the amount of units first. So Bolt Action has no Rift abilities, and typically armies are 14 or 15 order dice. Conflict 47 has loads of Rift abilities, and armies are typically 7 or 8 order dice, but then they're also 7 or 8 Rift dice, so it balances out. Also, in Bolt Action, units are only doing one thing. Units can only operate in the movement or the shooting or the fight phase, essentially. So Bolt Action and Conflict, again, don't have the same issues that 40k have. Because 40k, you can do everything in every phase, whereas in Bolt Action / Conflict, you can only do one thing a turn. Now, there are things like Guts that allow you to do multiple things a turn in Conflict specifically, but Guts is a finite resource, and once it's gone, it's gone. So there's a little bit of nuance to it, but by and large, a unit does one thing a turn. That's the thing. Conflict 47 and Bolt Action, in many ways, the lethality... You know, when we were reading the Conflict stuff, we all thought the game was absolutely fucking busted. But a game can only be so busted if units can only do one thing a turn. And there's a finite way of making them do 2 things in a turn. And maybe, you know, it's like everything can only do one thing in a turn. And then there's like, over the course of the entire game, you might get to activate a unit like twice in a turn. Two extra times. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Tiki's not... Yeah, just ignore Cosmic. He just keeps saying F for Tiki. And I love him, but I think the octopus has finally got to him. So, yeah. Conflict 47 and Bolt Action are less lethal because you only have so many... you can only do one thing a turn with each unit. Again, I go, you go is not a problem. It's the amount of things that 40k units can do each turn, every turn, that is a problem. And on that note, we're going to wrap up because I'm very tired and we've gone on for 8.5 hours streaming and I need sleep. So, gentlemen, thank you for your support. I am going to rush off a little bit here, but thank you for your support. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I didn't even get to talk about the tournament. I didn't even get to talk about it, but there you go. I talked about it a little bit here and there. You guys will have to wait for the after action report now. Yeah. You guys have to wait for the after action report, but yeah. It'll be coming out a couple of weeks. Tony, thank you for super chat. K47 event restriction question in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I'm going to do this, then rush off. Cast Your Dice podcast at K47 events. They're not allowing War Games Atlantic Werewolves or Shrek Wolfen because they're too small. Have you put them on tactical rock and make them tall? It's okay. Can you measure yours so we know how high they need to be? I mean, I can. They're varying heights. There's no standard height. So the problem is it's a valid criticism, Entropic Tyranny. I think it's a little premature to start including restrictions like that. I do. But you have to appreciate that in conflict about action, you're not drawing line of sight to any part of the model. You have to draw a line of sight to the head or the torso. So if there's Schreckwolfen, it doesn't matter about it doesn't matter about putting them on the right height. That doesn't really matter. What really matters is if the torsos are too narrow and the heads are too small, because line of sight is drawn from the head as well. So I think it's a little premature. Truth be told. But it's important to understand, I think, that conflict and bolt action are much less unified tournament scenes. It's much more tribal. So you'll go to one tournament and they'll do things one way, and they'll go to another tournament and they'll do things another way, because the game is generally just close-knit game groups. So that if the Cast Dice podcast decides to do that at their events, it means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, because you'll go to another tournament and they'll totally allow it, and you'll go to another tournament and they'll totally allow it. So, Atomic Tyranny, please, in my opinion, do not take one TO's decision as something that's going to ripple out across the entire thing. If you like the Wargames Atlantic, werewolves, then go for it. Go for it. Honestly, yeah. It's not a problem. I will say one thing though, on Tropic Tyranny. The Wargames Atlantic ones are cheaper for now, but if anything, if we know that Warlord Games is wanting to put everything in plastic, so there's that. And secondly, and I'll just say it, I don't think the Wargames Atlantic ones look as good as the Warlord Games ones. I've seen both. I think the Wargames Atlantic ones are fine. They're fine, but the Warlord ones are fucking fantastic, mate. So much character in the models. So even, and you guys know me, I'm a sucker for a good deal. I am a sucker for a good deal, but I would still, I still get the Warlord ones. Yeah, and mate gave me half box for free, so it's a no-brainer. Dude, if you got them for free, then just don't even worry about it. Honestly, if you're a 40k player coming into K47, you're going to think that a TO said something, it means every TO is going to do it. One, you encounter 10 other TOs, none of them will even be like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, every single one of them will be like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, but most people are just happy that we're playing the game. It's way too early to start worrying about restrictions. Yeah, just buy the models, enjoy the game, and we can worry about restrictions and shit in the long run. But right now, it's too early for that shit. And that's a sentiment that I think is very widely shared. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Before we go, can we talk about the tournament? No. Thank you for the support. Right, gentlemen, I'm rushing off. Thank you for the support, guys. You're all absolutely mental. Love every single one of you. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never never fades and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burning bright. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3.